Bada binga! Here we go. It's time to sing the song and make that camera perfect. How are you doing, you beautiful sons of people and women and daughters and people and all the world and all the people? How are you doing? You know, you can see me. I can't see you. But don't worry, I'm going to pull up that chat so I can talk to each and every one of you beautiful people and your beautiful souls. Hopefully, we are all doing well. We got a good stream today. La-di-da-da, don't go by. Boom. Let's have some conversations. How is it going? We got Julian Script saying hi, Tommy. He's misspelled my name, but I forgive you. Squeegee Kid said, what up, Big T? We got to give the Abaluzja as the first person to say anything in the chat. They were watching, they were sniping, and guess what? They beat all y'all. They beat all y'all. So you guys show some respect on the name, you know? I don't even have TikTok chat, but I do. Hello, Tony. Call me dealership. Apparently, we got pirates up in here. Call me dealership. Give me timbers. I don't have YouTube chat working yet, but I'm working on it. You're not showing. There we go. We got it. We got TikTok. We got YouTube. We got everything. We got everything. Tommy, those guys was talking mad crap after you left. I heard. We're going to talk about it. We're going to have some debates. I'm going to talk about it. If you guys didn't know, I was on. I streamed an extra 5 hours yesterday. And not everybody saw it. I talked a lot of 5 hours. I talked about 5 hours after. But I do want to talk about it a little bit. But I want to make sure we give people time to jump in. Loki, a dope-ass name. Thank you. Appreciate it, Abdullah. Made in Miami says ignored. Disappointed, frowny face. They were still talking about me today. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that their live did more numbers than they ever did with me in there? So like, oh, we keep talking about this guy. Maybe we'll get more numbers. I love each and every one of you guys for your support. We're going to talk about it, though. Don't you worry your pretty little heads. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about that, and we're going to debate some more salespeople. We're going to debate. We're going to have some conversations. We're going to have some things. This is going to be a good day. I still think I'm undefeated. I've yet to find anybody come through and make a good point on putting us down, but words do matter. Dude, I will tell you, that lady, out of everything, threw me through a loop. Like, I don't know how it's not hard for anybody to understand that when I said NADA is suing dealers, apparently I don't remember saying it. I thought I said manufacturers. But, like, if I'm talking direct to consumer and NADA suing dealers, like, that doesn't make sense. Suing manufacturers makes sense. It's a slip up of words. Come on. If I said, but I don't even think I slipped up the words. I wish I had the live. I've asked for the footage of the lives, because I do want to watch back. I do want to watch it back. But she felt so dumb. They were blasting her in the comments. Yeah. I mean, that's what happens when you're not making good points. And I think there was a customer. I'm not, because I don't know if they're a client or deliverer, that said it best when they were talking about the debate between broker and car advocate. And they said, like, we're tired of this conversation. We don't care. And I wanted to get that clip because I just thought it was so powerful, right? Like, the consumer, the one that we're all talking about, we're trying to protect, are the ones that are saying, we don't care, right? Like, the only people that care are the people that are trying to shut you down. But I'm going to catch everybody up here in a minute. When does credit come into play when negotiating? I mean, credit comes into play. You should always get pre-approved first, just so you have the upper hand. Don't shout your own dealership out. That'll get you in trouble, brother. Sisters. Shout out to Jared and James and the team to find out if GMC accepts my order. I love it. Just so you guys know, I think on Thursday, we're going to have our first team member from Delivered out and about here talking. We're going to have some conversation. It's going to be great. It's going to be awesome. We're going to have a first person here. About a 30 minute segment talking. Words matter, people. Words matter. Jeez Louise. Today is Thursday, which is debate day. What I think is funny, in my opinion, and I'm gonna do a debate, is if you guys hear me and call me out of my BS. If I'm BSing you, I want to hear it because you guys know me. Is I'm willing to talk shit about the industry and then talk shit to people's face because I believe in it, right? What I think is crazy, the amount of people that would talk shit in the comments and think I wouldn't see them. And then when they come up and talk, it would all be said, well, I really like what you're doing and everything's great. But like, I have this one problem. And then it'd be like, this guy's a scam artist. He's horrible. It's like, what? What? It was crazy. And even today, the amount of people that were going on and just being like, yeah, Tommy only says bad things about the industry. It is pretty crazy how people really don't understand our content. Like, Tommy, can you see me? Yes, I can see you. It's crazy, man. Keyboard warriors aren't the same when they're brought forward. Yeah. The golden ratio is way off. Actually, I just think the whole angle is way off, to be fair. I think my whole angle is slightly off, but so we're gonna fix that. All the people from yesterday were talking mad shit on their live this morning, were they? If they want to talk shit, I just don't get why they can't talk shit to the face. Easy to talk on the mic on a live stream. Highly doubt you can handle direct contact. I've been in direct interviews. I've had direct conversations. Anybody that's met me in real life, Goat for Real can have that attest. I've had the same conversations with him in person. Same with Russ. Same with really anybody. But like, at least I've proven that I'm consistent on every live. I go to every single live and say the same things, regardless if it's my live or I'm in hostile territory. Compare that to other people that do say shit behind your back. But who was the guy that ran the pod? I honestly don't know too much about Demetris. The only reason I jumped on there is I saw him hating on comments. I normally keep track of the people that hate. But yeah, I mean, their biggest argument was that I fearmonger and the way I do business is wrong because not every dealership is bad. And what I think is crazy, and I honestly think, and this is something that I'm all for having something to, is, having a conversation. I reflected on it last night. I try to reflect on a lot of things. Actually, I saw it today. This is really what hit me. When I was during my lunch, I saw them talking, and I was just watching and reflecting. And what they were saying was, I think it's crazy that Tommy doesn't have a list of good dealers that he releases to the world. And the reason why he's doing that is he's trying to make sure his business has a competitive edge and nobody else can use them. But like, he should shout me out if I'm good. And I'm just thinking, the level of entitlement where you believe that I should have to shout out your business, that you believe that you deserve to have your business shouted, not because I've ever done business or you've done a good deal with Delivered on camera, but like, it's not my job to advertise your business or be able to push your business in a positive way, right? I believe that the only way to fix this industry truly is direct to consumer. Me giving benefit to some dealerships is not going to help the equation or move that trigger forward. Well, cooler for transportation. Love what you do. By the way, you're awesome. What is the difference between you and a broker? Brokers are generally working for the dealership and selling cars in their behalf, while I'm working for the consumer directly, and I'm not relying on relationships to do that or selling cars. But I do think it's crazy that they think that I should have to like in what world do I have to that I have to do this? And I understand, like, they were saying that Billy has a list of things that like he shouts out. That's great. Billy wanted me to be a part of that list when he was making it originally. I declined. And the reason being is my reputation. And I mentioned this last night. I'm surprised he didn't. What I was frustrated is today, he went on and said that the reason why I did it was the competitive edge. And he left out the answer that I actually said. Because he asked me the question, why don't you have a list of dealers, right? And I gave him an answer. But instead of him saying, oh, well, this is his answer, but I think this is the reason why, he just ignored that answer. And the reason why I don't have that is the level of policing I would have to do. My reputation is so valuable to me, where I don't take money from anybody other than the consumer. I don't sell finance products. I don't sell rate. I don't sell anything along those lines. The second I put delivered approved dealership on a dealership and they have a bad experience, that looks so much worse on me, and I get almost no benefit from it. So me making this list, consumers aren't like, oh my gosh, Tommy's amazing, Tommy's great. They're like, okay, this is cool. But the second that list goes bad, I'm the one that takes all of the ramifications because I recommended a bad dealership. And that's the problem that I have, right? Is I'm not willing to give my reputation up and give my reputation that I've worked so hard to build just so somebody can earn more respect. If you like direct to consumer, wouldn't that put you out of business? Correct. We talked about it in our meeting today. Third basemen don't have reputations, just followers. I mean, I think I disagree 1,000%. If I didn't have a reputation, people wouldn't be talking about me all day, Ghostface. I mean, but let's be real. The entire industry is talking about me. We have lives that are going through me. I mean, nope. So basically, Tommy doesn't trust anyone with the keys to the store. I mean, my team has all the access to it. They're allowed to have access. But no, I'm just not putting my stamp of approval on you when I have no control over you, right? I'll put stamp approval on my team. I pay my team. I train my team. I know who my team is. But just because somebody says something on live or does something well for one of my deals doesn't mean they're doing well for everybody. Where else are you streaming? YouTube, TikTok, even Twitch. It seems similar to why you don't franchise. Protect the brand, yeah. And like I said, what's more, you just stream it better on TikTok, but TikTok isn't even my biggest audience anymore, Ghostface. I mean, you fail to acknowledge that we stream on YouTube and we get more viewers out concurrent and more viewers total on YouTube than we do TikTok, which is a much harder platform to get viewers and get actually people watching. But what we are doing today is really simple. So I'm going to go through, guys. TikTok viewers have been down. I have no idea. But let me do, I just started a live. So let me do this, guys. So I'm going to explain what happened yesterday, and then I'm going to set up for today. So today we're doing the debate stream. So if you're a car salesman like Ghostface here, right? Ghostface talks a lot of crap in the chat. He's going to say a lot of things, but he's invited to have a conversation up here where he wants to have a one-on-one conversation, and he can say anything. One thing that I think people learn really quick, that I allow you to speak. I allow you to speak your mind. If you think I'm a scam artist, if you think I'm just some person on the internet that can advertise better and I'm really just a horrible person, I give you the option. I am going to allow people to DMing me on Instagram is going to be your best bet, and we're going to vet you. We just need some proof you exist as a person. I just need something. We're going to vet you a little bit. You can DM me on TikTok. I check those. I have nobody else that checks those, so it just is going to take longer if you DM me on TikTok. But if you DM me on TikTok, you don't have Instagram, by all means, you certainly can. But I recommend Instagram because we have a team that is going to vet you, right? But again, like this is what I want to point out. Like Ghostface here, he's talked a lot of things. You attract fish with negative bait. You ain't fooling nobody. Again, we are inviting somebody like Ghostface to come up here and actually speak his mind, rather than being able to have a situation where he can just only type and not be able to. I'd love to have a discussion with you on how I only talk with negative bait and how I don't just live stream everything. We're willing to have that, right? So DM me on Instagram. We'll call you, have a conversation. But I have a feeling you're just never going to actually put your stuff up there. That's what my gut is. That's what my gut tells you. But if you guys don't know, yesterday, as I'm getting people in here, if you guys don't know, yesterday, I am eating my dinner with Juliana, right? We are eating dinner. We're having a good time. And I get an invite from a live from Demetrius. Demetrius, I think he's a car, some type of trainer owner, but he works in the dealership world. I only know him because I know he's commented on a lot of videos that hate on me, just saying how awesome they are. So I was like, you know what? I'll go on the deep end. Told Juliana I was going to be gone for 30 minutes. Juliana knows if I'm ever going to be gone for 30 minutes, it really means I'm gone for hours. That's just how it is. I love to have conversations with the enemy. I love having conversations with people that don't like me. I think it's good. I think it's entertaining. And I also just think it's valuable for us, right? So I go through, and for about 5 hours, we are from like 7 to about midnight. How much time is that? Someone's going to correct me. About 5 hours, yeah. From 7 to midnight, I am just talking to people, and it's back to back to back. And most of the people, and even Demetrius in the morning said, unfortunately, he didn't find a single good argument against me, right? He doesn't feel like anybody beat me in any argument, and they were allowed to argue anything, right? And it's bonkers. It's crazy for 5 hours. We had a really good conversation. I think there were some positive things. I believe that the industry is kind of a little bit stubborn still. I think there's some people that are trying to fix it, but I truly believe, and I stand by it, it's almost impossible to fix this industry from within. I just don't believe in a world where the industry is going to be able to fix this problem wholeheartedly on its own. It needs assistance. I believe the dealership world can be great, but it needs an actual competitive option for the consumer to have a second option, right? We can't just have dealerships. One thing you learn as a business owner, and one thing you learn really quick, is you can't serve every client possible. When you're trying to serve every client that is buying a new car, you will not be excellent at anything. And we need to make car dealerships excellent at something by allowing a second alternative. One of the reasons why Delivered exists, but I don't even believe Delivered should exist. But if you want to go through and have a conversation and you're like, hey, I like it, I love on, I want to have a conversation. Really, I'm trying to find people who disagree with me. It was funny last night. I was trying to find people that disagreed with me. And like most of the time, it's Tommy, I really like what you do. You're awesome. And I might disagree with like a slight thing that you said once, but it really didn't feel like I had adamant people, which is crazy because the amount of hate I get online is insane. So if you DM me on Instagram, you DM me on TikTok, I will try to invite you on. We are going to ask, I'm just going to be clear, we are going to ask for your dealership name and your phone number. The reason being is like we have to vet you to make sure you really are who you are, right? I can't just have anybody on there. Can we put yesterday's live public? Yeah, we can put yesterday's live public. That's totally fine. So, Tommy, you said you never lie to dealers, but I caught you lying. I don't think I've ever said I never lie to dealers. I can pretend to argue if I want. Nah, you don't have to pretend to argue. Felicia, I'll say you made some good points on this morning's live. I was kind of sneak peeking it as I was just curious what happened. But you were making some good points about taking care of people that want to do business. And I think that's one of the things that people are missing is being able to take care of people the way they want to do business. And I think that's one thing that people are missing, right? We have to take care of people the way they want to do business, not the way you want to do business or what's the most profitable for you. But we have to look at our customers and say, how do they want to do business, right? And that's how we solve problems, right? That's how we fix this. So we are inviting any dealer that wants to come up that disagrees with me. And again, I'm going to give some controversial takes just to get the fuel going. So if you're like, hey, first off, I think if dealerships want to fix themselves today, they should get rid of commissions. I think it's crazy, and this was talked about in the live, and I wasn't able to rebuttal it, but I think it's crazy that people are so stuck in a way that they believe that the only way somebody's going to work hard is a commission. That's not true at all. I believe that some of the hardest working people do not make commission. And that is somebody that came from commission from his entirety and his life, and I've lived and breathed it, and I see the benefit of it. I believe direct-to-consumer should be existing and work side by side by dealerships. Get rid of franchise laws tomorrow. I believe that trusting a car salesman wholeheartedly is a bad strategy to get a good deal. Not that every car salesman is bad, but if you walk into a dealership and say, I wholeheartedly trust you, I'm saying yes to everything you buy, you will unfortunately overspend because car salespeople are out to make you spend the most amount of money. Now, some dealerships don't negotiate. And again, there's an outlier, but the general rule of thumb is you walk into the average dealership and say, I'm buying everything you tell me to buy based on the recommendations, you're going to overspend. I'm giving you all controversial opinions anybody can debate. I believe that words matter. Words matter. I believe the NADA is a horrible organization for the American public. I believe that they have lobbied so many negative things that only hurt consumers. I would love to have an argument, and I would love to find somebody that give me what NADA has done good for the consumer. And I understand they're an organization that is meant to protect dealers, but I believe most organizations that are meant to protect anybody should have something good on their belt. But I don't believe NADA has done anything good for consumers, and I believe they actively are trying to hurt consumers. What else? I believe I guess we have to bring this one up because we're political debate, which I don't want a political debate. I believe lobbying is a horrible thing and should be outbanned in America. Boom, I said what I said. We shouldn't allow that. Wait, we got people? We got one on the way, guys. Okay, so here's the rules. I'm going to make the rules are clear. I ask you guys to understand people are going on this live and they might say the craziest things. We might disagree with them. I ask if you can say you disagree, you can give your opinions, but don't be racist, sexist, misogynist, whatever the ist. Don't be any of these things, please, for anybody on the live today. You will get removed if you do that. You can say this person's dumb. You can say this person's an idiot. I don't like them. I don't care. You can say I'm dumb. I'm an idiot. But what I'm going to be super clear is we're not going to be the mean things of the mean things. We're not going to be ist. Can we all agree on not being ist? Can I get an amen or a yes? Anything. You can say whatever you want. I don't care at this point. Give me anything. Yes, yes. None of the isms. Isms, amen. Can I get an amen? Okay, lid on, go. Can I call them ugly? Sure, you can call me ugly, more importantly. We got Colin on the phone. Now, Colin, I'm gonna call here. When I call you guys, I just want you to say, hey, hello. You can introduce yourself. You don't have to introduce yourself. You can tell me your brother, your mother, your sister, who you are. General rule of thumb is tell me at least where you are, or not where you work, but like, hey, I'm a car salesman. I'm a sales manager. You don't have to tell me where you work. That's probably dangerous. Welcome to Puerto Rico.
Hello?
Colin, it's Tommy. How's it going?
Good, how's it going?
Man, it is going well, going well. I don't know if you've seen these streams before. General rule of thumb is I make a lot of crazy things. Some people disagree with me. Some people call me a scam artist. I don't have any rules here. You just can't say bad, evil words. As long as you don't do that, you can say whatever you want. You can debate me on it, whatever you want. And it's just an open conversation.
Yeah, no, I've been watching your videos for a while now, and dude, I'm not gonna lie. You know, when I first came across your videos, man, it was like I didn't think you were actually buying for people. I thought you were just negotiating, and
Sure.
I kind of thought you were just a time waster. But you know,
I was
like all people should, you know, I did my research. I watched more videos and realized, you know, you actually do buy cars for people, you know, and you're not just wasting people's time. And that's where I actually kind of, you know, started agreeing with some of the things you say. You know, I think my biggest thing right now is just I really, you know, I don't think things would go well if we did DTC, you know, direct to consumer. You know, there's just too much information, and you know, there's the biggest thing right now is just, you know, there's so much technology in these cars, man. You know, you start giving these people cars straight to, you know, straight from the factory, nobody's gonna know what they're doing.
Okay. So your argument comes down to an education level. Like the technology
Yeah.
is so advanced that generally the consumer would be so lost and confused.
Yeah, and that's where, you know, and it's like, you know, because I'm a non-commissioned salesman.
Mhm.
You know, I make salary, and you know, I make money when I sell a car, but it's not based on, you know, profits of a car, which I think should be the new thing. You know, I know a lot of people that are in the industry. I know a lot of people that, you know, do it full commission, and you know, I see the way they write their deals and everything, and they truly are, you know, ripping people off to make more money. And I don't agree with that.
Sure.
But I still think, you know, things just wouldn't go well in direct to consumer.
So I appreciate the argument. I'll say there's a few different things. First off, I would say that the average car salesman, I would argue, is less educated today than the average consumer. You know, the amount of training I see, the lack of training in the industry is crazy. But even if we would say that car dealerships are the most trained person in the world, this is a problem that that manufacturers would have to solve. But if it was that big of a problem, what kind of great business would there be if you were just a dealer or a car trainer? You know, all you did was, hey, you buy a new car and you want to get a run through in your car, pay me $200 and I will give you the full walk through your car and be a tech support for you. Again, the beautiful thing about a free market, and when we talk about any type of supply and demand, is if there's a business exists and a customer has a need, there will be something that will come in to fix the problem. So if this becomes a problem and the manufacturer and dealerships can't solve this problem, somebody else will come in to solve it. Just like I've solved the problem, or that I'm trying to solve the problem of dealerships and the way they're doing things. Business, supply and demand, a business is going to solve itself. It's basic economics. So I would believe that they would solve itself. Secondly, we look at companies like Tesla. They don't really have a tech problem. They've made their cars with so much tech, but yet it's so easy to use. I believe manufacturers would be able to fix this. We also don't see this in agency models in the Mercedes-Benz world. Mercedes-Benz dealers in Europe aren't less educated, but you're using the agency model and going direct to consumer. So I would disagree. I don't think there's a world where we have seen that. And if there was, then the market would fix itself.
Yeah, I mean, I can completely understand that. You know, and it also just comes down to the idea of we're here to help. And I feel like there's so many dealers out there that have just ruined that. And I know that's a big thing you talk about is oh well, we can't fix dealers from within, and I totally agree with that. There's too many dealers out there that have made way too much money off of just screwing people over that they don't care anymore. You go to this dealership and you're just a number. You're just they look at you with dollar signs in their eyes. But it's just one of those things. I feel like we just couldn't do it without dealerships. There's just too much that goes on within them.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to make the argument that there's too much going on for dealerships that we can't get rid of them. And my general rule of thumb is not to get rid of anything. I'm never a proponent of the government stepping in order to regulate or ban things. I believe dealerships should exist. I believe dealerships should be allowed to earn their place in the market. And what I believe is if you allow direct to consumer to exist, what it does is now they compete side by side. And now dealerships have to go out and say, why am I better than buying a car in 10 clicks online, delivered right to your house in a cheaper price? Dealerships have to solve a problem or they'll cease to exist. What I believe is that when you put a business owner in a corner and their business is on the line, smart business owners that are actually worth their grain or worth their worth in anything are going to go out and solve a problem, right? They're going to figure things out. But dealerships don't really have true competition. The only way I can buy a new car is through dealerships, and the bar has been set so low that true competition can't exist. I believe what happens if direct to consumer exists is dealerships get 10 times better. And I believe that dealerships get a healthy market. Is that market smaller? Absolutely. But I do see that the good dealers are actually more profitable out of it, not less profitable, because now they have a reason to charge a quote unquote premium for their service because you get an expertise. And just like you said, hey, over here, you do not get any education, but hey, at my dealership, if you buy a car from us, it's only $500 more. And not only do you get X, Y, and Z, but we teach you how to use, we have a technology specialist that spends an hour with your car and you have them in your speed dial at your phone at all times. Dealerships can now solve some of these problems, right? They now become the anchor to solve the problems that the manufacturer couldn't solve. Now dealerships have a solution, manufacturers have a solution, and consumers have choices.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's definitely, there's definitely some sense there. I can agree with that. My other point too that I wanted to bring up is the amount of issues that I have seen with all of these, we deliver to your door and all that kind of stuff, which, I just had this come up the other day. Someone bought a car from I think it was Carvana, and car comes in and they've never seen the car before. They've never seen it in person. And, they can take all the pictures they want, but, they're not going to take pictures of, things that are wrong with it and stuff like that. And, this customer wound up getting a car that had a bunch of defects on it, and there's no one there to, fix these problems. All you're talking to is, someone over the phone. You never have a personal connection or somebody that you can go to, and they make the process so hard to return that vehicle. Whereas here, at least at our dealership, there's something wrong with it, especially if it's a used car, we're going to fix it if it's something that can be fixed. I feel like if there's no personal connection there, no face to face, there's no one there to fix these problems.
Yeah, so I mean, I would disagree wholeheartedly that a dealership is naturally just always going to look out for the best. Some dealerships, sure, but I just dealt with, we dealt with, I forgot her name, but it started with A, Anna, I forgot her name. I was told, but our daughter bought a car, used car, bought it, didn't even own it. The car started to have check engine lights. The car went into service immediately. Didn't even drive it for more than 2 hours, and the dealership refused to fix the car or return the car, said it was her problem, have a nice day. And this was a 2025 with like 1,000 miles on it, but it was used, not their brand, not their problem. It was a Dodge Dart. It was a Nico. Thank you. So like this is a dealership that it took me getting involved and me actually putting my social media presence on them for them to actually take the car back and return it and call it a day. This dealership left them out high and dry. So sure, there are good dealerships, but dealerships aren't automatically going to fix these problems. With Carvana CarMax, if we're just talking used cars in general, I don't disagree that there's a world, but Carvana has had a solution. I've never heard that Carvana's return policy is super hard. I've heard it's actually relatively simple. I'd have to, I haven't actually returned a car through Carvana CarMax. I don't recommend Carvana CarMax, but that's normally the general rule of thumb is they do have a return period when they deliver cars for a reason. And fun
Hmm.
fact is anytime you are, I mean, the right to rescission is almost any car that you get delivered if you didn't go to their dealership first. That's a whole we don't want to get into the argument because that's not the argument you're making. But my main argument is more
Yeah.
new than anything else. I believe new should have options. Used, I still think dealerships exist. I believe some people will want to go see the car, but if I go look at my M5 CS, for example, I did not look or drive at that car before I went through. I got it PPI'd. I had a second person inspect it. I got as many pictures and videos as I did, and I had the car shipped. Like I never looked at that car. I never did it. The same with my other M5. There plenty of consumers are okay with never seeing the car as long as they go through the proper parameters. And that's
Yeah.
$140,000 car.
Yeah. No, I mean, I can definitely understand that. I feel like, I mean, it's just kind of one of those things, you're putting a lot of trust into this, where you can't see things in person. And there's just a lot of people out there that just want to see these things in person before they do anything. I mean, this is buying a car, they say, which I don't 100% agree with this, but I do for most people, it's the second biggest purchase you make in your life. And, I feel like just doing that without even being there or seeing the car is just, not everybody's going to agree with that.
Yeah, and absolutely. So first off, I'm not putting trust in anything. That's the beautiful thing about what I do is right now I believe what you're doing right now is putting trust in dealerships. They're going to solve problems. I say F that. There's no reason to trust anybody because most people are going to look out for what their best interest is when there's no competition. So what I say is allow
Hmm.
competition to exist. Allow manufacturers and smart people to put things together to solve these problems. And the beautiful thing is if you allow everybody to compete and you don't solve people's problems, you will not exist long, right? That is how life works. That is how every supply and demand, if you do not solve problems and this becomes a huge issue, they will cease to exist or they'll figure out a solution. And I believe the same thing would happen in the car industry. But you're absolutely right. This is one of the reasons why I'm not a proponent of getting rid of dealerships. I don't believe only using the manufacturer would solve all issues either. I believe the manufacturer is not a perfect science, but I believe if we're looking at the 13 million people that are buying a car, it is really hard for me to say that one business can solve all the needs of 13 million people. And instead, why don't we split that out into multiple groups? And then if you're the type of person that wants to buy a car online, never talk to anybody, I have an option. And if I want to be the person that wants to talk to somebody, have a nice day, and go through all this, I certainly can as well. So I get both options there.
Yeah. And I guess that's kind of where we're kind of in agreement. I feel like there should be kind of those options, which, they're always, and I feel like even nowadays there are those options. There are a lot of dealerships out there that will do the entire process and delivery, online.
I still have to talk. There's no
We are not one
dealership
of
in
those
America
dealerships.
where I can buy a
We
car in
have too
10
many
clicks without
issues
talking to
with,
anybody. I want to be super clear. There's no dealership in America. Somebody can point me that way that I can buy a car in 10 clicks and never talk to anybody. I still have to go through their process. I still have to go through that. Even if it's a faster process, there is no dealership that I can buy a car as efficiently as a Tesla.
yeah. I mean, I'm not saying fully online. You got to talk to somebody, but not. I guess I should have said without going to the dealership. Which even for someone, I feel like even for someone that prefers to do the whole process online, just talking over the phone, they can still have the confidence. I've noticed that a lot. They can still have the confidence to kind of do certain things, negotiate and everything like that. And, I feel like the biggest thing is, no one, like, I feel like negotiating is become irrelevant nowadays. I get so many people in that are just like, they don't even try to negotiate. And, in my mind, it's like, why?
I mean,
And I guess that's the other thing going direct to consumer is there is no more negotiation.
well, correct, because the price is just a fair price right up front, right? The market price is going to dictate what that price is. But I mean, if consumers aren't negotiating, that probably means you have your inventory relatively priced well. I mean, that would be my general rule of thumb. I don't know why that'd be I mean, that if consumers are paying, or they just don't know that they're paying a bad price. One of the two. I don't know your inventory. I don't know
Mm.
your dealership. I don't know either one. I train people to negotiate because generally the rule of thumb is the price that you're offering is normally overpriced. Dealerships start high, they go low when they're pressured. But when it comes down to things online, like here's the general rule of thumb is unless I call you and have a conversation, there's no way for me to identify that you'll actually do things online. The amount of dealerships that I've seen that said we do everything remote buying right to your house, and I attempt that. They're like, actually, we don't do that. You have to come into store, do the paperwork, and once you do the paperwork, we'll then deliver the car to your house. So it's like there's so many weird outs. There's just no guarantee to a consumer. And if I go to buy a Tesla, I can buy a car in 10 clicks. There's not any guarantee. I can buy this car in 10 clicks. If ands, buts about it. Like it's easy, it's simple,
Mhm.
and I don't have any worry. I know the price I'm going to pay and call it a day. There's just too much inconsistency in the dealership.
Yeah. No, and I completely understand that. I mean, that's why we're just upfront. We don't tell people, hey, well, you can do this completely remote. We're upfront, like, hey, at some point you do got to come in here because nowadays there's too many scam artists out there. That can buy a car in someone else's name. No one would even know it.
I mean, there's ways to
And I
protect that. I bought my house without ever speaking to my mortgage off or without ever meeting with my mortgage officer. That is a exponentially larger purchase, and they had ways to identify to make sure I am who I am, right? Like this idea that dealerships
mhm.
can't figure out how to identify people and do remote signs when everybody else can. Again, I bought a house. A house is much more expensive than a car, and I never went into a bank and stepped into a building. I had to verify my documents, verify who I was, go through all this, verify my. I had to go through the process, but like there was never a world where I didn't even have to step in this house if I didn't want to. I could have bought this house without ever walking in and without ever talking to it, or really doing everything remotely with a mortgage officer. I mean, that's the world it is. But if you can't figure out fraud, then somebody else will.
Yeah.
You had a
No,
notary
I
in your
mean,
house when you were
I
saying?
can
No, we
respect
didn't have a
that.
notary. Sorry. Sorry, somebody said I had a notary. I didn't have a notary.
Um, yeah, no, I mean, there's just so many crazy things going on. Um, and it's just, I mean, I in my personal opinion, I will always feel this way. And I get not everybody feels this way, but not every dealership is out there to get you. And I feel like the dealership process should not be as looked down on as it is.
Well, you have to remember 70% of people report they do not enjoy buying a car, and 7% of people trust a car salesman. So you can't find a single video where I've ever said is every dealership is a scam artist. You won't find that. You won't see that. I don't have any content like that. What I do say is that the general rule of thumb is trusting a car salesperson wholeheartedly will get you a worse deal versus actually being apprehensive and asking the right questions. And that is, I've never had anybody be able to rebuttal that, because it's, as long as your dealership negotiates, it's a fact that if you go in and say, I'm going to buy everything you tell me to because I trust you, you're going to overspend and you're going to buy stuff you probably don't need, and you're going to overspend compared to a savvy buyer that asks the right questions. So when it comes down to it, I never once said every dealership is bad, but the general rule of thumb is you can't trust a dealership because they have no fiduciary duty to you. They don't have your best interest at heart at all times, and you don't know if they do or what they don't. So you should always be trust but verify. Do your work, make sure that everything's good, because that's the world we're in right now.
Yeah. No, that makes complete sense. I just feel like there's such a bad rep right now, and
Well, it's been a bad
it
rep for the
is
last
hard to
60
tell.
years, right? So since 1950, car salesmen have been trusted less than 10% on every poll, which is right along with Congress. So for the last 50 years, it's been this way. So, and the problem is when the industry's had moments to shine, it's faltered. We look at COVID, for example. COVID was a premium opportunity. If the industry wanted to say, you know what, we've changed, we're different, we certainly could, but
Mhm.
instead they took advantage of consumers. They pushed for gross. They ended up maximizing and taking advantage of a lot of people that are still feeling the pains of today. And that was a moment where they could have said, hey, you know what? We are different. We don't take advantage. We are going to do what's fair, but we're also going to make sure that people aren't overpaying for vehicles. And sure, some dealerships did, but the vast majority of them went through the moon in profit. I mean, the amount of people the amount of money that was made in the car industry during COVID, if anybody saw those numbers, side by side compared to a normal year, it would be disgusting. And like the idea that dealerships have to do this in order to survive is just insane. You can't be the most profitable years you've ever had in business ever, and it was also a necessity. I just think that dealerships
Mhm.
have shown their true colors when they're allowed.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah. No, I mean,
appreciate
I
your
guess.
time, Colin. Man, this has been a good conversation.
Yeah. No, of course. The more we talk, I realize, I feel like we're kind of on the same page to an extent. Um, I really didn't come on here for the full sake of arguing because, like I said, I really wouldn't have. If I didn't agree with the things you were saying, I wouldn't even be following you.
Yeah.
I 100% understand and agree with what you say, on most topics. And I like what you do, and I think you should keep it up. I just feel like maybe more just consumer training would be better, and then I feel like we need to just work on getting dealerships more reputable.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I think dealerships have a long way to go, and education on both sides definitely needs to be happening.
Yeah.
Okay, man, I appreciate you. Bye.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, guys, so if you guys don't know what we're doing, we're having live debates. I'm allowing anybody that's in the car industry of any sort to come in, have conversations, to debate me. If you disagree with something I said, if you say, hey, Tommy, you're a scam artist, you're horrible, this is dumb, you're stupid, I can't believe you think this way. Some things that I'll give you some talking points that you might disagree, by all means. If you want to be on the live, you just have to DM us on Instagram or DM me on TikTok. But I will warn you, if you DM me on TikTok, as you can see, I'm having conversations and not checking this. But things that I would just wholeheartedly agree. First off, I believe that commission should be removed from dealerships today. I believe you would get harder working, better, more professional, intelligent people that would work harder, sell more cars, and also give the consumer a better experience if you offered a salary versus and no commissions. Secondly, I believe direct-to-consumer should exist and franchise laws should be abandoned tomorrow. I believe doing that would fix the industry faster than anything the dealership can do. And it's going to take 100 years for the dealership to try to fix their reputation. And I still don't think they can do it compared to just allowing true competition, which has always fixed every market ever. I believe delivered is going to change this industry in such a major way. I believe that if dealerships do not fix themselves, then people will start thinking of delivered before they ever think of the dealership model, and dealerships will eventually just become a supply warehouse if they do not fix their own problems or allow franchise laws to exist. Giving you guys some really controversial opinions for you. I believe that marking up rates should be illegal. And I don't believe any dealership should be able to do it without proper disclosure. I believe 85% of dealerships are negative or bad or do not have the best client's interest at heart. I believe that you should never trust a car salesman wholeheartedly. You should always do your research and not walk in with full trust. Otherwise, you will almost always overspend. I'm giving you guys all talking points that you guys can come on, debate me, have conversations. If you DM me on Instagram, we just verify that you work. As you can see, I don't tell you where you work. Now, if you tell me to pull up your website and start having me quote your website, you're running your own risk, right? But I'm not going to shout your dealership out unless you tell me, hey, go to blah, blah dealership. I believe that dealerships in their current state add little to no value to the overall consumer. And I will go as far as saying that they are a negative to the consumer in today's market. I believe that they have negative EV, negative value, and the consumer is paying more and getting a worse experience. Kenny and the Canada lady yesterday were talking trash about you live. Yeah, I think that one's interesting. Danny's been asking me to be on a live for a really long time. She took a lot of notes, and I don't really understand her point. So Danny is a car salesman. Her general rule, her general argument was car salespeople are getting more and more popular. So is it changing the way that I market my business? And for the people like us, Jordy, because I know Jordy's been here for a while, I believe that I've been marketing my business the same way since Joe might be here too. He's been watching me for a long time. Since day one. I think KK's been watching for a long time too. I haven't changed, right? I don't change the way I market. My videos have been the same. We can make an argument that I make more negotiation videos now, but the reason I do that is because I have editors, right? They're able to go through this. But like that would be the only thing. But that's been like a year and a half that I've been doing that. I just really, Jordy, it's been the same exact messaging. Yeah. So like she basically, her logic was I've changed because content online has become so transparent and so many people are buying from car sales influencers that my business is hurting. But like our business is increasing, so that's obviously not true. And like I just don't know, I can't think of any car salesman or dealership that is impacting my business in a like major way. Like I just can't. I really thought about this. The only person I can make an argument with was Benz and bow ties, right? Doug Horner. Like he was the only one that I can make an argument that maybe I do less Mercedes Benz because he exists. I don't know. But like I don't talk. I talk bad about Mercedes Benz, and I think that's part of. Like I just think of the car sales influencers, and then that was the other thing. Kay was I was trying to think of like who is a car sales influencer, right? I know Doug. I know EV Auto, which he sells used cars, so he's not my competition. Russ Flip Swips, which was never my competition, never was competitive, was selling 30. I mean, we're talking about like even if we're talking about in a world where a car salesman at max is selling like 30 cars as a good car salesperson. Someone explain exactly how this person contributes to society. Absolutely. I make car buying more enjoyable for people. So I save people time, energy, and anxiety while taking over the car buying process for them. People hate the car buying process and we do it for them. George Saliba, I think might be a good example, but he also does luxury cars. Okay, we have somebody else. The name is Juan. Now remember, be polite, be nice, be polite. We're gonna have Juan on here. I have no clue who these people are, and I have no idea what their argument is. So they get to come on here, make any argument. When you guys are coming on, again, you can DM us on Instagram or DM me on TikTok. I recommend DM me on Instagram. It's going to be the easiest way to get through it. If we can't get anybody on Instagram, then we'll go to TikTok. But general rule of thumb is you can disagree with anything. If you think I'm a scam artist, you think I'm horrible, you think I'm the worst thing that's ever happened to this industry. If you believe, like Danny said, that my job is now harder and my marketing has changed, by all means, you can certainly have that conversation. As you can see, I allow you to talk. I allow you to have free speech. We allow you to have conversation. My idea is let's have both sides talk, and I want you to try to prove me wrong.
Hi, if you record your name and reason for calling.
Tommy.
Hello?
Hello. I was giving my name, sorry.
Oh, how you doing, Tommy?
Hey, Juan, doing well. Dude, I have something in my eye for the last 2 days. Hey, man. So I think you understand the format. If you don't, basically, you can say anything you disagree with. You can be as mean as you want. I can handle it. I'm an adult. So let me have it or don't let me have it, whatever you want to do.
No, you're good. You're good. I appreciate the opportunity given that. I'm just a salesperson, so I'm not on the big chains of everything. But I don't want to say I agree with everything you do.
Sure.
I do agree with having that transparency to customers and trying to give them the best deal they can get. The issue that I'm seeing in this side of the floor is like, obviously, not every consumer trusts a salesperson, and fair enough, right? Somebody's trying to sell you a car or sell you something. So obviously, somebody's trying to take your money in reference to that. You don't have to trust them all the way, right? But at the end of the day, what is kind of bringing it up is like consumers in itself don't trust themselves to buy a vehicle. You can disagree or agree with that. What do you think about that?
I don't think that it's consumers. It's not that they trust themselves, but I would make the argument that buying a car is one of the most complex things. Behind buying a house, there's so many moving parts. And for consumers, when it is the second biggest purchase of their life, it makes sense for them to have some type of guidance to ensure they're doing right. The amount of people that still negotiate a car deal, and at the end of the day, they still ask the question, even if they've done everything right, did I actually get a good deal? They don't know. They aren't sure. And there's no solid bit of information. If I go on Best Buy and I look at a TV, I can see the pricing history of that TV for the last 2 years, and I can compare it to every other competitor. And I know I got a good deal based on that. There's no way for me to do that same thing with any car in America.
Well, yes, that's true. But like you do it, right? You call all over the states, all over, I imagine, not 50 states between Alaska and Hawaii, but all the states, right? And you
We do all
look at
50
the best
states.
price
We
across.
do Hawaii and Alaska too.
All right, so yeah, I haven't heard one of your videos from Hawaii or Alaska, but for the most part, what I've seen is like you call pretty much all the states around the customer you're working with and try to get the best deal. And that's what I kind of tell the people that kind of come in and be like, hey, well, this is my price. You can compare it. If you don't want to buy today, you can compare it to whatever. If it doesn't fit you, it doesn't fit you. And if it fits you, just come back, right? I think that's fair to say. It's just people make it harder on the aspect of, well, this is what I'm showing you, right? If you want to shop me around, you can do it. And then they go buy a car from somebody else that because I told them, hey, this is what I have. I can't do anything else. And they go buy another car from somebody else that gave him the same price I gave him, or a little bit higher.
Mhm.
I just, like, my question in it is like, how do you think a salesperson can do better on it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, so there's a few different things, right? And again, I don't run a dealership today. My job is not to solve problems, but you can look at a
Yeah.
lot of different industries on how they fix this problem. So we look at like insurance right now, car insurance. Comparing car insurance has been easier than it's ever been ever. So what Progressive started doing, realizing that everybody was shopping, instead of allowing people to leave the door, they were super transparent
Yeah.
and actually did the shopping for you. You would actually see all 6
Yeah.
offers, and they would actually go through and allow you to see what the competition was and show the benefit of why buying from them versus the competition, even though they weren't always the cheapest, right? And I think
Yeah.
if I had a random solution, that might be a solution I have is, hey, this is the pricing that I'm seeing at every dealership around us. I encourage you to go shop as well. But I think the general rule of thumb is if you're trying to say, well, the consumer makes it more difficult, then I think you need to take a step back because you allowed them to make it that difficult. Buying a car from you should be so easy that you would be an idiot to buy one elsewhere. That's how I
Yep.
explain delivered. Where if you like, again, I make the process so easy. My value add is so simple. If you value your time
Yeah.
more than you do your money, you would be an idiot not to hire me. That is
Yeah.
that's what $100 million offer teaches. And that's what most dealerships need to start doing. They need to make it so easy to do business that anybody who does like, oh, somebody shopped. Well, what do you mean you shopped them? I already gave them. I shopped it for them. I made the 7 calls and showed
Yeah.
them the competition and verified they could call them
Yeah.
themselves. You don't have to be the cheapest
Yeah.
price. Nobody says they are. I'm not the cheapest person that does this in the world. I'm certainly the best,
Yeah.
and people are willing to pay for the best. People aren't as concerned about price as they think, but they want to make sure they're not getting screwed over.
And that's what I wanted to get into, because it's like people's like, well, I can see this over here, this over there, and it's like this is my personal opinion on it. Like, our website will show you, hey, this is what we show on add-ons, and you on your videos say, hey, I want rebates, no add-ons, whatever, right? And we have customers that come in, hey, I don't want this add-ons. All right, absolutely, I got one that doesn't have it. You can take it as it is. You know what I mean? Like,
But that's the
they're
problem.
like,
Is
all right,
why
cool,
do you have
sounds
the
good.
add-ons to begin? Let's stop here for a second. Like, why do you have the add-ons to begin with?
Well, I don't know, but reasons why, obviously,
But like
and
that, like
in the
right
state
there
that we are,
allows a barrier for entry when we were adding an
yeah,
add-on for something that somebody didn't ask for. And if I ask your
yeah,
owner, he probably says something along the lines of, he's adding value to consumers, or I hate this line. We
yeah,
surveyed 100 customers and 70% of them said they want it.
yeah,
Nobody surveyed anybody. Nobody ever did anything. But that would be the first thing, right? You have add-ons, and
no,
now it's like, let me go find a car that doesn't have it, so I don't have to have it. Like that's the first step. Like it's insane that you have a
yeah.
mandatory add-on that you're installing on the car before anybody buys it.
No, so no. It's a correction to that. We have it. We have like 50-50. If you want him, you can get him. If you don't, you don't. You know what I mean? That's how we pretty much have our vehicle set up. So like, we have
But you just
two,
said
let's
you
say,
have to find one without it. So you're saying there's no dealership or there's no car in your dealership that has it installed before somebody buys it.
there is some. That's what I'm saying. So we don't have all of them installed. You know what I mean? There is a select few that's like, hey, this car, we won't install it, and we'll have it like that for a couple weeks, and be like, hey, we won't install it for somebody who comes in. They want it like that, they'll take it like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I think the problem that comes in is people are going to buy the cars without it first, and then people are forced to go with the other one, right? And the idea behind it is nobody's
Yeah.
asking for these things, right? So when nobody's
Yeah.
asking for these things, and now you're trying to sell them on it, it does feel kind of bait and
Yeah.
switchy. You're like, you know what? I don't have this one. Let me go see if I
Yeah.
can find another. Like it doesn't feel like it's putting this barrier of trust. And I understand that's not your decision, right?
Yeah.
That's an owner's and a GM's
Yeah.
decision. But I think it's one of the problems with the industry. Most consumers do not want the add-ons. They don't want this. And by all means, I think you should be able to sell the add-ons, right? And I think one of the things
Yeah.
that I hate is that the art of the sale is gone in the world where most car salesmen say, well, it's you already sold them on the car. They're mandatory. You got to have them. It's tint. It protects your windows. Most people get it anyway. Like nobody's selling the value
Yeah.
of why you should have these products.
Yeah.
And it just feels like it feels so slimy to a consumer, and you lose all trust when that happens.
No, I feel you, and I understand that part. It's just, that's where the negotiation part comes into it. Like, I've had customers that come in and I show them what my dealership has as the best price, and then it's gonna do that. I'm like, well, let me know what you like. Let me talk to me in perspective of what you want to do with this, and I'll see what I can do with you. Because at the end of the day, Like I said, salesperson, I just sell cars, right? And it's kind of a sketchy phrase, but I tell all my customers, hey, I'm not here to sell your car. I'm literally here to sell you a dream in your driveway. That is it. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't.
Yeah,
And
but like,
I've been successful with it. But at the end of the day, it's like, hey, if you don't want it, just let me know what you don't want, and I can work with it. But consumers are like, oh, no, you're disrespecting me for this, so I'm leaving. I'm like, what did I do?
I mean, but like, if we just put, you know, the perspective in, how dare you believe that you should be the barrier of entry to buy the car? Realistically, I see the
Yeah.
price of the car. I'm willing to pay the car. Why should I have to deal with you at all? Like you
Yeah.
aren't adding value to the equation. Like I don't need your permission on what I need
Yeah.
or don't need. You're the one adding. I mean, as a
Yeah.
consumer, this is how I'm thinking. You're adding products on
Yeah.
a car that I like, that I enjoy, that I didn't want in the first place, and now you're telling me like, what do I need for a fair price? Like I don't want to deal with you at all. I'd rather buy the car in 10 clicks.
Yeah.
Why can't I do that?
No, absolutely. But then you lose the experience of like somebody sitting down with you, explaining to you how the car works, explaining to you what it does, explaining to you all the features that you're getting into, given the fact that, like, yeah, 10 years ago, a car is put it on drive and drive. Now you have cars that drive themselves. You have cars that connect to your phone. You have cars you talk to. You have cars that move themselves. You've got cars that can park them. You know what I mean? So, like, if you get a car in 10 clicks, get delivered to your house, and you're like, well, what do I do now? How do I turn it on? How do I put it on? You know what I mean? It's like,
So one thing I want to really warn you of, and I really want you to be retrospective of it, is you are telling consumers your value point, and also to the point where you're saying, well, you couldn't figure it out without me. What could you do? That's not you're basically saying that you consumers need me, but consumers are saying we don't need you. We can figure it out, right? Like ChatGPT can exist. Online tutorials exist. There's other places that can do that. You are telling the reason why I should exist is because you can't figure out the car without me. Insane. That's crazy.
no, it's just losing no, it's not. You can't figure out the car with me. It's the experience of having somebody guide you to the purchase of your vehicle and what it does for you.
But if people see value in that, they will pay you for it, right? Like people pay value for me,
Yeah.
not because I do anything special. People don't want to have to deal with the process. People openly pay. The problem with your model right now is that I'm forced to use you. I don't have another
Yeah.
option, and I've got to pay the expense because you got to eat, right? Like I don't have the option to skip you. For me, my service is completely optional. Nobody needs it. Nobody has to.
Yeah.
You have to go through a barrier even to use it. But for yours, you are saying, I'm going to make this life easier. My experience is awesome. Like, and you're not allowing the consumer to make a choice. And when you don't allow consumers to make a choice, and this is what I would encourage the dealership to do, and they'll never do it, is why not ask yourself this question. If I gave an option at your dealership today, and I said, you can buy the car for $1,000, or let's just say $500 cheaper, but I don't have to deal with the salesperson. I don't have to deal with it. It's one price. I buy it in 10 clicks. I can go to your dealership and it's $500 cheaper because I don't have to pay you, but I don't get the car salesman. How many consumers are picking the $500 cheaper and not getting that experience compared to who's working with you? I would imagine 80% of people would be like, oh, I'll save the $500. I can figure out the car myself.
Okay. No, it's that's the way you think. That's absolutely fine.
No, what do you think? What do you think percentage? If I gave at your dealership the option is to work with me, it's $500, and you have to tell somebody, hey, to work with me, it's $500. Otherwise, you can skip me, save $500, and you can buy the car 10 clicks. It's that way. Which way? What do you think? What percentage of consumers would pick that option?
So, and you put it on perspective, working with you. Because you do the entire negotiation,
don't put me in there. Tommy's out of here. I'm talking about your dealership. I'm saying I go to your dealership and you say, hey, before somebody goes through, says, I have two options. You can buy the car, you can work with me, you get the experience of a lifetime, and it costs $500 out of your pocket in the deal. Or you can skip that. You click 10 buttons here, you buy the car, it gets delivered right to your house. It's $500 cheaper than dealing with me, and that's your option. And then you step away. How many people are saving $500 to not talk to you versus how many people value that expertise?
That's kind of a hard question because, and I get where you're coming from because you're going to say, hey, probably 80% of the people will be like, hey, I'll rather not deal with him and just do it at 10 clicks and then get the car to my house and then figure it out from there. Right?
Yeah, no, I'm asking you the genuine question. Like, what do you honestly think people would pick?
Probably the 10 clicks. People have done it already. You know what I mean? Because it's just easy. We got into the point that you can order groceries through your phone to your house. without going to the grocery store.
If you believe that, then that means that you are not adding enough value. So what you have to do now is find reasons, and this is what businesses do, right? You have to find reasons on why somebody should pay the $500 more to work with you versus this. And there can be reasons, right? There are things that you can do to make it worthwhile. Like, again, people pay me $1,000 more than they could spend on their own because they don't want to deal with it. I solved a problem for them. People are willing to pay money if you solve their problems. You have to find their problems and be willing to solve them. But if you truly believe it's the majority of people would pick skipping you, it means you are a burden on the system. You're not adding value to the system.
Oh, okay. So I understand on that. So what is your fix to it? Because you said, well, there's a lot of fixes to it. One price shop, don't deal with salesmen. There's a lot of fix, but what is a fix like can happen right now as a salesperson? You know what I mean? Can you tell me that?
By far the easiest fix, the way to fix this industry and 6 months of your money back would be get rid of franchise laws. You get rid of franchise laws, manufacturers are able to give people that option, because right now consumers don't have that option. They can't pick one or the other. The best equation they have is pay Tommy $1,000 or deal with Car Salesmen, and more consumers that are realizing we exist are paying the $1,000, right? But when manufacturers are able to come in, consumers have real choices. And now dealerships, to survive, they're forced to actually do something. Have you ever seen, people have superhuman strength when they're in life or death situations? The reason being is when you're forced to survive, you have to think, otherwise you do not live. And the people that are the strongest, which, business owners are some of the smartest people out there. They're some of the most creative people out there. They're going to find a way to solve problems. They're going to find a reason to exist, and they're going to find a reason to add value to the equation. As of right now, I don't have the option. But if I allow the option to exist, it forces dealerships to become better, and it forces them to maybe fix some of the issues. You're right. Like right now, education. Manufacturers might say, F that. I don't care about education. Have a nice day. Dealerships now solve that problem, right? Like there will be ways to solve it, or dealerships will cease to exist.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Well, I don't want to take more of your time. I'm at work, but.
No, absolutely, man. I appreciate you jumping on. I know it's hard to do this.
No, absolutely. No, you're great. Trust me, I still follow you. I still listen to your calls. I try to be better as a salesperson every day. At the end of the day, not everybody likes us, but I at least tried my best to give a good experience. Obviously, I'm the bottom of the toll, you know what I mean? So I can't do much with it. But as long as I have somebody that can give me the trust to deal with them and give me a call, like I'll break my whole deal through the phone and let them know, hey, this is what it is. And hopefully it keeps going that way and go from there.
Okay, man, I appreciate you.
No, I got you. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay, guys, what we're doing today is we are having debates here. So if you're like, hey, Tommy, I don't like you. Tommy, I think you're a scam artist. Tommy, I disagree with what you're saying. You're peddling. You're fear-mongering. You're doing all of these things. This is your time to talk. I allow you to have free space and voice your opinions. I feel like I have yet to have, and I've been on the enemy streams. I have been on car dealership streams. I've yet to find any good argument that I shouldn't exist, right? I really want to have somebody that wants to go through and say, hey, Tommy, you suck. This is horrible. You're hurting this industry, and I'm going to explain why. This is your moment to expose me. I don't know how many people are watching right now, but you're in front of thousands of people. I'm going to tell you how it is. I don't hide my opinions, right? I'm not going to be like super nice to you. I appreciate people come through and be like, Tommy, I love what you do. Like, I'm not going back, right? I'm going to be real with you, right? Let's have an honest conversation. This is an adult conversation, and we need to fix this industry. So I'll give you some. You can DM us on Instagram if you want to come up. That is going to be the fastest, easy way. I will check TikTok to see if anybody's DM me on TikTok, and then I'll have you guys reach out. Boom, 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 boom. Former. Oh, geez, we have so many people. Sorry. Last ditch effort. 1 second. You're live right now. User under username. Oh wait, somebody says they're talking about me. This is. I'd love for you and I to do a fireside chat. Okay, sure. I love that, but I don't think anybody's actually having. 1 second. Are you looking for auto transport? I heard of 3 openings. Try to negotiate some dealers. I knocked off 3.8. I don't have anybody that wants to have this. This is crazy. Like the amount of hate I get. Like we had Ghostface in here, right? Ghostface was doing some crazy hate. By all means, he could have jumped on. But if you're like, hey, Tommy, I want to have a conversation. I believe you're horrible for the industry. I think you should go fall over and cry. Some things that I don't believe in are some things that can give conversations pointing. I believe that commission should be abolished tomorrow. I think it would improve the industry tremendously. I believe that direct to consumer should exist and would fix almost every problem the dealership has. I believe the dealership is a net negative for the consumer and is adding more of a burden than it is a cost. I believe that marking up rates should be illegal and dealerships should not be able to do it unless they have a fiduciary duty or it's disclosed. I believe Delivered is fixing this industry and making more of an impact than anybody else in the industry has tried. Ooh. And anybody who wants to argue, anybody who wants to have this, they're allowed to come up. I allow anybody to have conversation, right? If you believe that you can put me in my place. Again, there's so many people in chat. You know, there's people that were talking shit about me last night. Danny, I mean, again, I go live for 10 and a half hours. I allow open conversation. And the second I jump off is when people start talking shit. We're looking at Danny on Wheels, right? We're looking at Kenny Sells, right? I think who else was talking shit last night? I don't know who was talking it, but like tag him in the comments, right? If they want to have conversation, let's have conversations. But let's do it. Let's do it in a real conversation. Let's have open dialogue. And that's what we're trying to do. You want a long time. I don't think that was English. But if you DM me on Instagram, looks like we have a few more people that are signing up here. I don't tell you where you work, obviously. I'm not going to do that. Do you take clients who are looking for new Fords? Yes, new Fords, new GMCs, new everything. I believe Saturn had an extremely successful business model that with the proper resources would have taken over the industry, and that's why it was shut down. I would love to hear from anybody who actually knows what they're talking about. This is the problem I've had. I've had this debate 3 times. I did a 5-hour one on a dealership last night, and I have yet to find really anybody that has known what they're talking about or really been super educated on this topic, right? Can really fight for it and say, you know what? Dealerships are a net positive. Let me explain why they're a net positive, right? I think people have gotten close, but I don't think anybody's really made a good point. Great question. If consumers, how do they do test drives? Tesla's figured that out. There's delivery centers. If a person actually knew anything, they wouldn't be a car salesperson. And I would debate Ben's and bow ties. But me and Ben's, we did a really good podcast together. We did a really good podcast together, and I want to do another one with him. I think we should have a really good conversation. We have somebody else. We got, again, so if you want to have a conversation, if you want to have a topic, if you want to have anything, or you know what, I'll even open it up because at this point we're not having, if you were a Delivered client, you're like, hey, I would like to tell people why I signed up for Delivered. I don't like this to be a sales pitch, but like, if I can't find any car salesmen, I guess I'll just allow consumers to tell people why they like us. I'm fine with that too, but like, I don't want to just be this. I don't like this to just be a positive. Tommy's awesome. Let me tell you why Tommy's amazing. Like, I would rather it be car salesmen coming up here trying to defend their existence. Oops, did I actually call the number? Okay, we're calling Joe.
Hi, if you record your name and reason for calling, I'll see if this person is available.
Tommy Makula, Delivered. Hello? Delivered. How's it going?
What's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, man, doing well. We must know you because your number's saved in our phone. So, Joe,
we've done a deal. We've done a deal, absolutely. And
I love it.
I got to tell you, I'm not really calling to debate you. I think there's room for what we do, and there's room for what you guys do.
Okay.
I think that the car business is a touch archaic and has some growing up to do and some modernizing to do, but my thing is, when your people contact us, I know that you have a serious buyer on the hook because they're already $1,000 invested, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And really, I'm using your social media stuff to train my staff on what not to do. Because the most comical thing about it to me is how all of these salespeople say the same things, have the same word tracks. And when customers are calling that aren't using your service, this is what they're hearing every time they call a dealership. So if we can say something more intelligent or say something that adds more value to their shopping instead of, hey, let me get my hands on that car. Let me check with my manager. What time can you be here? You know, all that stuff you hear. when we can rise above that and do a better job, it can actually help us if we'll embrace it instead of fighting so hard against it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. I mean, 1,000%. I think you nailed it right on the head. And I think that's what smart dealers have done rather than looking at this as such a negative. They said, hey, first off, if Tommy contacts me, it's a guaranteed deal. And I think you're right. Like, I think we have less than a 1% people that have paid for the service and not buy a car. There are people in the world that do it, but I mean, they threw $1,000 in the drain. Normally, they're going to buy a vehicle. But then secondly, using it as training. Like, I mean, going through. And it's crazy that I can do a bingo board, and I know the exact phrases that dealers are going to say. Your presence is power.
Yeah.
Don't do numbers over the phone. It's such repetitive. It's like one training made it through the industry, and it's like nobody else thought of anything different.
That's exactly right. And you know, a car transaction, you've got a salesperson who thinks that the customer is lying to them with every word they say. As a matter of fact, in the industry, you've been on both sides of the ball, Tommy. You know that people say buyers are liars, right?
Yeah.
So you've got a salesperson that doesn't believe anything the customer's saying. You've got a customer that doesn't believe anything the salesperson is saying. So you've got two people that are just opposed so hard against each other, but they both seemingly have a common goal. I don't mind a tight deal. I mean, I'd rather have 100 tight deals than 5 bell ringers that make all this profit. You know, it's volume now. And if any dealer that's going to survive is going to have to do high volume. So man, I welcome the calls. Anytime you guys want to call, you've got my number. Give me a ring, man. If I can make the deal make sense, I'll make it make sense. The reality is every market is different.
Yep.
And without giving up my brand and all that, there are some cars that move very quickly in my market. Do I want to give those away? No. And you guys are respectful enough. I can say, hey, look, I can't get aggressive on that car. But what about those cars that I've got 160 days supply of?
Yep.
Why wouldn't I give one of your customers a good deal on that car, get the liquidity, stop the floor plan costs, and move the deal along? I mean, I think there's room for everybody at the table.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I think you nailed it right on the head. I like to say that, because I was in the industry, one of the things we train for our team is to make efficient with people's time. Like, you guys are busy and we want to be fast and efficient. But I'd also add on to the point is not only, dealerships believe that buyers are liars and consumers are looking out, but also we go one step further. And when you negotiate, when the salesperson believes that you're taking money out of their mouth and taking money out of their family, or the consumer believes when you're overspending, you're taking money out of their mouth. So there's even more resistance, which just leads to this level of distrust. It's one of the reasons why I believe a commission should go away, because I think you take that barrier away and it's like, hey, no matter what you pay for the car, I still make the same amount of money. That's one step forward that the car industry can say, you know what? We do this differently. We've stopped doing commissions. We pay a fair salary. I make the same amount if you buy a car or not. I think consumers have a little bit more trust that way.
I can't disagree with that. I don't think commissions should go away, but I think that dealership minis, and for the customers that are listening, minis are the minimum commission that a salesperson is going to make. And for years, the industry standard was $100, right? You're going to make $100 if you sell a car. Many dealerships, including mine, have increased that. If you sell a car, you're making at least $250. I think that if somebody's making X number of dollars an hour, I think you're going to have a whole lot more turnover, kind of like you would in many of the other retail service industries. You're going to have people that don't know the cars as well, that don't know the process as well. I'm not against salespeople making money. I am against them making an irresponsible amount of money with cloak and dagger techniques. The forced add-ons and all of that. Commission's not evil, but I want a salesperson to be well compensated, because for the 10-hour days they put in for dealing with the public, which we all know isn't easy, they should be compensated. But I think it should be in a way that it's not predatory toward the customer.
Yeah, I think a challenge on is two things. Which, first off, the car industry has one of the highest turnover rates out of any industry. I think it's like 70% of people turn over in their first year, and maybe your dealership's different, but I can say,
Yep.
I mean, we both know the turnover is high, and education in the dealership needs to improve dramatically. And I don't believe consumers are getting the experience. But if you make an argument that if it's a one price model and you're paying a commission of profit off that, makes maybe a little more sense of commission. But the general rule of thumb is if the more money you spend, the more money I make, consumers will never naturally trust you, which means that you are trading trust for that. Because I have no, like, again, you don't ever have my best interest truly at heart if I know the more money I'm going to spend with you. Now, you can make an argument the more products I buy, you can say, hey, we do one price here, but if you buy 10 things, I make more money. You can make an argument there. Then now I'm just trying to add additional. But the second you say, the more I buy on this exact product, the more I buy on this Toyota RAV4, the more money you spend on it, the more money I make, I think it becomes really dangerous and you're trading trust for commission or trading trust for profit.
You know, and that same thing can be said about real estate. You know, you come in with a buyer's agent, right? They're helping you buy a home. But at the same time, while they're negotiating a deal for you, the higher that sale price, the higher their commission is. Mm-hmm. So, you know, that may be something broken, but the question is, how do you fix it?
Yeah, I like I said,
and,
so
the one price models that we've seen, we can, oh my gosh, we can name them, right? We can use Saturn as an example of one price. Countless used car dealerships that have tried the one price model. And, you know, the reality is that ever since the first horse-drawn wagon came out of the factory, consumers have expected to be able to come in and negotiate. So at some level, the customers are perpetuating that as well.
Yeah, but Saturn had one of the highest customer satisfaction ratings out of any. They were behind Lexus. Really, I think in their prime time was only behind Lexus in customer satisfaction. Customers love Saturn. When he was killed by GMC due to a change in CEOs in 1992, GM went to the one GM policy and took away Saturn's ability to make their own vehicles, took away their funding, and then eventually disappeared. But like the general rule of thumb is what I would do is like I pay all of my team a salary. They don't make more money for the amount of deals they do, and they all have their own career path and they have a great work-life balance. I would put anybody, I just hired a top 5 Toyota salesperson in the country. He sold anywhere between 80 to 100 cars a month. Like the guy was a beast. He came in thinking he was going to be the best person that worked at Delivered. He was blown away that he was middle of the pack because of the amount of talent we have. I believe paying people a salary, as long as you have a good work culture, like the idea that people would just fall over, be lazy, not do this, that's culture that you have as an owner, and that's culture you have as a team. Our team doesn't allow that, so that culture doesn't exist. But I would put anybody on my team that's a salaried employee against almost any dealer. I'd argue any salesperson in the country, not only on their product knowledge, but just their expertise and their professionalism.
Right. Well, you know, I think that our business is going to be better off, and your business is going to be better off if we can all learn how to coexist. And you know, and you know, it's not lost on me that arguing with the car salesman, as bad as everyone hates car salespeople, that must send your engagement through the absolute roof, which is fantastic. But you know, it doesn't have to be that way, because I think there's room for us both to make money.
Yeah, but I'll be super frank. We talked about it in our today's meeting. Like my goal, like I don't believe that I should exist. Just like my profit doesn't matter. My people don't matter if it's hurting millions of Americans. And I believe there's a better option that puts me out of business and makes dealerships do better. And that's allowing direct to consumer to exist. But like that's like the broker idea. We should coexist. I believe that I shouldn't exist, right? I think it's silly that a middleman has to be here to fix a middleman's problems. But here we are. But somebody has to be an alternative to the dealership model. And again, like no harm, no foul. We've done deals and it's great. But I'm not saying your dealership is bad, but I believe consumers deserve options, right? The consumers deserve that. But I believe that should be direct to consumer. That shouldn't be delivered. I believe that solves the issue. And anytime you're adding a middleman, you're generally adding a cost to the consumer. And I'd rather be in a world where somebody else solves this problem from the source rather than a middleman fixing a middleman's problem. It just feels weird. And you know, I talked about that in today's meeting. But again, I'd be happy if we didn't coexist, but instead you existed and the Toyota could sell right next to you.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's that comment almost vilifies people like me that are trying to do it correct. But I understand at the same time that I'm the minority in that. I think that direct to consumer is going to be problematic for 2 reasons. Number one, arranging the financing. Number 2, dealing with the trade-in piece and the flow of used cars, because, you know, as effective as your Carvanas and your CarMaxes have been at that, you can't argue the fact that those businesses aren't very profitable. They've done a great job of selling stock, but they don't do the best job of selling cars.
Dude, people argue all the time that Tesla is one of the is too profit. Like the argument that I hear on Tesla is Tesla's too profitable. They're making too much money per car, and it's crazy that they exist and they're making 8% per car. I've never heard that Tesla's not profitable on the car sales side. They do a great job selling their stock, but like they make plenty of profit selling their cars. They're not holding cars on lots. They're selling out. Now Carvana is different, right? Carvana CarMax, very good point. And I think that's a whole different business model. But Tesla has been one of the most profitable companies on the car sales side. They're making more profit than almost any manufacturer per car. And it's one of the reasons why people vilify the direct-to-consumer route, is because they say, look how much money Tesla's making. It's not fair. I've never heard the opposite, that Tesla's able to take on trades. They're able to take on financing. You do make a point with subprime, but again, this is why I don't believe dealerships should not exist at all, right? I think dealerships will feel a need. And I believe one of those needs will probably be subprime, right? I think somebody has to help people that need to get deals done that the manufacturer is just going to say no to. And I believe that would be one of the reasons why dealerships would exist.
That's right, because subprime requires negotiation, and what buyers don't understand is how effective we have to be with negotiation to talk the bank to talk the lending institution into making the deal happen, and figure out ways to structure a deal and make it work. You know, Tesla's fantastic for your affluent buyer. You know, your 100,000+ household income, 720 score high and higher people, but how big of a cross section of the populace is that really, right? So there's going to take a whole lot more figuring out to figure out direct to consumer to the masses.
Yeah, and my argument, Joe, is just that, like, rather than me and you make that decision, like, oh, it's too difficult, manufacturers can't figure it out, let's let them try. And if they fail on their face, Joe, then you can go and say, hey, the dealership world allowed manufacturers to jump in here. They failed miserably. They were horrible for the consumer, and now dealerships are stronger because of it. And they can hold that hat, and consumers are going to have less, because consumers won't have much to stand on, because they'll be like, oh, we tried that, it was even worse of an experience. But like, let's allow smart people to get in a room and try to solve problems rather than making it illegal for them to even try.
Yeah, I see your point. But in closing, just I'm going to do the best I can, and I hope that smart, driven auto professionals will do the same. I'm going to do the best I can to be as fair to the customer as possible while still taking care of business interests. You really don't have to make a killing to make a living in this business. Just do things the right way and try not to pull the wool over anybody's eyes. There's plenty of profit to be made without being irresponsible and dishonest.
I appreciate it, man, Joe. And hopefully we get some more deals done together, man.
Take care, buddy.
Bye. So guys, if you guys don't know what we're doing, we are having conversations with anybody who disagrees with me, anybody that doesn't like me, anybody who thinks that I'm not here. I know Kenny Sells in here. I heard you were talking some mad shit once I got off live. That's what I heard. Rumor on the street. I don't know. But I know that that's what's the rumor that I heard from multiple people on the interwebs. But I will say that if you disagree with me, you want to have a conversation, you think that I'm a scam artist, you think I'm horrible, you don't believe in anything I'm saying, by all means, I highly encourage you to reach out. DM me on Instagram. It's the best way to do it. I won't tell anybody where you work, but we do verify who you are, just to verify you're not something crazy. If you guys watched last night's live, they didn't vet anybody, and you could see some of the crazy people that jumped in and said some really crazy things, which is one of the reasons why we're here. But like, for example, Chevy Dude's taught a lot of craziness. If he wants to jump on and try to defend the worst negotiation tactics I've ever heard in the existence of negotiation, by all means, you certainly can. Ghostface, 1990, like this guy, he's clearly a car salesman. He's talked a lot of mad stuff, but unfortunately, he won't come up and speak his opinion, because I think he would be realized that probably he's wrong about most things. I don't know, but I mean, that's where we get to the world, right? Like, a lot of car salesmen are willing to have conversations and talk behind a screen, but the second they have to use their voice and be adults, they get afraid, which I think is bad. Words matter for sure. Kenny Sells and Car Mom, how brokers are bad for the industry. I would love to somebody be like, how delivered is bad for the industry, right? Like, if somebody's like, hey, Tommy, I believe you are negative for the industry, let's have the conversation. I'm willing to have it. And you guys can see I'm respectful. I'm going to push back. One thing that you guys will see from me compared to other creators is I don't talk behind your back. I'm willing to tell you to your face. That's a dealer that does business with us. I'm very clear with everybody. My goal is to put myself out of business by making this industry a better place. And that means from everybody, right? So if you want to be on the stream, you do DM me on Instagram. It's the easiest way to get on. Eventually, I'll check TikTok every once in a while. But DM me on Instagram, Kenny Sells. I won't verify your dealership because I know who you are, but I know you have an Instagram. You have DM me. So if Kenny Sells DMs me, you don't have to verify his dealership. I know who he is. But I'm going to call the next person here as we're going on. We're going through. We got Logan coming up. Now, again, you can say anything you want. If you disagree with me, have a conversation. You don't have to be nice. I don't care. I'm an adult. I can handle it.
Hello?
Hey, is this Logan?
Yeah, is this Tommy?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Hey, going good. How are you?
Man, I'm doing well. So I think you understand the idea of the stream. You can disagree with anything you say, anything you don't like that I do. If you want to speak your mind, by all means, the floor is yours.
Sure. So I'll give a little background on myself. I actually no longer work at a dealership, but I did for about 3 years out of college as my first job. And so I guess I kind of heard, I was watching the stream and I heard you say, we're not getting a lot of people. So I will say that I agree with you that delivered is a good experience and something good for customers, but I wouldn't call them points that I disagree with you on. I would call them more like, hey, have a conversation and get your side of it and see what you think, if
Sure.
that works for you.
Yeah, so if any ask questions.
Okay, awesome. So one of the things that that I had wondered, and I don't care, I don't work there anymore. I worked at a Ford dealer. I'm not going to name them specifically, but I worked at a Ford dealer.
Sure.
And for example, one of the things that I saw through the 3 years there is, because I heard the last caller's perspective on used cars, which is obviously, and subprime and stuff, and that makes sense. But from the other side of things, trying to stay on your side with the new vehicles, my one thing, like he talked about with the industry being so kind of stuck in its spot, what's your take on like vehicle inventory management, working with manufacturers, and especially the back end of the dealership, the service side for warranties?
Yeah, I mean, first off, I believe warranties are a whole different issue as a whole. Like, for example, I think it's the right to repair should exist much more. The idea that I have to go to a Ford dealership to do a Ford recall instead of bringing it to any Ford certified tech. If I'm a Ford certified tech, why in the world cannot open my own shop and do warranty work as long as I follow the manufacturer's guidelines and the rules? I should be able to open my own shop. But that's just a guaranteed money cash flow for dealerships. But when it comes down to like service centers, even if direct to consumer exists, I don't believe service centers go out of business, right? I don't believe dealerships go out of business, right? I believe they still exist. And I believe if you gave most dealerships the option and you gave most owners the options and said, hey, I will get rid of your entire new car department, which is all car sale or all loser deals, and only allowed you to run used cars and service, a lot of dealerships would take that deal and still be able to hold the Ford name. I think a lot of dealerships would take that deal because the amount of money people lose on new cars is real. The loss leader, but they bring people in. But if I were able to have somebody else sell the cars and take that loss for me as an owner, I think a lot of people would say, you know what? Yeah, if I can keep it the Ford name, I will 100% do that.
Sure. No, I agree. I think part of that is, like you talked about the industry in general, and we don't know what it's going to be like. And that's part of the reason I left too, right? Because I saw the good, bad, and the ugly. I worked for what they would call a best price dealer as well. But, in the 3 years, it just depended who the general manager was, who the sales manager, and what they decided, it kind of seemed like. But what I will say is I think there are good salespeople out there, like you said, and you've talked about that. And part of that is some of these groups that are larger do have a good price up front, but not all of them, which makes sense for you to exist, right? But with the service side of things, when I was in the industry, that was back in 15 through 18. That was the first years that Ford brought out the aluminum. So when they bring out things like that, what would you say for training of said service shops?
Yeah, I mean, on the service side, like I'm not going to claim to be an expert on the service side, but I mean, training is still going to exist. And if you want to be able to get warranty work through a manufacturer, manufacturers have certain rules, right? Like, I mean, the education will have to exist if you want to be able to do warranty work on the service side. Otherwise, like they can just shut down. Hey, you can't do warranty work over here. And warranties are where manufacturers real, or sorry, where dealerships really make their money. I'm sorry, words matter. Dealerships really make their money on the warranty side, so they're willing to go through the hoops and ladders it takes in order to figure that out. But that'd be, I mean, the general rule of thumb is, I think that dealerships want to get the service business, so they're going to do what they need to make sure that happens.
Mm-hmm. No, and I mean, that makes sense. Have a question for you would be, from me, just as someone that's watched you for probably a year now, just kind of watching the ins and outs of this. Why do you only do new?
Oh, we did use for a while, and then I'll jump on because I have somebody else that is in a little bit of a rush, and I want to make sure we get them on too, because I know you said you didn't disagree too much.
Fine.
But we only do new right now. One of the reasons why is that I believe I audit the process every 6 months to make sure the process is going well. I audited the used car. I gave myself a B- for a company. Didn't love that, so I stopped it to reevaluate how we could do that. In that same moment, we went viral on Wall Street Journal, CNBC. We had more business than we could handle. It didn't make sense to add used cars and try to add and fix that problem when we were having so much business the way we do. We'll eventually open it back up. We did it for we've only not done it for about 3 months, maybe 4 months, but it's just something that we don't want to add that we don't need the extra business right now. We're trying to keep up with the new car business right now.
That makes sense. Hey, thanks so much for taking the time, and I'll keep listening.
Absolutely, man. Okay, I'm going to jump on this next phone call here. So we're going to jump on. This is Ken, not Kenny. It's a different Ken, but we're going to jump on, have a conversation with Ken, not Kenny Sells. Kenny Sells is still not DM'd us. I don't know what's happening, but maybe he has, and I just don't know.
Hey, man.
Hey, Ken, how's it going?
Hey, how are you, Tommy?
Hey, man, I think you understand the concept. This is an open floor. You disagree with me. You think I'm a scam artist. You think that I'm a horrible thing for the industry. If people disagree with anything you say, the floor is yours for you to go through and say what you say.
Yeah, I think we've had some back and forth battles in the past, and finally being able to be on and talk about what my beliefs are versus what your beliefs are. But I want to start off by saying that in this industry, if you've been in it long enough, people who are listening, Tommy's existed in other avenues for a long time, right? So there's been auto buyers, there's been auto finders, there's been people who collect fees for supposedly, and I'll use the word supposedly in your situation as well, negotiating what they used to say is the best deal for the consumer. I think one of the main differences, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I know you speak up, but you don't advertise that it's the best deal that you're getting someone, correct?
Yeah, it's impossible, and it'd be disingenuous to say anything's the best deal because, in theory, as we know, there's always a dealership that might save you an extra $50 or $100. So, like, I'm just in a trap the second somebody beats my deal by $50. So, but in theory, you're not getting the best deal also because you spent $1,000 to get there. So, I don't have a magic wand to be able to get you a better deal. I think it's disingenuous for people to say I have relationships with dealers, so that means I can get a better deal than you. I would argue I have one of the biggest quote unquote networks of deals that I can do, and it gets me deals easier, but I don't think I'm getting some crazy deal. I would argue that the only way I have that is through my social media presence. I'm able to get a deal because of a shout out, but 99% of people don't have that kind of pull, and I don't advertise it because I think it's such a rare thing for us to do.
Yeah, and I would say probably the opposite because of the relationships that you have and the people that you can pick up and call. It's probably not the greatest deal. And I think advertising that it's the ease of being able to do it, right, to take away all that stress and all that discomfort that a client normally would face is I think what you built the business on. It's not about that I saved you the most money. It's about that I got you to call, right?
I would disagree that, I mean, I would say our deals are top 1% in the market. So they're extremely competitive. And I would argue that people can rarely beat them. If they are, they're beating up by $50 or $100. But the general rule of thumb is because you're paying $1,000 to get there, you're always quote unquote spending more. But no, I think it's been easier now that we've become more popular, not harder for us to get deals. It was harder. It took way longer. Our average turn deal, for example, was 7 days when I first started. We now have it less than 72 hours.
Yeah, and I think if dealers that were in the competitive market that where you were buying were aware of what the actual price is that you were negotiating and selling your customer a car, well, we would beat it by more than $50. However, if that's really what it came down to for the client was to beat it by $50, you're right. Your thousand on top of that would beat it by $1,050, right? So I think in this industry, like I started out by saying, is there's been people that negotiate deals for forever, and we weren't mad at them. The only reason we were mad in this industry was because, oh crap, you found someone else to negotiate a deal, or we signed up with those companies in the past, which is a question I was going to ask. If you are familiar, and I know you are, dealers used to be charged a fee to sign up with some of these stores, but you're still a fee for cars.com or whatever you use, right, to get those deals. And so we used to pay that in the past and not complain at all because we were getting clients, right? And so now I think for people to, and I was one of them going at you the wrong way, the right way, pushing back, right? But right now, I think it was during the times of COVID when we were selling cars for what we wanted to sell them for. And now it's different. Now we need to sell cars and new cars. And I heard you say earlier that dealers in general will lose money. The new car business is not profitable.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to hesitate in that and say it depends on the manufacturer. And you can lose a whole lot of money on paper, it looks like you're aware of, with Toyota or other models that get paid a 4% or 5% fee on the back end, right, to sell the volume. So it's about chasing the number, and we need people that can help us chase the number, right?
Yeah, and I don't disagree that if you go through manufacturers subsidizing it with stair-step programs or whatever it is, that new cars can be profitable, but they lose money to get there in order to hit those bonuses, those volume deals. And I think a lot of owners that I've talked to, had conversations with, the stair-steps are a necessary evil, right? It's the way they survive. It's not something that they enjoy. I don't think a lot of owners are going through like, I love the stair-step program, it's great. They're like, oh my God, this is exhausting every single month. And I think if you didn't have to think about it, worry about it, and you still were able to get traffic, I think a lot of dealerships would jump out of it in a heartbeat if they could keep their service and used cars.
Yeah, I disagree with that because I think new cars are a part of the business that draws the pre-owned inventory. And when I think about that, to combat your statement right now, buying used cars is very difficult. Trading for them is different. So if you take away the access of new cars and make that direct, those stores will not survive. We'll just be an AutoZone, because the ability to sell in volume and trade in volume. And again, I have a different perception about selling a new car to get a trade in, to be able to sell that trade in and move forward, right? So when I study data, I study the life of the marriage unit on the new car. And when I say that to everybody that's listening, if I sold a Toyota Camry and I traded something in, but then I got the opportunity to sell that used car and trade something else in, I studied the profit until there was not a trade-in. And that new car triggered that chain of events. Without that new car sale, that never happens, and I have to source used cars in a different way. So I disagree that if you took away all the manufacturers and made us just used car dealers with the ability to be able to service new cars, you'd see a big drop-off in a number of franchises that were operating because we wouldn't be able to survive. So I don't think you thought about that side. And so that would come from the inexperience of what you have and a higher level of being able to understand the internal concept of a new car franchise and what it does. So
yeah, so let me challenge that, because obviously I appreciate you.
I love you to challenge it.
Yeah. I want to challenge that. Okay, cool. I'm a manufacturer. I'm Toyota, and I don't want to be a used car dealer. That sucks. So what about this? You can service my cars. I will sell new cars in 10 clicks. I'll do it out of your dealership. And what I'll actually do is I will actually offer a flat number for the trade. It'll be competitive value, and you actually get first dibs. So if I pay $22,000 for the trade and they're in your local PMA, you actually get that inventory and you pay the exact price. I don't make any money on the trade because I don't want to sell a used car. Otherwise, the car is going to go to auction anyway. So now as a manufacturer, I can solve that problem in 2 seconds.
Stop for 1 second. Who's going to do the $22 million building renovation you want me to do? Are you paying for that?
So as the manufacturer, it depends on what we're doing. And if we're talking about the service center, sure.
But I mean,
service
you're
centers-
telling me that I'm a new car franchise, but you're going to operate out of my building. So who's paying for the building, the real estate, the taxes, the upkeep? Are you doing that, or am I doing that as the dealer?
So there is plenty of agreements that can be made side by side that, hey, if I'm going to use half your building in order to deliver cars, I'm going to put my staff in there. And for that, you are now going to be able to use and have exclusive rights to service our vehicles and be able to get first dibs on our trades. So that would be the argument if I'm a manufacturer, I would make and say, hey, you know what?
It sounds like to me that you just want to buy my business and you can write me a check for $30 million and do it on your own. Because there's obviously negatives that you don't want to have by being a car dealer, and you just want to take the positives. Well, I don't want to operate in that industry.
That's totally fine. And then as a manufacturer, if that's the conversation you want to have, that's great. Will your competitor do it? If not, okay, cool, it's fine. I'll go the Tesla route. I will build my own building, and I'll be your competitor right down the street. Right. And now the manufacturer can do that, and they will have their own service center, because the manufacturer does not need a $30 million building, because you buy the car in 10 clicks. All they need is a building that looks nice, that has people that can actually teach people how to use the car. Right. That's all they need. So like, they don't need a $30 million building all of a sudden. But I would try to be civil with you. And if you went that route and said, you know what, just buy my dealership. No, I can build my own.
We don't need a $30
million
building, but have you seen what the manufacturer is making people build?
I've seen what the manufacturers are willing to do, but I also see Mercedes-Benz willing to do it with like the agency program. Manufacturers are willing to do it. Ford said they wanted to do that. They want people to have a great experience when buying their car. And when it comes down to it, that's what matters there. So if you don't want to work with me as the manufacturer, that's fine. You can still sell my product, but I'm just going to build my own building.
Well, you can't do that.
Why can't I?
Right now, you're not allowed to do that, right? In certain markets.
But now we make the argument, now you hold the cards, right? But I'm talking about if we allow direct-to-consumer to exist, that's how I believe that conversation would happen. And again,
then who's going to handle the heat when there's a problem?
Well, if you buy a car from the manufacturer would.
Yeah, but they don't want that. See, that's the whole misconception in this whole industry. Because during COVID, there was all conversations, if you remember, about that. Hey, we'll just ship the car straight to the consumer. And I'll give you another example, right? That I know you're aware. Carvana has bought or been able to purchase how many Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram franchises?
I think 7.
Are you aware?
7.
Well, they actually have 23.
They're
allowed to buy one every year on the anniversary date. They'll only sell them. They're only allowed to buy one a year, right? And what they're experiencing right now is, because of the way the laws are, that you are Carvana now, and you sold a car to someone outside of your market from Arizona. You shipped it to wherever, Virginia Beach, right? And me, as the independent dealer now, have your consumer that you sold a car to standing in my service department telling me to fix something under factory warranty. Now, most people would say, oh my God, that's great, right? A service manager would think, hey, that's wonderful. We added a new service customer, right? We got him now. He lives here, right? Some other dealers would say, ship the car back to Carvana and have them fix it.
Sure.
Because I have my consumers and my clients that purchase vehicles from me that I need to make sure that they're taken care of. And because you shipped outside of your market, I really just can't deal with it. I think in the model that you're looking at, which may happen. Look, I'm an old person, right? I'm 57. Maybe when that happens, I'm out of the industry and you can take over, right? But what we do know is that there are stores in all franchises and all makes and models, right, that actually do take care of the client. And I think the assumption is that no matter where you call or no matter where you're trying to buy something, clients aren't being treated in the proper manner. I would argue that paying you $1,000 to actually not negotiate, but just to call and handle my anxiety of buying a car is also some of the anxiety that you're creating. But what I will also say on the other side is that anxiety has been around forever. Tommy from Delivered isn't the first one to negotiate car deals for people, right? Like I said before, we've paid services money, and we've sold cars based off of that service for less than someone walking through the front door. And for that, I have a problem with that, because I believe if you're going to do it for one, you should be doing it for everyone. And for me, and I don't want to be lumped in with anyone else, I'm speaking for myself, I believe that the customer experience is the most important, and the only time you have with people, you better cherish it. Mm-hmm. It takes life instances for you to see that in this industry, and if you get it, you get it. I think you're the same, Tommy, when you go to places, Starbucks, wherever, right? If you're not treated properly, you probably don't buy it there, and you try to think of how can I fix this. And when you do that from a dealership operator, you're always trying to get your business better. And so I don't like characterizing that all dealerships create anguish and all dealerships do it wrong. And I know you haven't said it in that blanket statement, but the majority of them do. And let's not forget one other thing. This is a business. And if your business that you created right now was losing money year over year over year, you wouldn't be in business anymore. So we have to figure out a way with the manufacturer agreed that took place in COVID days that we kept paying more for the cars and more for the cars and then more for the cars and tried to pass that on to consumer. That's not the proper way to do it either. So.
Okay, yeah. Let me address I think the two major points you made, which the very first point you made, which is manufacturers don't want it. First off, I believe it's crazy when in a world where it's illegal for them to do it, for us to have the high ground to say, hey, you guys don't even want this. First off, we've seen Ford try, we've seen Scout try, which was this Volkswagen.
You say try, which is really important.
Would try but be sued. So Ford tried to do it and was sued by NADA. Scout has spent $2 billion on Scout and are being sued by the NADA, not allowing them to sell cars in states like California. Scout. We saw Tesla try and be sued out, and they only won because they had enough money. So first off, I don't think the general rule of thumb is the people that hold the power should be, they don't even want to do it anyway. I believe let's just make it legal. And if they truly don't want to deal with it, then they won't deal with it. But we've seen options for manufacturers to try to say that they want to. But I think the general rule of thumb is we should allow businesses, if they want to try, they can. If they don't want to try, they don't want to try. But get rid of franchise laws and we'll see what happens, right? If nobody tries and every manufacturer does it. But I'm hard pressed to believe like a Mazda, a Kia, or a Hyundai wouldn't jump in and try to get a competitive edge by doing direct to consumer, because they understand that so many people hate the dealership model. Why not try to recreate, that direct to consumer experience? But one second,
that's under the assumption that the manufacturers that you're speaking of in the masses would be able to produce a better experience. And we don't know that, because if you deal with the manufacturer from a franchisee, it's not the greatest experience all the time. It's this way, like you said, or no way. So they have their constraints as well of what they allow us to do. And so they are the big baller in this whole market. They tell you what you're able to do and what you're not able to do. So they are controlling. So I don't know that they'd be able to give a better consumer experience. And that's something, like you said, that would either fall on its face or it wouldn't. And then who's left to pick up the pieces, right? We are. So I'm not disagreeing with you that we shouldn't have the power to do that. I'm not disagreeing with that. Yeah. Anybody should be able to do anything they want, but I can't buy a Chick-fil-A. I don't care how much money I have. And we don't beat up Chick-fil-A. We stand in drones in drive-thrus and wait forever. But you cannot physically just buy a Chick-fil-A. Their motto is you have to work your way into the organization. You have to be approved to be there. And after a certain period of time, you can manage a Chick-fil-A. And it works. What's the profit?
And I let you cut me off, so I'm going to finish with the points I was making because I don't want to keep going down go through. So manufacturers, what we're talking about a lot is you are making decisions on what you believe the manufacturer would do. It's insane to me that we, as people that aren't running that business, are making decisions for that business. That business should be able to make decisions, and you're right. They should have the option to fall on their face if they fail, or they should have the option to do this. I'm not saying that Tommy from that knows nobody should be able to open or buy a franchise. That's what I'm saying. But I believe that Toyota should have the opportunity. And if they fall on their face and people hate the experience, they'll go crying back to dealerships. But this idea that the manufacturer is going to jump in, ruin everything, and then just dip out, I think is insane. But I also want to touch on the other thing that you touched on, which is you said, people have been doing this before. And you mentioned people really talking about lead sources, like, for example, cars.com, TrueCar, for example. And one of the biggest differences, and you kind of a little jab at delivered, which is fine. You said one of the differences is dealerships paid to be in that program. And the reason why TrueCar, one of the reasons why they failed in the early 90s is their customers were not customers. Their customers were dealerships. They were taking money, bird dogs, from dealerships, and that had the controlling force. They had to make dealerships happy, otherwise they ceased to exist. When you're taking money from dealerships, customers are no longer your client, dealerships are. So you're trying to appeal to dealerships in order to use your service. It's the same thing with CarEdge right now. CarEdge, was only charging the consumers money, but they haven't been able to make as much money. So they're now taking $3,000 for every dealer who wants to join their network. And they're doing the same thing TrueCar is, but it's costing them $3,000 to be on their list and get leads and be an A+ dealer on their network. And for me, the second I believe that I take money from a dealer, I'm no longer having a client as a customer. And I think that's the biggest difference that I've done compared to everybody else. As I've said, F everybody else, the client is my customer. It's the only person I work for. I don't take a dime from anybody else. It doesn't matter. I could be 10 times more profitable if I started taking money from dealerships tomorrow. I would be, I could just ditch consumers tomorrow and said, I'm going to build an entire training course on just the dealership side and teach and sell leads and do all this. That would be a more profitable business, but it wouldn't help the mission, right? And I think a lot of people get blinded by greed in this industry. And it's one of the reasons why TrueCar failed. In the 90s, they got sued. And one of the reasons why they got sued and couldn't have an edge to fight was because all of their dealerships were leaving and they had to kind of bow down to them because the dealerships were their model. So they settled in court rather than being able to fight it. And they didn't have a leg to stand on, not because they didn't have a case, but because they were upsetting so many dealers. So when you're looking at cars.com or TrueCar, I believe those people are working for the dealer. That's what they are. They're not working for the consumer. For me, I'm negotiating every deal by hand for the consumer and trying to find them the best deal. And I would argue that I can't find a TrueCar deal that is better than what a delivered deal is. I would be hard pressed for somebody to show me a deal that's better on TrueCar or cars.com that is a paid lead source versus a delivered deal.
I don't disagree. And here's the other point that I'll agree with. When you are giving a one-on-one service to a consumer, right? Look, whether you're a general manager, a dealer, if we come out to talk to a consumer, would you agree, for most of the part, that it's probably a different experience because we look at the whole picture instead of the individual picture? I say that to say, yeah, the profit on one customer sometimes is the only focus of a sales manager and down, right? They're just worried about that one deal. Pay plans definitely dictate, which I am going through that right now. When your pay plan is directly a resolve of profit, and that's the only driver, you sometimes will kick people out. You sometimes won't sell a car or you won't take care of a consumer. And we'll talk about it in the dealership in the sales tower later about how bad the customer was, right? We beat them up. When you come into play and I feel like you're taking care of me, because that is what you've created. You've created a great network for, I feel like when I call you, right, I'm dealing with who I need to deal with, or one of your associates as well. Same thing. I'm not just saying you personally. But there is a draw that if I am dealing with just you, I do feel different than if I'm dealing with one of your other clientele, salespeople, or whatever, right? So I believe that is what's created what your whole difference, like you said, against TrueCar. One thing I would say, though, is you don't take any money from the dealership, but there are other revenue sources that you have based off of what you've created. Right?
What do you,
we agree to that.
Tell me what you mean exactly.
Well, social media pays you, right? Advertisement pays you, all the things that you post. You get a revenue from YouTube and Shorts and TikToks, right?
Yeah. YouTube pays me to be on their platform, but I don't take like ad deals, right? Like, so I'm not running an ad.
No, but the ads.
But they do pay me for rev, 100%.
Yeah,
but
right. So it's not you're what I'm saying is your livelihood is not just based off of the $1,000 that people pay you.
Yeah, but
now in the beginning,
you're talking about $3,000 to $4,000 on TikTok compared to $400,000 I made last month in the business. Like in the grand scheme of things, if TikTok money went away tomorrow.
I don't think it's 3,000 or 4,000 on YouTube and TikTok, but I'll let you be with that. But anyway, what I'm saying is, out of it, you've created other things. It organically happened because you used the platform, right, to get the word out. I'm not beating you. I'm not saying anything's wrong with it. I'm just saying it is what it is. Okay. It's what it's supposed to be for you. I also have problems with people who use the dealership while they were at it, and I won't mention any names, to create a social media to create that so they have now an income stream and then abandon the dealership. I don't think that's the right way to do it. You didn't do it that way. You were separated from the dealership before you came up with this idea. I believe the whole concept that we do share together is that a consumer, no matter what you're selling, no matter what you're buying, no matter what you're doing, should be treated in a way that they matter.
Yeah, and
And
I just want
historically,
to why I have it up here. I'm going to show on the screen right now. This is my year-to-date TikTok income.
I'm
So
not
I made
asking you to show your income. Why are you
no, but I
taking
want
it?
to. But you said you want to challenge me. That's 3 to 4. I made
Well, I'm
$20,000
just
this
saying you
year.
do make money on it. It is what it is. I'm
Correct,
not
but
saying
like
it's
if we're talking
more
about the
or
grand
less,
scheme of things, if we're talking about it, I could make a lot more money on social media. I got offered $20,000 to do a 30-second ad for Lucid.
I understand.
Right?
I'm not saying you're selling your soul to the devil, but as you continue to build your social media, I don't know how many followers you have now, but once you start to double and triple that, the income stream will be more. You don't have to take an ad deal to get it. It will be more.
Yeah,
Can we agree on that? That it will go up.
Yeah, sure. I mean, in theory, that
I'm just saying I didn't want you to get across to everyone that's listening that you only make money based off of negotiated car deals. That's not how you only make
but I want to be super clear. When I'm posting a video, as long as I'm posting a video over 1 minute or 8 minutes on YouTube, I get paid on that. There's no requirement other than me. I can make a video saying dealerships are amazing or dealerships suck. The
I'm not
ads just
saying
run
they're
on
stream. They're
but
telling
like,
you what content to post.
but again, so like I'm confused on like the relevancy of me posting videos.
I was just saying that you said your only means of income was the company that you created, and that's not accurate. That's all I was saying.
Yeah,
like
but like if I'm
in it
taking
is
money
being
from
transparent.
dealerships, right? Now I have a
I didn't
clientele
say
to
you
serve.
took money from dealerships.
No, but Ken, what I'm saying is if I'm taking money from dealerships, and that's what I'm pointing out,
then
I have to make them
important.
happy. I don't have to make YouTube or TikTok happy. I just have to post on their
Nope.
platform, no matter what. If I make get ready with me content,
but
I
you're
would still
saying
get
that
paid.
now, Tommy. But that's not what you said. You said your only mean of income was the dollars that you charge consumers, and all I was saying is that's not accurate. I don't know why you're so defensive over that you do get paid. I'm not saying I wasn't saying it in that way. I was just saying that that's not the only stream of income that you have.
Yeah, the idea that it was a conflict of interest. So when
I didn't say that.
But 1 second, Ken, stop cutting me off because I'm not cutting you off. But the idea why I was saying I don't take any money from anybody else is so I don't have a conflict of interest. For example,
I agree with you.
But once Ken, let me finish, man. You don't have to keep cutting me off. Like for example, if I took I had a $20,000 offer to make a 30-second TikTok for Lucid. I said no because it would be a conflict of interest, right? Me posting on a platform that is paying me just to be on the platform, I have no conflict of interest. If I take money from a dealer, I have a conflict of interest. What Car Edge is doing, for example, is they're taking money from consumers and taking money from dealerships. It's a conflict of interest. Me just being on a platform getting paid that, I've showed my income. I'm not afraid to show my income. I make more money on YouTube. We also pay editors, we pay producers, but I make more money on YouTube than TikTok. But that being said, I don't have a conflict of interest because I make more money there. Because I'm like, that doesn't change the way I do business, right? That is what I was saying, and I want to be clear on that. So taking money from your competition or somebody else, if I was taking bird dogs from a dealer, all of a sudden I have a conflict of interest.
I'm not saying that we pay you to do what you did. I never said that. I just stated that there are other streams of income that you can make doing what you do. That's it. I'm not saying you're doing it wrong. I'm not saying we're intimidating or giving you $500 back when you sell a car, because then you would be devaluing what you said is the most important. I agreed with you that the most important thing is the consumer, the client that comes to you.
Ken, what are you trying to like saying that I make money from the YouTube and make money from TikTok? Like, what's the point?
I'm not saying anything about it. I don't know why you're attacking me over what I said.
Because you're making a point that I'm making money on that way, and like again, you have to have a reason why. Why bring it up at all?
No, actually, what I said, if you would have listened, is you're doing it in a way that the people that I was upset with did it, that I did not like, and I said you didn't do it that way. People who use social media to have a brand while they're actually working for someone else and then capitalize on that is what I said. I have a problem, and then they leave the dealership. What I said is you didn't do that. You actually built something after you had already left the dealership, and you built it to take care of a client, and you have a revenue stream, which I'm not upset about, that is built based off of what you're doing with a client. That's all I said.
Sure.
I'm not saying it in a negative way. I don't know why you took it in a negative way, but there are others who built a social platform while working for another employer and then left that employer. That's the people I said I had a problem with.
Yeah, I mean,
not you.
I wouldn't disagree with those people either. As long as the employer allowed it to happen, that's on them, right? Like that's the
But they
employer's
didn't
choice
do
to
it
make.
thinking you were leaving. Hey, that's a whole nother subject. All I'm saying is your business model of taking care of a client and taking the ease. Look, it is simple. And if you called me, and I think you saw what I'm eventually going to do, I'd open up the conversation for that, not announcing it. But if you saw what I do and what I'm getting ready to do, I'd welcome it. Because to me, I do have to play the chase game. And if you're going to sell 50 or 60 of the manufacturer of cars that I have, hey, man, I'll sell them all. I mean, it's pretty simple, right? And be able to handle a client in a way that you're looking to do. We align that way. That I do see that taking care of the consumer will pay off dividends at some point, right? It may not be the first deal or the second deal or the third deal, but I've been in this 30 years. I have people that call me, like you may have one day, that are buying washing machines. I don't sell washing machines, but we built a trust over the years that they don't trust the guy selling or girl selling the washing machine. So anything in sales can always create that anxiety. And so I set them at ease, right? The same way that you do for the consumer. All the other point that I was trying to get was that when someone talks to you and they feel that you're the one doing it for them, it brings a different level of easement than it does someone who's working for you.
I disagree.
That's what you're supposed to do. So this continues, but I
No,
would think that
like
people would
what
understand
proof?
that.
Like you are saying this is a complete
I
outsider.
don't have
What
any proof, but if I'm going to deal with someone, I'm going to deal with you. It's just that simple. I don't know.
Why?
You started it, and I want to talk to you.
When you buy a
Because
phone from Apple, are you
of
mad that you didn't buy one from
into
Tim Cook?
The same way when you walk into a dealership and you want to talk to a general manager or you want to talk to a sales manager and not a salesperson. If you did a poll with regular consumers of who they would rather talk to, they're going to say you. That's not a negative thing. I'm just saying that that's the way it works.
Yeah,
So
but again, you're making a bold
Yes.
assumption versus off of any.
I'm telling you to run a poll on your own one day and find out for yourself.
We 1,000% have done that to the point where our clients have a better satisfaction. They're getting better deals and getting better service when I'm not involved. When you're doing 400 deals, again, people aren't mad when they buy an Apple. 1 second, Ken. People aren't mad that when they buy an iPhone that they're not talking to Tim Cook, right? They're not like, damn, I wish I could talk.
That's impossible, because that's not even a good analogy. We're talking about dealerships here. We're talking about car dealerships. We're not talking about Apple.
But we're talking about the person that markets the company 1,000%. No. Like people are okay. They understand that there's a business that runs it, right? Like this is a certain part where I was terrified. And if this was a year ago, I would agree with you, right? I'd be like, you know what? People only want to work with me. I learned really quick when I was able to just step back and say, okay, I'm going to allow my team to run this thing. And we got to the point where we had the highest satisfaction we've ever had last month while having a record-breaking month. And I didn't have to negotiate 60% of the deals.
Because you built it into a business. But you just said when you started, people would rather talk to you.
No, I felt like they would rather talk to me because that's what most founders
they probably would.
No, because that's what most founders, one of the biggest mistakes
I don't
founders
understand
make.
why you won't even let me agree with what you say. You combat when I agree with you. It's
because
crazy.
you're saying you're making assumptions with zero proof that people would rather talk to me.
You just said it was the truth.
No,
you felt that way.
No, I felt that way, and then I realized I was wrong.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I felt that way because as most founders owning a company, you believe you're the most important person in the room every step of the way. I believe I needed to be the founder. I needed to be the CEO.
No, that's not what I said.
Correct. But that's what you feel as a founder. Then you realize really quick, for you to be effective and really change an industry and build a company, you have to take a step back and allow people to be experts at things. And my team does a better job at that.
That's what happens. But understand, if Tommy never started this company, it wouldn't be successful.
Well, correct, but that you're talking about founding versus scale.
I said once you scaled it, you can't do it. It's impossible. If you never wanted to scale it, you just wanted to handle a 50 or 60 that you can do on your own, then that's different. But there was a point when consumers called because of you. And they
still call for me, just like people called because of Steve Jobs, right? Like this idea that people call for the founders and the mission, but they understand that they're not always like people are okay.
I don't know about mission, Tommy. We're not. I just think that you're associating that the associates that you have are well trained and professional. I don't disagree. I'm sure they're exceptional. I'm sure they're wonderful. But let's understand, we're not negotiating a high price deal. The deal is what the deal is when you call the store and you say, hey, I'm calling from delivered. Will you sell it again for this? You've done enough deals that you already know where your people can call, who they can call in that market, and what probably the price is, the 8% off of a Toyota, whatever it is. So it's a business model that you created that you're now teaching and empowering others to do. I do understand that. But let me say this. If an Apple customer could call Steve Jobs to buy their iPhone, they would rather do that. That's all I said.
And
if
I
they
disagree.
could call you, they'd rather call you. That's all I said. You have to, at some point, take pride and take a compliment that it's okay that I'm right. That, yes, I get it. It was me. I built it. Now I scaled it, and I can't do it that way. I'm giving you a compliment. It's okay not to combat that.
This is the problem is the second any founder believes that everybody wants to talk to me, you're putting zero value in what your team's building, and the culture you're building with your team is insane. My team, when I have one person that all they do is meet with my clients, and they spend 40 hours a week just being an expert at meeting with my clients and setting proper expectations. No matter what world there's going to be, I am never going to be better at that person because they're spending all of their time mastering that while I'm doing 98 things as a founder. And again, this is why the experience is the way it is. Why people love the delivered process is people understand they're not going to talk to me, right? Like that's okay. And if they need to talk to me, I'm willing to jump on the phone. But like people, 95% of our customers aren't going in saying, I'd rather deal with Tommy. There's a 5% sure, but you're talking about the minority of people that we are able to give a better experience by saying, hey, you know what? We don't deal with Tommy. Tommy's the face. You know, it's just, again, it's this weird thing where you're trying to, again, you're talking about founder versus scale.
First of all, I think it's kind of funny you're comparing, you can't compare what you have and what you do. It's a great business, but you can't compare that role to a Steve Jobs or anyone in that realm. Like, it's not the same thing. So
why? We're both founders. Why can I not look up and talk to about a founder? All I'm trying
to do is give you a compliment, and I guess you just can't take one. So we'll move past that.
No. Why can't I compare myself and fight? I'm trying to change a multi-trillion-dollar industry, and we've done a great job with $0 ad spend in the first 3 years.
Steve Jobs didn't change an industry; he created it.
He 1,000% changed the smartphone industry. Are we kidding me? He literally changed the smartphone industry.
We're not just talking about the smartphone. I said Steve Jobs created an industry.
He did not create an industry. The BlackBerry was existing long before the iPhone. The smartphone was there before Steve Jobs.
Okay. You just like to debate, and we'll debate that at some point. You're not changing an industry. You're changing the way a consumer is able to be in the industry. The industry still exists. It still exists. You're not changing it. All you're doing is changing the way a consumer can go about the industry.
I'm changing the way people buy cars. Correct.
That's what I just said. You're changing the way a consumer goes about.
Which is changing an industry.
How is it changing an industry?
So if consumers stop
talking, it's been around forever.
So if let's just say to tomorrow, everybody uses delivered and nobody starts with a dealership.
Well, that's not going to happen.
But again, now you are again telling another business what is or isn't going to happen.
Well, I'm telling you it's not going to happen. If you want me to call you tomorrow to tell you it didn't happen, I'll call you tomorrow.
Sure, you can look at this in 5 years.
But your analogy is ridiculous because that's not going to happen.
Realistically, when Steve Jobs said he was going to make when he was going to make an iPhone that was going to have a touchtouchscreen, do you not think you heard the same thing? I'm just
saying, as far as your statement of tomorrow, it's not going to happen.
I didn't say tomorrow. I didn't say tomorrow. Again, I said I'm changing the industry. I didn't say I was going to do it
tomorrow, Tommy. Do you record your conversations?
Yes, they're all recorded. I didn't say I'm doing it in 24 hours.
You said tomorrow. You said if the industry, you said if no one bought a car other than using delivered tomorrow, it's not going to happen.
I said if. You can. I said if that happens, the industry would change, right? Like if everybody used delivered and nobody used dealerships, the industry would change if that happened. I didn't say that is going to happen tomorrow. Ken, that's insane that I would even insinuate that. But again, you were saying I'm not changing an industry.
So you can hear that you said tomorrow.
Again, I am saying if, because you said I'm not changing an industry. Are there other phones
on the market other than what was created by Steve Jobs?
Correct, but he paved the way of the smartphone. Before it was the BlackBerry.
I
Look at the BlackBerry.
Agree that what you're doing is exceptional. I think it's fantastic. But you're not changing the industry other than the way a consumer goes about purchasing something in that industry. That's what
So
you're
how is that
changing.
not changing an industry?
Because it's been around forever.
That doesn't. So again, the phone had been around forever, but Steve Jobs reinvented the idea of the phone.
Because you have to operate under the idea to continue this to work that you're changing the industry. It's not enough for you, I guess, to just say that you're connecting people in a better way. Because if I'm not mistaken, the whole model is that you're saving people time, and that the anxiety of going into a dealership because they're doing it wrong, I guess, is what your company changed. But that's not changing the auto industry. It's changing the way a consumer's perception of they don't like to do it. They don't have the time to do it, right? You're giving them all that back. And they don't like the anxiety of having to negotiate for themselves.
So
But the car industry is still the car industry. You still got to do it the same way.
You don't have to do it the same way. If consumers don't ever have to deal with the dealership at all, and they're able to skip that process, that is reinventing the way we buy cars. Just as if Toyota was able to do direct to consumer tomorrow, that would be changing the industry. That would be a monumental
Let me ask
thing.
you a question. When the paperwork is sent to the consumer, does it have delivered dealership's name on it? Or does it
No,
have
not
the
at all.
dealership's name on it? So does it have the dealership's name on it?
Sure, yeah, they are the
So do they
paperwork
still
holder.
buy it from the car dealership?
Sure.
Okay. So you didn't change the industry because we still sold it to the consumer. Do we still report the car in the consumer's name or your name?
Consumer's name.
Okay. So we still sold the car to consumer. It's just a different way they arrived to our dealership. But
Correct.
we still sold it to them.
Correct.
Okay.
You
So
now
just
become
changed the
you are
way
now
the
a
consumer
manufacturing
got to the
source,
dealership.
not the main source of sale.
That's great, but you still changed the way the consumer got to the dealership. But
See,
we sold it.
the consumer now has a better overall experience.
But we still sold it to them.
Sure,
The
if that
place
makes you
they
feel
didn't want to go, we still sold it, right?
at whatever cost made sense to the market, and the consumer has a better overall
Wonderful.
experience.
I love it.
Then
I'll do
that's
50 a
fine.
month. All you got to do is call me.
Sure, that's totally. I get if that's what you're trying to do, but consumers are going to feel like the industry's changed, man.
The people that dealt with you feel like it changed. 400 a month. Those
No,
people.
again, I'm talking about if millions of Americans are now doing that, not 400 a month. I'm saying, again, that is our goal. So you're talking about what our goal is, what our mission is. My goal is not just to profit off this industry, Ken. My goal is to change this industry so I cease to exist or the industry is fixed.
But you're on the side that has to say it's broken.
I don't
You
have to say
it's broken.
But
yeah, you do. You
why,
have to
why is
say
it
it's
why
broken.
is it not broken? 70% of people do not enjoy buying a car. 7% of people trust a car salesman. People do not like the car industry right now. It's broken.
Is there another industry that people don't like?
There's plenty, but car sales is on the bottom for the most trustworthy behind Congress and behind telemarketers.
I think attorneys are
no, if you go look at
attorneys.
any report, the lowest three are going to be.
Because we did create, I'm not disagreeing with you, we created that, and still creating that perception to the consumer population. I don't disagree with you. There are a lot of bad dealers, a lot of bad salespeople, a lot of bad people. I don't disagree. I never said that there wasn't a need for what you're doing. I think there is. And I think that if you can share, listen, I appreciate that it's easier for me as well. When you call a store, your people call a store, like someone said earlier, I know I sold a car. Great. I'll take as many of them as you want to give me. Mm-hmm. I'm appreciating what you do. But I don't like being lumped in to the fact that all car dealership people do it wrong.
Well, you admitted earlier that I've never once said that. That's not how I advertise.
I know. I'm saying I'm saying that I don't like that. But the
Ken,
industry,
why bring up the point? You've admitted that I don't do that.
The industry in itself, from a consumer standpoint, is that we're all wrong. We're all bad. You have to agree to that. That's what the consumer thinks. All car dealerships are that. Look, the FTC just sent out. I know you have a copy of the dealerships that are doing it wrong, and they're big conglomerate dealerships that are doing it wrong.
And there's
the perception of the consumer.
Again, if the majority of dealerships are doing something generally wrong and consumers do not like the process, then yes, they're going to assume. If I walk into a bar and I get punched in the face 9 days in a row, the 10th day I'm going to assume I'm going to get punched in the face and I'm going to be a little apprehensive.
I get it. That's where I think you filled that gap. I'm not saying what you're doing is wrong. I'm not saying that what you're doing you shouldn't be doing. I'm saying that it's working. But
I
I'm
don't
on the
understand what your
side
point.
that's saying I'm more than happy to sell the car to your clientele base in the way that you're asking it to be sold.
Okay, that's
That's
great.
what I'm saying.
That's great, but I like I said, I'm confused where the point is going. You're just glazing how awesome my business is now. I'm just confused.
And there is a need for what you do at the way you do it. It's always going to be. My point is that not all dealerships do it wrong.
And I've never said
They may
that.
not do it 100% right, and there's things that you don't do right as well. Someone's going to fill out surveys somewhere. The bigger you get, the more you do it. It is what it is. We all have to fight that at some point. But the industry in itself, with the demanding need to make X number of dollars, like you said earlier, but the manufacturer demands how we have to have buildings, what we got to pay for. People think that there's, the regular consumer would think in a Toyota, in a Lexus, or in a Chevy that, we make $15,000 every time we sell one, which I think you've opened the eyes to be able to tell people that's not the case. You've shown that that's not reality. But there is money, or nobody would own a franchise. If you're not going to do it to make money, just like you wouldn't do it. So it's okay to justify to some people that we treat you bad because we make money. What I'm saying is I don't do that. I don't say that. Or we're not making money, we're going to treat you bad. But there's other industries that do that as well. It's not just the auto industry. The unfortunate thing is there has been years and years and years where we deserve that title because we did it. COVID was 2 of the years where we deserve everything that came out of it. We charged X number of dollars over, but the science and the reasoning behind that is we had a dealership and clientele that worked for us that we had to keep going. And that was the only way to do it. Was it right? No. But what we did learn in there is
but it wasn't the only way. You
more.
can't say that in the same token that it was the only way to do it. COVID was the most profitable time the dealerships have ever seen.
Let me say this.
They took
did
advantage of consumers and made more profit than they ever had.
We made tons of profit. But we didn't make money on fixed income. We made it in the variable, which is totally different than it's ever been. However, we didn't force anybody to come in and pay $10,000 over sticker.
So
we didn't force them to do it.
Yes, but you took advantage of people who needed a car.
I didn't take advantage of them.
If you have a car accident and your car's totaled, you need a car, Ken. Let's not act like people don't buy a car because they need a car.
And what about the people that didn't have that scenario and had a trade-in and
they
we paid
had
$10,000
no
more than
alternative,
MSRP?
Ken. This is why the people get mad at the dealership. They didn't have the option to go to the manufacturer.
Everybody had an alternative. They didn't have to buy anything.
So the option is
People
buy from Ken or buy nothing
nobody
at all.
Was going to work.
Ken is the
delusional?
gangster that everybody can buy, or you can buy nothing at all.
That everybody wasn't going to work, that people were at home during those years?
I understand what went down during COVID, but they had an option.
What we don't realize is that the manufacturer was charging us every month. MSR invoices were going up 3, 5, 6. They were making money, greedy money as well. And some stores closed during those times because.
And there was also manufacturers that shut it down, like Ford, that was trying to sell cars on their own because they were charging $10,000-$20,000 of markup on the Lightning.
Yeah, because they were greedy and they wanted all the money.
No, they wanted to be able to stop dealers from charging markup.
But they didn't stop the dealer from having to pay what they asked us to pay for the car.
Because cost of everything went up. Yes, manufacturers.
That's what we try to tell the consumer. They shrunk the profit.
Manufacturers made more money, dealerships made more money, but the idea behind it is super simple, is dealerships, when had the opportunity, took advantage of customers. And when that opportunity existed, they were able to abuse it. And now you're going to have to deal with the repercussions. You can't have moments where things are rough, Ken, and all of a sudden you're like, you know what, we're the good guy, we'll do everything. But when the going gets tough, dealership opportunity had a world to say, you know what, things are rough right now, but we're just going to charge a fair profit, call it a day.
You're saying exactly what you didn't allow me to say, and there's no basis for that. We're not now dealing with it. We are dealing with it. We're giving cars away again. You've seen it on your side. We'll give them away. New cars people will give away. They'll lose money to sell them. Everybody wins.
Again, why not allow? Again, the reason why consumers are mad right now is they don't have another option. Ken, in your eyes, it is buy a car from me. One second, Ken. In your eyes, if I want to buy a Ford, whatever you sell, it doesn't matter. If I buy a car from Ken or I don't get to buy one at all, and you like it or love it, that's my life. It's why can't I just buy one from Ford if I want that option?
Because Ford doesn't have the infrastructure or the ability to make that happen.
You are making that decision because of franchise
I don't
laws.
work for Ford. I just want to get that out so nobody thinks.
Again,
but
franchise laws have made it so we can't
matter.
do that. No, it does
we
matter.
didn't write the
You can't say
franchise
they
laws.
can't. They don't want to do it when you don't allow them to do it.
But did we write the franchise laws?
It's like going to the 1920s and saying women
Can you
didn't.
answer the question?
Women didn't want to vote. They really just
Who
didn't.
wrote the franchise
They didn't
laws,
want
Tom?
it. In the
Who
end, we're
wrote the
doing a
franchise
favor by
laws?
making sure women don't have to vote.
You can't
Honestly,
answer the question.
it's such a burden owning property and doing all
Who
these things.
wrote
It
the
sucks
franchise
to me.
laws?
Honest, like this is what you're saying. Like when you were in
I'm
power
saying
by
who wrote the franchise laws?
the state governments from
Oh, okay,
pressure
well, yell at them.
from
The car dealer didn't write the
NADA.
franchise laws.
Lobbyist groups controlled it.
The car dealer didn't write the franchise laws. Is that
Yes,
fact
but
or
their
fiction?
money did.
No, fact or fiction?
Their money did.
You're not answering the question. You just dance around the question so it appeases
No,
what you
there-
want your audience
let's
to hear.
let's let,
Just
you want to use
answer the
okay. Let's use
question.
no. Let's Ken. Let's use examples. For
Just say
example,
yes or no. I'm
they
not
did
saying an example.
You're
Did the
trying-
franchise laws, were they written by the car dealerships?
heavily influenced but not written.
That's not what I asked you. Can you answer a direct question?
They can't write a law, correct, Ken?
So no. Okay, we don't have anything else to talk about. You want to argue and yell at the congressmen and the senators? Go yell at them, but we didn't write them.
Yeah,
We're just
so if I
operating-
give this, if I
We're
give the governor
operating
of
under what
Florida
they wrote.
$2 million
We're operating what they wrote.
and they end up banning the idea of selling direct to consumer after a $2 million donation to your campaign,
There's nothing I can do.
that is called
It
lobbying.
happens every day in this world.
Yes,
There's
and
nothing
it's
I can
not
do
right.
about that. I didn't write the laws, Tommy.
But you
I'm just
used your
abiding by
money
it.
to make it happen.
Well, they're not using my money because I don't
The
have what they
NADA
need,
used their money to make it happen.
100%. So yell at them.
Which is what I'm doing.
No, you're yelling at the independent dealer. You're not. You're yelling
You're
at
the
one
one
franchise
defending
person.
them.
You're not yelling at the masses.
I am yelling at the
And
masses. We have thousands of people watching this right now that
when
are
were
seeing.
those laws written?
The one recently in Florida was what, 3 years ago, 4 years ago?
Yeah, but the other franchise laws. There's different states, right? I know you're familiar with
So
some
banning
states,
Teslas happened over the last 20 years. Michigan made it so they couldn't sell cars and literally added one word with a few $1 million donation from the NADA to make it so Tesla couldn't sell in Michigan.
Well, I mean,
one word
politicians
was
have been
added
getting
to ban them
greased
out.
to do other things too that affect other industries. I mean, healthcare is one, right? We could argue that as well. All
Again,
I want at
I'm
this point-
disagreeing with all lobbying. All lobbying is bad. My
I
money
don't
should not
disagree with
dictate
you.
laws.
Hey, let everybody have it. I'm with you. Well, I'm all for saying let Ford sell direct to consumer and see if it works. I'm all for it. I'm not fighting it. At my age right now, I'd love to see it. I don't think we ever will, but I'd love to see how it worked. And you wouldn't exist then,
Correct.
like you said, right? So you'd have to find something else to find a flaw in.
And as
I'm
you
sure
said, there's
already know
many
what
of
that
other
industry
problems
is.
in the world.
Yeah, that's what I just said. I'm sure there's many others you could attack, right? The only last thing that I want to ask about is, I think you said earlier that you hired an 80 or 100 car a month salesperson.
Yep.
I'm floored by that.
Why?
Well, we do know that the average commission, right, in this country, depending on the brand that he sold, can be.
Because last year he made
upwards of-
$450K. I understand where you're going, but last
Well,
last
if he
year
made 450K selling 80 cars a month, he worked at the wrong place, and I don't believe it.
What do you mean? He worked at Toyota.
450K selling 100 Toyotas a month?
Yeah, correct. That's what volume dealers do.
It is. The average commission in a volume dealer that I am aware of is around $600.
Yeah, but when you're on a pay plan where you're working that kind of volume as a fleet, you're not.
He was
You're
on
not
a
doing.
different pay plan. So he was an internet salesperson selling that number?
He built his own funnel through the internet. Correct.
Oh, okay,
built
he
an
didn't
entire-
actually sell the car. He actually set the appointments and the people coming
No,
in.
no.
So he was on he wasn't on a salesperson.
I need
pay
to need you to be very clear. He was not.
Please
He
do.
ended up building his own book of business, just like do you know Cody Carter is, for example. Similar concept to him.
plan.
Cody Carter built his own book of business, is now selling 150 to 200 cars a month. Same thing with this.
Right, but he's
not
doing
a
that
B.
based off of the number of leads that the dealership is
Ken, I
generating.
need you to listen here. Stop interrupting. He sold the car himself. He was not selling leads. He sold the car. He didn't have an assistant. He didn't do this. He took the internet deal in. He ended up selling the customer and selling them the car. He did everything. That's why he made 450K. No BDC is making 450K a year selling cars.
Yeah, but I'm saying a salesperson selling 80 to 100 cars should be making more. But
They're
that,
not
that is
making
what
more
it
than
is.
what kind of money do you think they're going to be making?
I don't know. What's 650 times 100?
Again, that's not how any volume dealer would pay.
I'm telling you, there's a volume. Just tell me what that number is.
Again, Cody Carter is another example that is making over
So
$1 million
100
a year
cars, so
selling a cars, but he sells
440 grand.
200.
That's 40,000 a month divided by 100 cars. What's that paying? My math's not good at
Again, you
57.
can't sell 80 to 100 cars making $600 of gross, which would mean you're
No,
grossing.
I'm asking. You said he made 440,000. So if he sold 100 cars a month, right? 440,000 is like 33 something a month. So that means he's making 300 a car. Sound right?
Roughly, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not okay. That's possible.
Yeah.
I've
So
always
again,
paying 300 to 400 a car, but you leave that to make 70 grand.
he's not making 70 grand.
Oh, I thought that's what someone said.
He took a
earlier, that it
huge
was
pay
70.
cut to be here, but 72K is what a starting role is at Delivered. For a senior role that we pay more, but again, he's not.
got it.
He took
Okay.
he took a severe pay cut to be here. But I
I
will tell
think
you,
that's what the comment was. Is someone posted that? Yeah, right. Someone would leave making 74 grand or whatever. So
he took
I don't think
hundreds of
they
thousands.
understood.
He
Like I
took
didn't
hundreds of
understand it.
thousands of dollars of pay cut. Correct. Hundreds
I get
of
that,
thousands of
but
dollars.
they do make more than the initial person you would hire. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, correct. But again,
Yeah.
selling cars, he was making 450 to 550 a year. He took a huge pay cut to be here in order to be part of the mission. But
Yeah,
again,
and
what's
I
your
think Cody,
point?
if I'm not mistaken, and I don't follow much of that, but Cody's moved around too. I think from store to stores, right?
Cody's been at Tustin for a long time, but I mean, before that, he was in Arizona. But I mean, he still had his own book of business for a while.
Yeah, I think he quit the industry for a little while too. If I'm not
No,
mistaken.
Cody didn't quit the industry.
I'm thinking of somebody else. So. Okay.
Yeah.
Look,
But
I
what's,
tied up way
what's your
too much
point?
of
Like,
your
what are you
time.
trying to make? What are you trying to make? Like, again, you make points.
The
Ken.
point's over. I think we made multiple points over this last hour or so.
I'm just confused. Why bring up one of my employees?
I think what Tommy, you just like to argue. I know it gets you views.
Ken, you literally said something about my employees and said that there was no way he did that. Questioned the amount of money he made, and now said, I'm not making a point.
I would imagine that this conversation is boosting your live because I'm not watching it, but the way you keep going at me to continue when I'm trying to hang up, I would imagine it's doing well. Now I'm all for doing this again, but at this point I have to leave, and I will leave with this.
Sure.
Your industry and what you've created will be here for a long time if we're waiting on the factory to take over and do it direct to consumer, which is a good thing for you. I think that's a positive thing. I think the people that are fighting what you're doing and not welcome you into their stores are stupid. That's what I will say. Although I don't always agree with the things that you say to generalize that everybody's bad or the consumer way they approach everybody.
Ken, this is the reason why we keep arguing is because you keep throwing that out even though you said I don't do that.
No,
like
no,
you
no,
try
no.
to.
I said the consumers think that.
No, you just said I don't agree with the things you say, including.
No, you did say that consumers. You said it just 15 minutes ago. That consumers say that the way they're treated in a dealership, they're not a fan of. That's what you said.
You're done. You're good. Man,
when you ranked us below attorneys and everybody else,
I didn't rank them.
Customer satisfaction. Did you forget that you said that?
I didn't rank them, Ken.
No, you ranked us, car dealers.
I did. I'm not the one that made the ranking, Ken.
Who made the ranking?
The Gallup poll.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. You read the rankings.
So I read piece of information and gave you that information, and that makes me the bad guy?
So why are you saying that what I said is wrong? I said that consumers' perception is that we all treat people wrong in the auto industry.
What do you say, Ken?
You're unbelievable, Tommy. You are right now, you are unbelievable. I am stating what you said, and now you're telling me I'm lying.
Again, you literally.
Yeah, now you just hang up on your platform because you don't like the way.
No, I haven't hung up on you, Ken. You're the one that's been trying to get off the phone. I'm letting you.
All I'm doing is restating what you said.
Ken,
about the
you
auto
can stay
industry.
on the phone as long as you want. You're the one that said
I
I was.
don't want to stay on anymore because now you put me in a place where I haven't been in a long time, and I'm upset. And I don't get upset.
Do you get upset when people call out you on your BS?
This conversation the way you want it to go. I don't give a damn what your people make. I was just stating what you said they made.
Ken, are you
And
just
you
do
don't like that
people
I'm
not
saying it.
No, Ken.
Why don't you like what they make? You wanted to be transparent. What does it matter what I'm saying? You tell people what you make.
Ken, if
What
I
does it
didn't, if I
matter
wanted
if
to
I'm
end this
repeating it?
conversation, I would have ended it an hour ago. I've let you speak and
Yeah.
I allow
You
you to
don't
cut
want to
me.
end it
Like
because
right
it's
now, you
going
cut
well
me
for
off
your
and I allow
company.
you to speak, even though you cut me off multiple times.
Yeah. You don't end it because whatever the behind the scenes looks like, I'm getting a whole lot of stuff for you. I already know it.
No,
'Cause
again,
no one's being as honest
Ken,
as
you
I'm
can't have
being.
it both ways. You can't say I'm not trying to end it, but I'm trying to end it. Like you
Okay,
can't
I'm
have
ready
both
to
ways.
end it. All you gotta do is hang up, Tommy. I appreciate the time.
Ken, I'm not hanging up. You can hang up all you want. Oh, go hung up. That was one of the craziest conversations that I've ever had. Mainly because the backtracking he kept doing. Now, again, correct me if I'm wrong, editor, anybody, but he said that I say that I don't agree with what you say. For example, all people are bad. Did he not say those exact words? Like he kept going back and forth. Like again, if you're gonna like, he was taking stabs at me and then acting like they were compliments. You're not gonna change an industry. You're not Steve Jobs. Again, I don't think I'm Steve Jobs, but I aspire to do what Steve Jobs did. Right? I aspire to do what people are changing the industry. Am I saying I'm as good and as talented as Steve Jobs? Absolutely are not. But do I have a goal to change an industry like Steve Jobs? A flippin' percent, 1,000%. We have other people, I think, that want to be on the phone. If you guys don't know, my name's Tommy. I negotiate car deals for a living. I own a company called Delivered. Today, we allow people that disagree to come on the live. We allowed Joe to talk. And was this Joe? What was his name? Sorry, not Joe. I forgot his name. I allowed him to talk for an hour. He cut me off more times than I can count. And there was only a certain point where it was Ken, where I started cutting him off. But I think it was super fair, the amount of time I gave him to talk. That's insane. That pissed me off. Oh my gosh. Get me on the debate stream, 30 years automotive, including. So if you want to be Ken, I guess. I don't think anybody aspires to be Ken in life. And just so we're clear, when we talk about Ryan, because I want to give Ryan took a huge pay cut to be here. And you might say, Tommy, why in the world would somebody take hundreds of thousands of dollars less money to work for your company? I'll be super clear on why Ryan did what he did. Ryan did a lot of deals with us. Ryan, we gave a sneak peek on what we were building, and Ryan made a business move. And Ryan has said this on live, so I'm not afraid to say this. Ryan put the bet that Delivered was going to change the industry so much that people were going to start using Delivered before they were going to use him. And he realized that his years as a car salesman making $450,000 to $550,000 a year was going to be limited. He thought, I might have 3 or 4 more years before Delivered ends up changing this industry. So I can jump in early and help them change it and hope for the best, or I can stay here and hope the industry doesn't change. Ryan took a huge risk doing this. No, Ryan doesn't have equity in the company. We pay him a salary. But again, Ryan, and again, all of our team takes that risk, but like Ryan, that's the reason why he took that pay cut, because he took that risk. He's starting early. He understands this. He's a close friend of mine. But I will tell you, Ryan does not have any equity in the company. I own 75% of the company. Emil owns 25% of the company. Sorry, Emil and Crystal, which are my brother and my sister-in-law own 25% total. So I own 75, they own 25. There's been talks about some employment stuff, but that's a whole different thing. But no. But yeah, like when it comes down to it, like that's the reason he took that risk, right? And in life, sometimes it's not about the money, right? He's willing to take a pay cut now. Ryan didn't get equity. He's not that bright. That's not true at all. I don't need to give equity to get good talent out. He knew that, right? Ryan is on track to make as much money as he made before, as long as he does what he needs to. Like Ryan knows that, like, hey, we're trying to change an industry. When we're trying to change an industry, like everybody will get taken care of in the grand scheme of things. And he took a risk on me, and I appreciate him. He's a good friend, and he's taking a risk, and here we are. Danny gets deals. Ryan will never make. I don't think so. I mean, I don't think you're right. Is what I'm saying. So like one of the things that we do at Delivered, so I want to be super clear because people don't understand how Delivered works, which is fine. Delivered, how we've built this company is super simple. When you start here at Delivered, you actually, after 90 days, you meet with our team and you tell me how much money you want to make. So if Ryan wants to make 450K or an employee wants to make 500K, and you tell me what role you're going to build and you build your value in this company. So there's no, you're a salesperson, then you go to a sales manager, then you go to a GM. That's all BS. I don't believe you build a company like that. I believe you hire smart people that are able to solve the company's problems, and that's what we do. So after 90 days, we literally sit down with you, and Slashley is a really good example. She was my executive assistant. After being my executive assistant, she was like, Tommy, I really like you, but realistically, I want to do something more. Okay, cool. How much money do you want to make? Okay, cool. I want to make this amount of money, and I want to be operations. I really enjoy that side of the business. Okay, cool. Let's build your game plan. So for 6-8 months, we built her game plan. We ended up giving her $40,000 in raises and bonuses. She'll make more this year, and now she's director of operations. She's built that role out, and again, she's making more. She's building that role. She's building more responsibility. She built a role that didn't exist. We have another person that is trying to build another role. We allow people to build the role they are, and as long as it makes sense to the business and we give them a path and it adds value, by all means, we're willing to pay you what we believe that's worth. And we had somebody that came on that said, hey, you know what? I want to make 500K a year. Okay, cool. Let me show you what that would look like and what we would need to get you to. And then she was like, I think I can handle all that. So, okay, cool. Let's find something else that you could do. What kind of value? Where do you want to be? And we had found a better number that made sense. And she's working towards that. And then next she'll work towards the $500,000 role. How can you pay your people so well? Everybody starts off at 72K a year, right? For anybody, it's a starting role, unless you have some seniority role, which has been like two or three people in the company. When we're looking at that, everybody starts off at that and then builds it out. And within 90 days, you can get a raise of some sort, right? Ryan didn't start at 72K. Ryan was a seniority person. He's not just a deal coordinator. But again, as long as you can prove that you can help the company and move it forward, that's the idea, right? As long as you've started the company, you say, okay, cool. Like we pay our employees and make them have a life where they can pick exactly how much money they make. They just have to add that much value. And we build them, like if anybody ever says, again, somebody's making 72K, walks into, just imagine if you're a car salesman and says, I want to make $500,000 a year salary. How many owners are going to look at you and say, are you stupid? No. Go sell more cars. Like that's how most owners are going to look at you, right? For us, we say, you want to make 500K? Let's get you there, right? Let me show you what Delivered would need. This sounds like unlimited PTO. He definitely is a good talker. I'll give him that. It would be different if people haven't already done it. Ashley proved immediately she's been able to do it. And again, within 6 months, she got a $10,000 raise. And after that, we gave her another $30,000 in raises and bonuses. So Ashley is a premium example of that. She built her role. She done it. We have other people on the team that are seeing it. There's a reason why people love to work at Delivered. We had somebody just come back from Delivered that used to work at Delivered a year ago that just came back because they wanted to come back and join the experience. Because we don't have stock options. Okay, so I'm going to call somebody else. Anonymous? You want me to call Anonymous? That's insane. Okay, I know we have some people ready. I'm going to go to the restroom real quick, and then we're going to call this. We have 10 days of PTO, and we allow a work from home anywhere basis. So like right now, we have an employee that just is going to Europe, and they're spending 3 weeks in Europe. We allow you to work in Europe. We allow you to do that and allow you to go through that. She wanted to work in Europe. Most companies would be like, are you crazy? We're not allowing you to. If you want to go to Cancun for 3 weeks and work, we allow you to. We've built a system to allow that to do. We have 10 days of PTO, though. Okay, I'm going to go to the restroom, and then we'll get Kenny Sells on here. Okay, guys? Double tap the screen. Tell your friends and family. Bada boom, bada bing. I'll be right back. Juliana's getting me some water. 3 weeks in Cancun. It's wherever you guys want to go. Ken was wrong. I think you lost viewers when he was here. I might have. I don't like. I had to see how active chat is. But like, I'm never. Okay, we got a lot of people. Can we like, as anonymous? Do we really want anonymous on here? I will trust you guys if you've vetted them. Yeah, I'm getting Kenny. Thank everybody, Juliana, for giving me water so I don't have to leave. Okay, we're good. Okay. Okay, so let's go through and get let's get Kenny Sells. Kenny Sells, TikTok extraordinaire, made some content. I heard he was talking some mad stuff. Oh, am I part in this? Okay, let's go through and... Sorry, I'm trying to find the number. I got distracted. Tommy, wait. Oh. Never mind. Tommy, wait. Who am I calling? Can I call somebody else? Do I call Jared? Sorry guys, I'm trying to figure this out. If you guys want to be on the stream, then you need to DM us on Instagram. So if you want to be on and have conversations, I'm open to that conversation. Okay, I'm calling Jared. Apparently, Kenny sells with a customer, and obviously that takes priority. I'm not taking people away from their income. I'm going to call Jared.
This is Jared.
Hey, Jared, it's Tommy from Delivered. How's it going?
Hey, what's up, Tommy? How are you?
Hey, man, I'm doing well. So I think you understand the idea of the live. You can disagree with me, argue with me, anything you want to say that you think that there's no rules. Obviously, you saw, if you didn't see what Ken did, you can go crazy if you want. You can be nice if you want. It doesn't matter. The floor is yours, Jared.
Awesome. Yeah, I definitely was listening to the tail end of that last conversation with that gentleman. That was pretty tough. So kudos to you for your patience. I guess for me, my biggest thing, I've been watching you for a while now. I've been a used car salesman for 10 years. And I have had multiple opportunities to go to new, and I always refuse because I feel like new and used are very different avenues. So I guess, like, first off, what's your opinion as far as what you do? I know for the most part, you only do new cars, correct?
Correct. Yeah. Used cars are a whole different monster. I think you're 1,000% right. A used car salesman and a new car salesman, a different beast.
Right. Okay. And I say that because, I mean, I'll sell new cars, but for the most part, I don't like to because I do believe there shouldn't be a whole lot of emotion involved. I believe if you're buying a new car, then it is, let's get the best deal, right? I mean, that's all there is to it. And I know where I work personally for Honda, I work at a Honda dealership. We sell about 500 new cars a month. And about 650 used, but the new cars we don't look to make a whole lot of money on. Obviously, everybody wants to make money, right? But at the end of the day, as far as the front end gross on the car, we expect to either take a hit or we'll hopefully break even. Maybe we can make it up on the back. Maybe we can make it on financing, something like that. But really the goal for us as a dealership to make our profit, to be honest, is going to be either in our service department. Hopefully if we treat you right and everything goes well, then you trust to bring your car back here and let our service department, service your vehicles and make money there. Or we get a trade and use cars. That's where we make our money. So I guess I don't really understand the pushback from so many new car salesmen that you talk to that feel like that's not an option. Or, I mean, I've only worked at one dealership for 10 years. So is that like not a common thing?
I mean, what I do is not a super common thing, but I think you nailed it on your head. I think every dealership is different. So what the general rule of thumb is, like a volume dealership like yours, like the math just kind of makes sense. Like we lose money on cars anyway. If we can get a volume person, lose some money, make that money elsewhere, it makes sense. I think the people who disagree with me are normally not from volume dealers. They don't understand how that game works, and they make their money by overcharging on the car and hoping people don't notice, and they don't buy a car from you guys. So I would say, that would probably be the people that are the loudest haters, or the people that aren't from volume dealership.
Okay. And then obviously like specialty vehicles, I guess for Honda, we got the Type R, right? The Type R is one of them where we really try not to lose money on them because we don't get very many of them as most Honda dealerships don't, you know. So it's like with those, I understand kind of holding your ground on some of that stuff, but aside from that, I mean, I guess it just doesn't make any sense. And I will say I completely agree with consumers dealing with you and paying $1,000 for you, even if you save them $500 on the car, not dealing with that process it makes sense to me. And I don't understand why more people don't adopt that thought process. I mean, it's, you know, as a car salesman, if I could sell new cars and just say, hey, let's make it about the bottom line, and I can drop, you know, 20 or 30 new cars a month and break even on them, I just don't understand it, because that's all it's about. It's about getting the trade and all that stuff.
I think that's you know, yeah, I use Ryan as an example, but that was how Ryan saw it, and they ended up doing like 30 deals a month with us, and it worked out great for him. But there's a lot of car salesmen that do see it that way. Like I said, I think there's a loud minority that are out there that say that we're horrible. This is why I have these debates, right? It's hard for me to like find people who disagree, right? Even you're here, you're like, okay, yeah, I don't understand why people don't like you. It's hard for me to find the people that disagree, because most people are like, oh yeah, like it's a loser deal, it makes sense, but it's in and out in 15 minutes. I don't have to spend much time with it, and it's just extra cash flow.
The only thing that I think that I might disagree with you on is you talk a lot about going to direct to consumer, and I think that majority of the time I understand why you say that, and it does make sense. But I also think on the other end of that, I do feel like salesmen do kind of have a role to play. I mean, I find, like I said, I do use cars for a different reason, but at the end of the day, I try to look at myself as kind of an advisor. So, you know, I build my book of business. I got loads of repeat referrals. That's where I try to make most of my money. But with that in new cars, you know, if somebody comes in and they buy a car from me, they have my cell phone number. It's on my card. Like anybody can get a hold of me at any time. I don't hide from anybody. So if they do need something in service, or if something does happen and they don't know what to do or where to go, I try to be that facilitator more than anything. Not that I can fix all their problems, but kind of to play that middleman in that role, to be their car guy, if you will, so that they can tell their people and sell more cars. So I think that's the only thing that I kind of disagree with you on. I think going to direct to consumer, you don't really have that. And I think it kind of creates that disconnect between the manufacturer, right, like Honda dealership, and just going to any Honda dealership, I guess. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and this is why I don't argue that dealerships should go away, right? I believe that they should be able to sell side by side, because I agree that I think there is a clientele that'll value having your phone number and being able to talk to you, but I also think there is a portion of the industry that just doesn't care. They don't need your number. They won't ever talk to you again, and you're just a means to an end. And again, I'm not saying you don't add value and consumers don't see value, but if consumers are willing to pay for that, that's great, but they should have the option to not pay for a salesperson. And like, if you opened your dealership tomorrow and I was like, hey, I can buy a car and I don't get the expertise, I don't get to work with you, Jared, at all, but I can just go buy the car, pay the price, call it a day, or I can work with Jared and pay $500 more, I think the majority of people, or a large percentage of people, would just be like, oh, I just don't need this car salesman, I don't want to pay $500 for that. Some people would.
And I guess that makes sense. I mean, basically what you're saying essentially is the used car equivalent of Carvana, right? I mean, There's a reason that Carvana kind of started really well, and then I feel like they're kind of petering out and they're not doing as well because, again, new and used are a different beast, right? You're buying a used car, you don't know what you're getting into. So that concept of Carvana in a new car setting essentially is kind of what you're advocating for, right?
Correct. Yeah. More. Yeah. And used cars, I think, will always be a dealership world. I don't think manufacturers want to be in that world. And like I said, I think competition is healthy. Carvana CarMax made it so the used car market was much more competitive than it was before Carvana CarMax, for example.
No, absolutely. It has to be for sure.
Yeah. So the second we give options to consumers, it's good.
Is there a reason you don't do used cars?
We used to do used cars, so every 6 months I audit our process. I audited it and I gave it a B-. I just wasn't happy with like for example, as you know, with used cars, sometimes you can save somebody thousands of dollars, sometimes you can save them $100. That doesn't mean they got the amount of money you save on a used car is irrelevant. It's the price you paid, and being able to give the client confidence that every single time they felt the value there wasn't there. We weren't able to explain the market well enough. There was not enough reports that I didn't like. I want to give somebody a market report saying, hey, these are the top 10 cars we sold. This is where your car. There's a lot more work I wanted to do, and I didn't want people to feel like, oh, well, the car was priced at $22,000, but you paid $23,000, but somehow that's a good deal. well, the dealership had 10 grand of add-ons that we're trying to sell on recon. We got them down 9 grand, but it's still priced 1 of 50 on the market. So there was a lot of things that I wanted to change. So we paused it. And then new cars ended up getting inflated like crazy. We started doing a lot more business, and I haven't been able to fix that part of the industry. So rather than taking money from people, funny enough, I actually refunded about $50,000 of people that were in line for used cars and just gave them their money back and said, you know what, if you want to wait, you can. Otherwise, we'll just refund your money. And we refunded about 50 grand worth of business because I wasn't confident that I was giving somebody an A+ experience. And if I'm not giving an A+ experience, I don't feel I should charge anybody for it. So we gave it, we that was earlier this year. We gave about $50,000 in refunds to people that were waiting on used cars. And we just haven't opened it up since.
Okay. Do you think your service as a whole and the idea of what you want your service to be, do you think that would be more beneficial in a used car market if you could find a way to make that work rather than new? Because again, I feel like new is literally just about price, right? I mean, there's 1,000 Accords and a 10-mile radius of me, right? You know what I'm saying? So it's all about getting the best price. Where used, it's a whole different beast. So I feel like that's a lot harder market to navigate, and somebody with expertise like yourself and your crew and everybody that you develop, don't you think that would be more beneficial over new? Is it just because it's too hard and murky? I guess I'm not trying to argue with it, but do you see what I'm saying?
No, yeah. So I think with used cars, for it to make sense, I would want to have a PPI guaranteed into the deal that delivered is offering no cost to the client, and I want to be able to give a really good market report so a client sees value. I think we're closer than we've ever been on redoing that process. We're just not there yet. And I'm super transparent. We have more business on new than we can handle. And by more than we can handle, we have a 2-week wait line just to start your deal, or 2 to 3 weeks. So because of that, it doesn't make sense for me to open used cars because now I'm just adding more. We're trying to fix this issue. We'll have this issue fixed in 2 weeks. We'll be back and caught up. And now I can start tackling that problem again. But we just hired 8 new people that have been through training over the last 3 months that are now kind of getting out of training and learning the role and learning the ropes. So we're now getting caught up. We're now getting to a better spot. But the Wall Street Journal kind of inflated our business in a good way. So.
Okay, that makes sense. And the only other thing I wanted to ask you, I guess, is, obviously you make a lot of your stuff that you watch and some of your TikTok shorts and the things that I watch and things are obviously you talking to salesmen and the way they react and bad publicity is good publicity, right? That kind of thing. And I totally understand that. Have you considered or tried to navigate past the salesperson and link up with specific dealers and just the actual dealerships themselves and say, hey, I sell 60 Accords a month. Can you just be my Accord guy and let's just move volume as far as the volume dealership goes, and just having that connection where you can navigate around the salesman and just get the deal done? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of managers that we work with. There's plenty of deals we do that. But the second you have relationships in that way and you rely on that, you end up starting working more for the dealer and trying to make them happy rather than trying to make your client happy. Do we have dealers that we do good volume with? Sure, absolutely. But in the end, like one of the requirements I have it delivered is we're always going to work and try to get with your local dealership. I think that's better for the client. It's better overall experience. It's better for the industry if you're working with your local dealership. So like that is something that, realistically, you might give me a great deal every single time. You're going to get presented every time. And I can tell a client you're great, but I'm also, if the local dealership matches your deal, the client might pick that local dealership. We're always giving our client options, right? That's the idea.
Makes sense. Well, sorry I didn't give you a whole lot of
No, you're good, man. It was a good conversation. I appreciate it.
Cool. Thanks, Tommy.
Hey, no problem. Bye.
See you.
Okay, so if you guys disagree, you guys want to be on, by all means, you guys can go through Instagram and DM me and say, hey, I disagree with you. Ideally, I like people that disagree with me, people that want to argue, that people want to debate. If you don't believe in something, like for example, I believe commission should be removed from the industry. I believe direct to consumer should exist. I believe the industry has a negative to the consumer. I have a few other things we can think of, but I'm going to get Kenny Sells on the phone. It looks like he is finally ready. I don't know how to dial a phone. I'm going to call Kenny. Okay, we're going to call Kenny.
Hello.
What up, Kenny? How's it going?
What's going on, Tommy?
Man, okay, I know you're with a customer. Appreciate you jumping on. Well, you understand the format here. You can disagree with anything. This is not like last night where you get 2 minutes. You get as much time as you need. The floor is yours. Say anything you disagree with, you don't like. If you think I'm horrible. I heard you were talking maybe a little shit last night. I don't know. I didn't see it. But that's what
that's honestly, I just came on. First, I don't even want you to call me Kenny Sells after hearing this other fucking Kenny guy for an hour talk absolute nonsense. Just call me Mr. Sells at this point.
Mr. Sells, do not associate me with the name. Oh, jeez, that was rough, man.
Right. Second, I don't feel like I was talking any shit. If somebody clipped it and wants to show me the proof where I talk shit, I would love to see that. I feel like last night we coexisted in a nice environment. We brought up some points. You brought up some points. We talked about it. You complimented me. I don't have any beef with you, right? But I do have two questions for you, right? Since
Hit me with it.
I don't like talking about the negative. Let's talk about the good stuff, right?
Sure.
So between last night and today, I've watched your live, right? So, and you just said it a couple seconds ago, right? So, can we clear something up? Do you want dealerships to cease to exist, or do you not? Because I've heard you go back and forth, right? Between, I think that we can coexist, and then you also say, I think they should cease to exist. So where's your actual stance on that? Because I feel like I get confused sometimes because it's not that you backtrack. Maybe you just have different opinions about it, but where do you actually truly stand? Do you want us to exist, or do you want us to not exist at all?
Yeah, so super clear, and anybody can clip me saying otherwise. My stance has always been the same, is I believe dealerships have a purpose and an idea. I say they're a net negative, right, in the current state for the consumer. But I believe direct to consumer should be allowed to exist, and the dealerships and manufacturers should exist side by side. But in the world, if dealerships don't add values to the consumer, I do believe they should cease to exist. But I do believe that dealerships would add enough value in the equation where they would. So I've always been the same. I'm a free market guy. I don't believe anybody should ban anything. I believe allow the free market to do its thing. And if the free market does its thing, if you add value to the equation, you're gonna exist as a business.
Right, because we talked about it last night, right?
Yeah,
right now,
that's been my same stance.
Right. Consumers don't feel like they're getting enough value. We talked about it. Salespeople, unfortunately, aren't salespeople anymore. And, they just do shady shit to try to get the deal done, which is what consumers are tired of. So I agree with you on that standpoint. Now, another point that I just wanted to touch base on, because we talked about this last night, but unfortunately they ended the live. Why is MSRP not a good deal in your eyes when that's exactly what will happen when they do direct to consumer and there will be no negotiation? Is it because people know and it's public information that the invoice is out there and we have the room and they don't want us pay us that room? Or why do you think MSRP won't be a good deal if, again, that's what will happen when direct to consumer comes around, if it ever does?
Yeah, so I mean, a few different rules of thumbs. If every business was able to pick the price that people charged, and there was no world that things would change, then I think we'd live. I think that'd be like a true communist country, right? The idea behind it is, sure, manufacturers might try to charge at MSRP, but if nobody's buying it, the price is going down until supply and demand hits. The MSRP is just an arbitrary number that manufacturers made that they believe is a fair price. That doesn't mean it's fair. The market sets what's fair. And we see that today. Dealerships sell cars well below MSRP, which means the market is below MSRP. And I'll use like the GX550, for example. You can't buy that car below MSRP. The market has spoken. MSRP is a great deal on that particular car. Cars are going to go up and down in value depending on their rarity and when it comes down to the necessity for them. A Ram is not a fair deal at MSRP. Nobody's buying it. And Ram isn't going to just sit on inventory and allow every Ford to sell more trucks than them. They're going to lower their price or make a better product.
Okay. So so with that being said, you said the market dictates that, right? And you add value to that, the competition that we already have that exists, right? If there's an invoice and an MSRP, it's because dealerships are buying these cars up front. They're taking they're assuming all the risk that the manufacturer, in my eyes, I don't believe they want to take, right? So that's why they give them that little buffer. And like you said, the market does dictate. How many cars are people actually buying for sticker these days? I know every car that you're facilitating the sale for is going for under sticker. So then I just don't see, if we can coexist the way it is right now. I think that's a good model. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, so I wouldn't agree for a few different reasons. So first off, if manufacturers want to or not, we've seen them try, right? We saw them try with Scout and they're being sued. We see Mercedes trying to add the agency model where they can sell direct. They're getting sued. We saw Ford try. Ford is probably our best example over the last few years. They've opened to say that they are spending $3,000 more per car because of the dealership model. And if they were able to get rid of the dealership model, they would save $3,000 per car. Very simply, just because of the amount of money they subsidize. So you are right that the manufacturer does sell at bulk and they're able to sell at volume. But you have to also remember, even though they're selling at bulk, they're still making plenty of profit in that number. And they're almost forcing dealerships to buy inventory. So they're able to force this system where the consumer ends up not winning. And the only people who win are the manufacturer. So if you allow direct to consumer to exist, it allows consumers to have options. And what's going to happen is, you're right, some manufacturers are going to say, F that. I'm super happy with the current system. Toyota and Honda are a really good example. They're happy with the current system. They're top dogs. They're going to be like, I'm out of that. But I can 100% see a Kia, Hyundai, or a Mazda jumping in and saying, you know what? We're going to undercut everybody. We're going to save the money that we don't have to have a or dealership. And we're going to sell these cars $5,000 cheaper because we don't have that expense. And now Toyota and Honda compared to Mazda, it's a $5,000 difference. And you got to make a decision. I could buy a car in 10 click with Mazda. It's just as reliable. Do I start thinking that route a little bit more? And now competition exists.
Okay, but okay, so then with that being said, right, the way that it's set up right now is they're making all the cars, they're pushing all that inventory. Like you said, they're making it the dealership's problem. Would you agree that more cars are actually being sold because then it creates that additional competition to actually have to get rid of these things?
No, the reason why I think it doesn't is two, is manufacturers get bailed out all of the time because they can make a shit product and nobody wants it, but dealerships still have to buy it. So that leads to inefficiencies in the manufacturer. Manufacturers don't have to, like, for example, I know you know Honda. I don't know what you sell anymore. You don't have to tell me. But the Prelude was one of the biggest joke cars to ever exist. The manufacturer did not think of the consumer there, but they built the product, they forced people to buy it, and there was a lot of money that was invested. If Honda had to actually sell cars, they would have never made the Prelude the way they did. They would have thought that through, because now their neck is on the line if these cars don't sell, rather than forcing that. So I believe it makes manufacturers more efficient because they have to actually think about what's going to sell. They make cars that are cheaper because realistically they don't want cars that aren't going to sell, which makes things cheaper just naturally. It's one of the reasons why Tesla, you can only get 7 options on a Tesla. One of the reasons is because it doesn't make sense to manufacture something if they're selling direct to consumer that has 98 options. And that level of efficiency would happen with direct to consumer, and then allowing that also to exist along with competition of dealerships, it would make prices would go down.
But see, the way I contest, I can contest that with you is there's manufacturers, they're fighting for the consumer base. You got Nissan versus Toyota versus Honda, right? You got Ford, Chevy, whatever. Don't you agree that dealerships themselves create additional competition because they have to try to sell the cars that they're sitting on already? Why would the manufacturer want to sit on them?
But if one dealership group owns every dealership in a city, they don't have to be super competitive. And that's what we're seeing with these mega conglomerations like AutoNation, Group 1, that do own a large portion. And you're right, there is some competition there. But the general rule of thumb, and this is my thought process, is adding more competition is good rather than taking away competition. So yeah, there is some competition, but why not just add more? Why not make it even more competitive?
How much do you save your average customer?
Average savings is $6,236.
And you do that by calling every single dealership that you can possibly call to do that, correct?
Not every single dealership, but we call a large amount of dealerships, yes.
Right, but if direct to consumer became a thing, that entire process would cease to exist, correct?
Yeah, I mean, if direct to consumer exists, I think consumers would be able to get a better price right from them. I think it'd be cheaper, and people wouldn't hire delivered because there'd be no need. If you want a fast, easy experience that's cheaper, then you would just go to the manufacturer.
Yeah, I just don't see how it would be cheaper because of all, like I mentioned, and you know this, right? The liability, the buildings, everything that it takes for an actual dealership to run. That's all on the independent owners. That's all their responsibility. Picking the land that they're going to build a dealership on, spending the $20 million to build the dealership. All that is the independent owner's responsibility. Why would the manufacturer ever want to come back, defranchise everybody, buy all these buildings, buy all this land back, buy everything, start paying everybody? Why would they ever want to take on all that additional responsibility?
They don't, but the idea behind it is they don't have to. They don't. Again, nobody's agreeing that manufacturers need to buy everybody out. I believe manufacturers should work side by side. And let's just say, I believe there's plenty of deals that could be made. Again, I think this is a manufacturer problem they'd have to solve, but they would either build buildings, or I would go to you if you owned a dealership, Kenny, and I'd say, hey, realistically, I want to put 5 of my employees on your dealership. I'm willing to pay you, you know 10 grand a month, and all I need to use one of your showrooms to deliver cars in. We will give you access to all of their trades, so you'll have first bid on all their trades, and we'll make sure they do the service work there, so they have a good relationship right off the bat. I think if manufacturers went to dealers like that, most dealers are going to take that trade like, oh, I just have to give my delivery room for a little bit. If they say no, then by all means, then they just build their own buildings and call it a day. But dealerships are profitable, right? Manufacture, it's not like, yes, there's an expense to it, but there's also a profitability there that manufacturers would want to jump on. But general rule of thumb is I don't think they'd have to build extravagant buildings or anything along those lines. If you look at a Tesla showroom, for example, it's pretty simple. They're not doing all the sales process. There doesn't need to be an F&I office. You can buy the whole thing on an iPad. You need a few iPads, a few cars in a showroom, and call it a day. And not having to pay commissions. Kenny, you made a lot of money. If I don't have to pay you, I don't have to pay a sales manager making 200, 300,000. I don't have to pay a GM making $800,000. I can cut all of that expense. That makes it so it's much cheaper to run a dealership.
But that's also why Teslas are much cheaper cars. I mean, have you ever sat in a Tesla? They kind of suck.
I mean, most people agree that the technology on them is far superior than most of what you're getting on any car comparable. It's not as, I think BMW's tech is better, but the cost is more expensive. But the tech is great. Their quality has gone up tremendously. If you look at the latest Teslas, like the latest Model 3 compared to the old one, is much better. But I don't disagree if you're looking at the Plaid, the $100,000 Tesla Plaid, like that car for the money. I don't think the quality is there. But again, I don't think that's. I believe Tesla's not a perfect model. I believe Tesla's also had to spend billions of dollars just to be able to sell cars, because they've had so many lawsuits they had to fight just to exist, that like we have to give some grace to Tesla, because even though they're trying, if they were able to spend that billions of dollars into their manufacturing, billions of dollars, rather than spending it on lawsuits, they would have been able to make a better car quicker.
Gotcha. Okay. That's really all I have, Papa. I appreciate it. Thank you for taking my call. And I want to clarify it. If I wanted to talk shit, I'd talk shit right now. I wasn't talking shit. I don't know who said that. I hope they find some evidence.
I don't, dude. I like I said, I wasn't. I heard. It was just a rumor on the street. You and Danny went on a live and just started talking.
No, I mean, we pretty much rehashed what happened on the first live, and someone in the comments said it earlier. Do I genuinely believe that you want to put yourself out of business? I don't know if I don't buy that one, Tommy. I don't. You're pretty good at what you do, so I don't buy that you would want to actually. If you do put yourself out of business, can you go fix healthcare instead?
Dude, I want to. Like I said, I want to fix this industry. And the second I do, I will. I will tell you that I could send you the recording of our meeting today, and I literally talk about it. Just so I reiterated to my team, because a lot of my team watched that live. And I reiterate, I say, hey, just so you guys are all clear, if people have lost, our goal is to put ourselves out of business, right? But like the idea behind it, and just so we're clear, is I want to put ourselves out of business. I want to be out of this industry. But if we fix this problem, we're going to fix another industry, right? That's going to be the idea. We're going to move to another industry. We're going to fix another industry. We're going to lose this entire clientele to rebuild the whole thing. Our team knows that if we're able to fix this problem, we're going to tackle another problem and fix another problem and call it a day. But we're going to have to start from ground zero in the healthcare market, for example, or start from zero in the realty market. Like it's going to be putting ourselves out of business, taking that profit away, and then trying to start something new.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool, man. Appreciate the call.
Okay. Hey, man, I appreciate it. A good civil talk.
Absolutely, bro. You know, we're civilized. I know I act ratchet online, but I'm actually pretty articulate with my wording and everything. I'm not as ratchet as I seem.
I gave you a compliment. I will say, this is why I wanted to have you on, because I think out of everybody, you've made the most valid points of where, like I said, I don't think your points are invalid. I think the idea that there is a subsidized cost that manufacturers, and you actually got me really thinking. This is why I now say that Honda and Toyota, I don't think would jump on, because I think you're right. I think there's some manufacturers are very happy the way they are, but I think competition would end up bleeding it out. So you make some good points. Like I said, I met my compliment last night, that you are one of the most articulate people out there, even though you're a little ratchet.
I appreciate that.
Hey, no problem, man. It's
You
good
have a
talking
good
to
one,
you
Bubba.
here.
Yep, no problem. Man. Thank you.
All right, bye. Okay. Kenny Sal's there. He's a good guy. Interesting guy. I do like Kenny though. Okay, we got some more people. So if you want to be on this, you want to debate, you want to have conversations. I will say that everybody has made a point. I think Kenny has made the most valid points. Still disagree with them, but if you want to be on there, Abby, you sent this twice. Are you trying to self-promote? Is Jordan is jumping in, making sure people don't get out. I'd like to partially defend salespeople, partially. Okay, so you want me to call PJ or anonymous? Because there's an anonymous in here. Wait, okay, no, we have the PJ number. Okay. Okay, we got PJ, which was anonymous. Oh, dude, I keep like pushing the wrong button. Okay, we're gonna call PJ here again. I'm not gonna give him anything other than that. We're gonna go through it. If you want to debate, have conversation.
Hi, if you record your name and reason for calling, I'll see if this person is available.
Tommy, debate.
Thanks, Tommy.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, PJ?
How you doing, buddy?
Hey, man, doing well, doing well. So I think you understand the idea of the live. Super simple. You're gonna disagree with anything I say. You think I'm a scam artist? You think I'm horrible for the industry? You think I'm great? Whatever you. The floor is yours. I allow you to speak your piece. We have a good conversation, and I just ask you to be. You just don't say bad words.
Yeah, let's do this. Is this Ryan?
This is Tommy.
Oh, okay. Are you on a delay? Because I'm on the stream. I don't hear you.
I'm not on a delay.
Oh, okay. Am I live now?
You're live now.
So
I'm doing well.
I've been watching the stream, and I've watched a couple of them. And I've watched several of your videos. So there's one fundamental component that I don't have a tremendous issue with, but it just seems that people that are calling in are not as equipped to make the point that I'm about to make
Okay.
in regards to the existence and the premise of your business, which I was in the business for a long time, both as a corporate employee, retail sales, finance, and even part of a management team.
Sure.
So I can offer some insight on all aspects. I actually had a message to you about the broker component. Yes.
Okay.
So what I find is people that are calling in, like the gentleman before, he's well versed in a portion of the business, but the reality is that there's certain things that people don't understand. The new cars are not owned by dealerships. They're financed. They essentially pay rent until the particular new vehicle is sold. The only vehicles that are owned by a car are pre-owned, and that's why there's certain people as a salesperson gravitate to only selling used cars, because a lot of the time they acquire those with a better built-in margin, right? And there's a better opportunity as a commission salesperson. Now, the older gentleman that you had here earlier, he was very well versed, very polished, and you had him on the phone long enough where his true colors came out. And the theme the theme that I ended up with receiving from him is kind of that I'm trying to make. One of the biggest expenditures beside pressures from a manufacturer to build a fancy dealership, one of the biggest bills for a dealership owner is labor. So over the course of time, they managed to do a very, very good job of decontenting what people are getting paid. You start diminishing their pay, you start diminishing the employee that you're getting, right? So very seldom are you going to have people that are making, enough to be able to carry a family, for example, especially out west. So what you end up having is people that come in at a high turnover rate and are process. When somebody says, "Oh, well," a couple of days ago, I was on your lady came on defending salespeople, and she was saying, "Well, they dig up all the rebates." Well, the way a manufacturer sees rebates, everybody's entitled to those rebates. They can't withhold rebates. Rebates is not a discount from a dealer. It's a discount put forth by a manufacturer that everybody, right? So they're not really digging up anything, right? So the point I'm trying to, a lot of the bad experiences come from staff that is not trained properly. And over the course of time, that, as you can relate, you were in the car business prior. The top people, the top performers in a segment or a department, they're the ones that get promoted. So then you have sales managers that were best out of these 10 at these 10 salespeople at this dealer. But now you have a sales manager that wasn't adequately trained. He was only the best out of those 10, right? He gets promoted, and then he becomes a general sales manager, and then he becomes a general manager, all of which potentially were not trained to begin with. And then they're defending a process that's flawed to begin with. So what's crazy to me is that the people that you have calling in are the foot soldiers. They're defending their livelihood. Oh, the dealer pays this. There's only a $400 margin on this car. That's all bogus. That's all bogus, right? But that's all the information that they know, right? So I think one of the components that's missing in the message that you're putting forward is that it's not so much salespeople's fault. They're being to do a job where they have a complete disadvantage. The margin on X amount of car is not $200 between invoice and MSRP. The true cost of that vehicle is quite a bit below. It's tied to other performance metrics. And over the course of time, yes, it may appear like they're selling the car at a loss, but the reality is that it's not going to, the dealership is not going to run at a loss for a period of it'll go out of business. So that's the main point that I wanted to make. I know that. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I can talk about. There was a broker issue yesterday, but that was the first point I wanted to make.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the point. I mean, I will disagree on a few different things and agree on some other things. So first off, general rule of thumb is that not every dealership is financing new cars. That's not a 100% rule. Plenty of them are able to pay cash for the car and not pay that interest on floor plan. I will also then argue that manufacturers are paying floor plan assistance to offset some of that cost. One of the reasons why there's an expense to consumer. But I will agree that there is a net expense to dealerships if those cars sit long enough. That's where the concern comes in, if the car sits long enough so it incentivizes them to sell. But like a Toyota's paying almost next to nothing floor plan with their floor plan assistance going in. But I digress. That's not I think the point you're making, which I will agree that I believe that car salespeople should be paid a fair wage that makes sense. I believe that general managers, sales managers, and general sales managers and just the whole management team as a whole is normally overpaid. And car salespeople are underpaid, but I don't believe that a commission structure fixes that issue. I believe salaries do. I believe paying people a fair wage that makes sense, where people aren't worried about feeding their family, but instead they're worried about how to make the consumer best life as easy as possible. And then also giving salespeople more ownership, right? Like one of the things here at Delivered, everybody knows every expense we have. Everybody knows how the business runs, and everybody has the opportunity to change things. And I think more dealerships should be more transparent and say, hey, this is how we make our money. This is how the business runs. And how do you want to help us build this? And it shouldn't be salesperson to sales manager, general manager. Salespeople should know right off the bat. But I agree that needs to be better. But I guess I'm confused with, like, we agree on that. Is there something you disagree with me on?
Well, I disagree on the fact that, I mean, the platform generally highlights the bad experience with salespeople, but a lot of the time salespeople are not going to have the wherewithal to combat other than, oh, you're taking my livelihood from potentially making minis, right? At the end of the day, the general sales manager gets paid a percentage. They normally get paid a base and a percentage of revenue based off of gross.
Yeah,
and
no,
then
I understand how the payment model makes,
above them, a general, but I don't think the public generally knows, right? I know you know because you were in the car business. The general sales manager gets paid a percentage and then kind of oversees the people under them. And then the general manager gets paid a percentage as well. And this is all based off of revenue of the dealership under the metrics, under the playing field that's designed to where gross is the key component, right? So that's why you get all this antagonistic approach. I mean, you go to a salesperson, they're trying to high gross you, sell you add-ons, and they pass you on to a finance person that is trying to do the same thing, right? And the finance people is a coveted job at the dealership. And they have the ability to put gross back on the book. So they're in like the hero scope for the owner. They love their finance people, right? They have access to directly putting stuff right back onto the bottom line. And I think a lot of the people that call in are not these people, but these are the people that you're going to need to make the changes, because ultimately they're going to need to think that they're going to be involved as part of this change, because you're going to be hitting their checkbook immediately, in a direct fashion.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I encourage anybody to call up that wants to call up. But I think and we had a general sales manager on 2 calls ago that was here. But I think the last guy was a manager, but not Kenny Sales, but the person before Ken, the one that argued for a long time. But I think it's probably why he's a little more articulate in the industry, even though I disagreed with a lot of what he said. When it comes down to the payment side, to the consumer, none of that matters. Like, I understand you're explaining it to the consumer. As a consumer, what they want to know, I'm buying this product. Is it a fair price? Was it an easy purchase? I don't care how the business makes money. I don't care how anything else exists. I want that process to be that simple. So when dealerships, so it doesn't matter that salespeople are the ones that don't control this or understand this. Sales managers, general managers have put salespeople in a position by paying them a commission that this even exists. So this starts from the top. I'm not going to, salespeople are on here. They're going to be angry and they aren't as articulate in this, but I'm not going to try to put any blame on a car salesman for not knowing or being put in that situation. That's why I advocate for fair salaries for car salesmen. I believe commission should go away and we should pay $100,000 to $130,000, somewhere in that ballpark, for a car salesman to be able to go through. And if they're good at their job, obviously raises can happen, but that's how I believe it should exist. But none of this is a care to the consumer. Consumers don't care how dealerships make their money. They don't care about any of this. They want a fair price. They want to make sure it's an easy process, and they want to make sure that the person across from them has their best interest at heart.
Yeah, I completely agree. There's in watching some of these videos that you have, just the idea of you calling and you never get, you hardly ever get straight to a price, right? They have to call you back, and then it's a wait. And then you're calling, in the time that you're waiting, you're calling like 10 other people. When I was a salesperson, that waste of time, or that I could have lost the deal. I had to, it bothered me. It's just amazing how that process is designed that way. But just to give you a little bit of feedback, what you're talking about in terms of the customer experience, I had some experience. Some of my friends are factory reps. So I was for a period of time, I was involved with the brand with the 4 rings, right? At opening at one of the dealerships, one of the concepts that was thrown around was that at each desk, there'd be like the showroom was set up with desks in pairs, and they were kind of connected by a dividing cabinet. Well, that cabinet would have all the printing equipment necessary, like you would find in the finance office. So the idea was that every brand specialist would conduct a sale and do finance right on the spot, right? So then one of the challenges was, so then the customer wouldn't get bounced around. And this was years ago. This is before 2010.
Yeah,
so the idea was that you'd be dealing with the salesperson and they take care of finance. So now you're easing up one of the stress points, right? What ends up happening is, how do you hire people that you can trust that are well versed in both of those aspects? You sold cars and then you became a finance manager, as did I. So it's very specialized training. So you can't just get somebody off the street for that. So staffing that and the complexity of that in general provides that opportunity where a lot of the times people get taken advantage of. And that's one of the components, I think. I know that customers don't care. They just care about the price. But ultimately, it's a playing field that's complex enough to where there's disadvantages created for regular customers. And
yeah,
that's
but
one of them.
I'll challenge you on this. None of this is rocket science, right? We're not hiring to be an engineer. We're not hiring to do this. We have to deal with the same thing, right? Delivered has to hire and train people to reverse engineer the entire process. We have to know the car sales process and speak to the car sales process as well, if not better, than a car salesman. Most car salesmen are undertrained beyond belief. I don't disagree, but like proper training isn't hard. Like, you know, one of the things that we do is we send our team, or we invest in sending our team to finance training. Not that they're going to actually sell anything in finance, but we want them to know what the experience is, right? You can invest in training, you can invest in time. I think the problem isn't that it's not skilled enough people. It's that if I'm offering 100% commission pay with no guarantee, you lose a huge you lose a huge talent pool, right? That's one of the biggest things. If I offered 130,000, let's just say I offered $110,000 salary to sell cars, the talent you would get and the intelligence you would get, people could learn all of the things you're saying in a manner of 30 days if you had a good training process. We have a training process. Within 30 days, people are able to figure it out and understand where they're at. But this is it's not rocket science, right? Like, this is not this idea. I don't want to overcomplicate. And even like a finance manager, like, I had to learn a lot of very complex things. It's a 3-day training in finance for you to learn. And the harder part about finance isn't understanding how to disclose the paperwork. The harder thing in finance is learning how to overcome a no, right? I spent more time overcoming no's in that side of the training than I ever did explaining product, explaining rate, explaining how a lease works. That part is pretty simple and easy once you live in the industry.
I think it requires somebody to want to do it, and I think there's enough there with enough people on the taking end of the benefits of the status quo that I think that's one of the biggest obstacles. I like what you're doing. I believe in it. I've messaged you a couple of times, and I think this is the way to go. And just in Highline, by the way, there's dealerships now that, instead of you walking in and dealing with the dealership directly, they'll have like a demonstration person, like a test drive person, and then they'll also have a delivery specialist on the tail end. All of this designed to somehow soften what you talk about with the horrible experience of people going to dealers,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't disagree.
Thanks, Tommy. Thanks for the time.
You, man. Appreciate your time. Because I had no idea. The way he was talking, I was worried he was going to say something crazy on stream. Okay. So if you guys don't know, we are doing our debate stream today. What our debate stream is if you want to come on here because you disagree with me. Idea behind it is I like you to disagree with me. That's kind of the idea. So like KMA Auto here says $130,000 salary, you would have nothing but lazy salesmen that are not hungry to collect a check. Like, if you want to debate that conversation, by all means, DM me on Instagram. Let's have the conversation, because I would love to debate you. That would be, I would love, that's a point I have. I believe you pay $130,000, you'd get some great people. But again, if you want to have that conversation, you certainly can. DM me on Instagram, and I'm allowing anybody to up. As you can see, I'm allowing people to talk and allowing people to have that in. And I think that point I would love to be able to tackle, because it blows my mind. But I want you to be able to sell your point before I tear it apart, right? We'll get there, right? We'll get there. But let me see if I have anybody. What do we got? Are we caught up? It looks like we're caught up right now. So if you want to be the person, DM me on Instagram. We do verify who you are, just to make sure there's nothing crazy. I don't like to have my hand on the mute button the entire time, but you're like, are you live? I can't hear myself. That is a little scary for me, I'm not going to lie. We're trying to be careful. We're trying to be concerned. Okay. Tommy, read me. Okay. So if you want to go, DM me. We'll see if KMA wants to come on and have the debate. You're allowed to disagree with anything I say. For example, I believe commission is bad for the industry. I believe that you can improve the industry just by getting rid of commission, right? I believe that direct-to-consumer should allow to exist, and we should get rid of franchise laws tomorrow. I believe dealerships are a net negative for consumers. I believe, sure, there are good apples out there, but generally you should never go in trusting a car salesman wholeheartedly, because you'll get a worse deal. These are just some of the points I'll make in order to get the conversation going. But if you disagree with anything, by all means, come on, DM me, Instagram me. Let's have a conversation. I'm waiting here. Looks like we have a few people that are not on, that are coming on. Please. Is this guy coming? KMA? KMA, you were talking. I know for a fact KMA was talking stuff about me on live. I did hear that one. So I was there for that one. So I'm interested. Maybe he's pulling up Instagram. I don't know. My mods, can they confirm or deny? Yeah, I can definitely say for a fact I know KMA was talking bad about me. So if this is your moment to have a real conversation, I'm allowing you on the stream. He was on Demetrius Live. Yeah. Yeah. I was listening to it. I just didn't say anything. What up, Texas Car Guy? Texas Car Guy didn't say anything mean. Texas Car Guy said nice things. But I'd love KMA to come up. I just wish, like, when people hate on me, like, that's people I want to talk to. That's it. And I think everybody's realized that I just like a good conversation. A good conversation. I had a conversation with Sign with Taylor. Sign with Taylor's cool. Didn't even realize Sign with Taylor was the thing until she started signing to random people. That was awesome. I mean, I know what signing is, but like I didn't get the name until I saw. Boom, I'm not gonna be an ass, and I don't know how to sign. So I just thought it was cool. I was like, that's cool. I didn't realize there was a TikTok for that. I like that. I actually need to watch some of these TikToks. I'm wondering if you just sign the whole time, because that'd be sick. Have you talked to Chevy Dude? No, Chevy Dude doesn't want to talk to me. I don't know. KMA disappeared. Is he coming? Moderators, is he coming? What if I don't have Insta? I mean, technically you can DM me on Instagram, but it's going to just take a little bit longer for me to verify you are who you are. Okay, come on. Did KMA really run away? Dude, come on. Please don't tell me you're... I don't know my mom... Okay, you missed Ken? Oh, dude, you missed Ken. I've been drinking a lot of water. Just followed KMA. May the good old American free enterprise prevail. Even Tommy without a license. I don't need a license to do what I do. Open your own dealership with your theories. Maybe one day we will. But again, I've been very transparent about it. I don't believe fixing this industry from the inside. Okay, he says he's working a few deals. Give him a few minutes. Okay, we'll give him a few minutes. Then what's the milk? Okay, we have some more people that are signing up. Is Peter just signed 549? Okay, yeah. Okay, we're gonna get Peter on here. Peter wants to have a conversation. We're gonna allow Peter to talk. Everybody be respectful, be nice. Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, Peter, it's Tommy. How's it going?
Good. I'm picking my daughter up from camp right now, so give me 1 second to walk out the building here. Happened faster than I thought.
No, you're good. Do you want me to call you back?
No. Here, we're good here. I just had to walk outside the building. All right.
No, you're good, man. So I think you understand the premise, idea behind it. Disagree with anything I say, or whatever you want to say. The floor is yours. Just a good conversation. Just be polite.
No, I've sold cars for 30 years. I've been with BMW for about 7. I've done 2 deals with you guys already. I think what you do and expose the bad in the car industry is great. I don't understand. Oh, wrong car, sweetie. I don't understand direct to manufacturer direct, how that would work. And I was listening to you earlier where you said that they would pay maybe $10,000 direct. I understand how that would work. No, there would be no owner who would say, yes, you can put a salesperson who's going to sell your product in here on my grounds. It just wouldn't happen.
No,
I can't.
Yeah, just to clarify that, I believe there's a lot of different ways that it can go, right? But I do believe that's a problem manufacturers are willing to solve. But like the general rule of thumb is not a salesperson on the floor. Like if I have somebody I'm paying, I'm saying, hey, I'm selling cars on my website and I'm going to ship them to your dealership and I'm going to have a specialist go through the car with you. That person isn't trying to sell people off your lot. They're not doing anything and they're dressed in BMW attire. That's just one idea that I would have. But like, it's not like they have a desk at your office that are trying to sell. Like, I would believe maybe it's even its own separate building. But I do believe manufacturers and dealerships could come with some agreement that would make sense.
There'd be no. if I could work for BMW instead of my owner and sell every car at whatever the same price was, that would be a worse situation that we're in. I completely agree that the adding of accessories and things that aren't disclosed on our website at our dealership, we have everything disclosed. Our doc fee is on there. Our CVR fee is on there. There's no ads. I think the FTC ruling and coming down on people for not doing things honest is great for the car business. I think what you do for the car industry is fantastic. The people who lie and cheat to get somebody in the door to step them up is horrible. But I don't think you're going to have the manufacturers or the dealer group get together and say, we're going to sell cars direct. I believe Hyundai did it a couple of years ago through Amazon, where you could go on, you could pick your car, and then they would deliver it to the dealership. But as soon as the people asked the dealership what their car was, and it was $500 cheaper than what the Amazon price was, nobody bought the cars from Amazon through Hyundai. That was a massive failure for them.
Yeah,
go on Amazon, pick your car, and you did address that?
No, I'm willing to address. I'm willing to address all that. So if you want me to address the Amazon piece, I'm more than willing to address the Amazon piece. I'll address it all.
Yeah, they tried it.
Yeah. So a few. So a few different things. So first off, when we're talking about the idea that manufacturers couldn't figure it out, or they couldn't figure out a solution, or they couldn't do this, maybe all of that is possible, but I don't like the idea that we, as a free market, we should make that decision for manufacturers. The beautiful thing about business is that if they want to do something, they're going to figure out a solution that makes sense for the dealership. And there's a world where they say, you know what, we don't need the dealership. We'll build our own building and we'll make it a better experience. And that building doesn't have to be as lavish, and people might choose that. We have no idea what the manufacturer is going to do. I give suggestions, but by all means, if manufacturers want to solve the problem and they want to be in that industry, it's a problem they will have to solve. But I think they would solve it. But I don't think it's my place or your place or anybody's place other than the business itself to be able to say, hey, we want to tackle this problem. Let's try to solve it. And I think if people looked at me and I said, hey, I'm not going to spend any money on advertising and I'm going to build a $5 million a year business negotiating car deals, people would look at me like I was crazy and tell me all the reasons why I can't do it, and would laugh at me, and that would be the conversation. But smart business owners solve things. Now with the Amazon piece, I've been very critical of Amazon. The Amazon Hyundai, I think you understand it a little bit differently. How it worked is that Hyundais had cars on their lot. So literally you were at a dealership, you could buy the car from Amazon or buy it from Hyundai. I believe Amazon did no research whatsoever on what consumers wanted, and it only became a lead generation source for dealerships very quickly. So you would literally buy the car on Amazon, and then half the time the price would change at the dealership, and you're just buying it from the dealership anyway. You're going to the dealership, you're going through that process, you're still doing the same thing. The only difference is it was the lead source, similar to buying a car on cars.com. You're just giving it a lead source. People saw through that really quickly and were like, we don't like it. But that's not the same as direct to consumer, because there's still an expense and there's still a dealership involved.
But as soon as the next guy is cheaper, I mean, your whole business is designed of getting the car one bit cheaper. So as soon as you can say, I'll buy it directly from the manufacturer and I will have it delivered to BMW or wherever, and then BMW or wherever is like, well, we're $500 cheaper. That's your business model. There's not a dealer in the world that would say, yeah, I'll take that car and deliver it and have somebody from the manufacturer here to deliver it, when the dealership will say, well, we'll just sell it a little bit cheaper and we'll take the volume. It would never.
Well, if that logic worked, then how could I be in business? People are paying, my business is not saving people money. I save people time, energy, anxiety. People understand they're paying more money to hire me, and they're okay with that. It's because I solve a problem of saving time, energy, and anxiety while getting them a good deal. I do think consumers would do it. On top of it, the other thing you're also not taking into consideration is that BMW.
You were shopping GX Lexuses, and everybody was over sticker, and you were trying to get a deal at sticker. If we were buying directly from Lexus and they were all sticker, and they were sticker at every Lexus dealer in the entire country because Lexus was the seller, but you also had a dealer network, which is what you're saying free market should decide. And then dealers were like, we'll be $500 cheaper. Well, how many how many are going to buy from them? The market will set itself. So
Correct.
If
And
you
there's
could buy
going to
them
be,
from Lexus at sticker, and then you could buy them from the dealer for 500 less, who would go to the manufacturer?
yeah, so two different things. You're assuming that the manufacturer would be more expensive. Manufacturer, frankly, owns the car, and they have it in less than the expense. They don't have the same expenses of what the dealership does, and they're already making their profit at invoice to what they're selling it to you. In theory, a BMW manufacturer, in theory, could sell $3,000 back of invoice and still make a profit, and they could list that on their website. So again, the idea that they just sell at MSRP, I don't believe that. Doesn't make sense, because you're right, it wouldn't be a competitive price. They would never earn business, and none of it would make sense. I believe what would happen though, like we know BMW is doing very well, Mercedes-Benz is doing really well. Audi though is struggling right now. They're trying to get market share. I believe Audi would try to get a competitive edge, and they would go direct to consumer and make it an easier car buying process while undercutting BMW and Mercedes-Benz prices and allowing that to happen. And now BMW and Mercedes-Benz would have to compete. And in the world that dealerships end up being cheaper, it's only a win for consumers, right? If we're talking about GX550s and nobody's above MSRP and consumers can get a fair price on the deal, it's a win for consumers.
Absolutely. I'm not to say that, I mean, manufacturers have rebates, incentives, low APRs. They don't expect their cars to be sold at sticker all day long. But if there was no competition, if there wasn't a different place to buy the car, if you're only ever buying it from, if Best Buy sets the price for a TV nationwide and that's the price, but I can go on, Amazon and buy it cheaper, then that's where people will go. Your business is designed on finding wherever the deal is, wherever it will be cheapest, whoever's willing. People will spend more money. People will make it easier to find that better deal.
Yeah.
If there is a manufacturer direct and there is a franchise that work on the same market, the franchise dealer will always be cheaper than the manufacturer.
I disagree, because we would see the same thing with Apple. We would see the same thing with Samsung versus Best Buy. The general rule of thumb is, you're right. What's going to happen is, let's just say they both price at MSRP, right? Let's just say BMW is greedy. They go for MSRP. Well, franchise like, well, we can do it for cheaper. We can make some money. So they're going to go $500 below. Now, manufacturer wants to sell cars, so they're going to go lower. And that number keeps getting to the point, so supply demand works, where it gets to the point where they only can sell it as much as it makes logical sense, and the business still survives. So that number keeps going down for consumers while it still makes sense for everybody else. And again, if manufacturers want to do this, this is what they would have to do. And if they don't want to do it, they would step back. But I imagine, and again, my general rule of thumb is, it's not my place or your place or anybody's place to make a decision for manufacturers. If manufacturers want to get in the game because they believe they can do it better, we should allow them to do that, because competition, as we're saying, is healthy. Is there going to be obstacles that manufacturers have to overcome? 1,000%. I don't disagree at all. It's not going to be an easy task for them, but I think manufacturers want to do it. We see Mercedes-Benz, they're with their agency model. They're trying to bring that to America, right? They're trying. They've done it in Europe. They're trying to bring it here. We see Scout trying to do it. We see manufacturers trying, and they're getting sued, so they can't do it by NADA. Manufacturers are not able to do this. I just think, let's just allow the competition to happen. And if it all doesn't work, then by all means, then at least we tried. But I think competition is generally a healthy thing.
I don't think the manufacturers want to sell directly. But it's an issue of, I mean, when you're...
But we're seeing that with the agency model in Europe. Mercedes-Benz has openly said that they want to sell cars. Scout has said, which is Volkswagen, has openly said they want to sell cars. Ford has said they openly want to sell cars. People have said they openly want to sell cars. But again, when you make it illegal for somebody to sell cars, and then you say, like the person who is allowed to sell cars, they don't want to. It's very similar in the 1920s to just say, like, women don't want to vote, like the women don't get a choice, but in the end, like, women don't want to vote. They don't want to have to deal with the pressure of voting. Like,
with the laws that Tesla has changed with franchises, I mean, that's not only for Tesla. Couldn't somebody else do it if they wanted to?
It costs billions of dollars for Tesla to be able to do it, and they were able to do it because they didn't have a franchise to begin with. So, and they're still not perfect. Like, you can't buy a Tesla in Texas. They have to ship the car across the border, sell you the car, ship it back. So even Tesla's not a perfect science. They can't do it in a lot of different states. They have to find workarounds, and it costs them so much money in legal fees, and still to this date people can't recreate that because laws were put behind it. If we look at DeSantis in Florida, he made it so the only manufacturer that can sell direct is Tesla. Everybody else can't. They shut the door in Florida because they opened it for one brand. They're not doing it for anybody else. The laws have been set in a way that they can't keep doing it, right?
Well, I mean, then how did Hyundai do it with Amazon?
Hyundai, Amazon is just a lead gen source. They're not selling direct to consumer. Literally, what is happening is I own Hyundai dealership. I place my inventory on Amazon. If somebody buys the car on Amazon, Amazon says, "Hey, you've got a buyer." Then you get all their information. The dealership calls and says, "Hey, it looks like you're buying this Amazon car." Okay, cool. Let me get all the paperwork done. It's very similar. You've done deals with us. It's very similar to a delivered deal, just a worse deal where like literally I give you all the client's information.
That doesn't sound like it costs billions of dollars. Why couldn't anybody do that right now?
Why? Because you have to get a manufacturer bought into the idea. But what cost billions of dollars was Scout. Like I don't think Amazon has spent billions of dollars on Amazon Auto.
I don't think anybody spent billions of dollars on Amazon Auto. But if you wanted to go on to say BMW USA and say, "Hey, I'll buy that car at that price," and then they send your information. I mean, customers do that all day long. They send in and say, "Hey, I'll offer you this much money for this price." That's what you do. You call or your team emails and you go in and say, "This is what I'll sell that car for." I believe if the manufacturers really cared, if they really, really cared, they're going to build buildings and change laws. If they really cared, they would go to the dealerships who are openly advertising prices that they know they're not going to sell the cars for, and then stop that from happening. Then they would do that. That would be the base minimum to have a rep or the manufacturer go to the dealer and say, "Listen, Mr. Chevy dealer here, you've got a car listed for $7,000 under your cost. You're not going to be able to sell the car for that price. You can't list the car for that price." I mean, as a BMW dealer, we can't list prices at all on our new car inventory. It's not allowed at all. So if they really cared, they would go into the people that they know that are lying about the prices and say, "You can't advertise the price for this or we'll pull your ticket." That costs $0, yet no manufacturer does it.
They have. Ford did it and ended up getting sued by NADA for overstepping their boundary because there was no regulation for them to allow it to do it. Laws are protecting dealerships. There are laws that NADA has built so they can't do that. I mean, again, Ford went as far as warning. They can't do much more than that, to the point, and there was already no inventory to begin with, right? They have obligations that they have to send. They can't just cut a dealer network out of nowhere. That is one of franchise law's existence, right? Manufacturers don't have the control just to be like, "You know what? Because again, there are certain rules, there's certain regulations, but there's such a legal process that NADA is going to fight it up the wazoo if it's something when it comes down to pricing." This is why they're even fighting the FTC's current Section 5 for that exact reason, because they don't believe it's fair that they have to list the exact price on the website. But again, what we're talking about here is like, you can 100% go to BMW's website and put a lead in. The problem is you're not solving the consumer's problems. The consumer wants to buy a car like they can on Tesla. In 10 clicks, I can buy a car. I never talk to anybody at all, and I have the car delivered right to my house. And if that process, I do agree that I believe a dealership could build that, right? I don't think it's crazy for a dealership to build that process in their store, set at one price, and I don't deal with anybody. It's a cheaper process, and I can just go through that. I don't pay a salesperson, don't pay a sales manager, call it a day. They don't do it because it's profitable not to do it. But a manufacturer can't go in and build that process and say, do it, or again, NADA would come back fighting, saying you can't sell cars out of our inventory. This is our inventory. We can sell it for what we want. Which is why they would be bypassing franchise laws and would be sued up the wazoo if they tried to sell cars themselves using their own inventory.
No, I think a manufacturer can absolutely control how their franchisees advertise their prices. I don't agree with that at all.
Well, if you believe that, then why did the FTC have to step in? Why, even though Ford gave plenty of warnings that they were not going to be able to, and Ford got sued. Like, during COVID, Ford got sued by the NADA because they were putting too many borders and boundaries and controlling too many things that they didn't believe that they can control on the franchisees. Franchisees have built so many protections through the NADA that yes, of course, they can't break every rule possible, but franchises are very protected.
Yeah, I mean, I know we can't list a price at all. It's hard for me to believe, and I don't know all the laws of every manufacturer, of every franchisee agreement, that the manufacturer can have their franchisee network openly lying to both of their clients, and that there's just nothing that can be done about it at the dealer level at all. That's hard to swallow.
I mean, and again, it's a red taped process that's not as simple as, hey, you keep doing this, we're going to remove your dealer's license, right? Franchisees have some protections there, and it's almost impossible to fully audit that process to guarantee that somebody's not changing the price. We're not saying that it's a one-off, right? Again, the idea behind it, and this is what NADA would argue. Well, we are selling, like for example, let's just say we're selling an X5 at $87,000, but we have $5,000 of add-ons. All of a sudden, I'm making the argument. So BMW comes down to me and says, how dare you? You guys are charging $5,000 of add-ons on advertising. I'm now a franchisee and say, whoa, 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 I'm selling the car at 87,000, but these $5,000 of add-ons are in the fine print down here. I'm allowed to do that. This is clear. And now you have this argument, are they actually breaking the rules? And you can make another argument that, hey, I'm selling the car at 87,000, but I have an ADM that is clearly on the Windows sticker that anybody can see if they come into our dealership with a 10 grand markup. It's on there. Again, we're charging 87,000 plus 10 grand. And if you come to our dealership, it's clear as day, right? The franchisees have found ways around it to bypass the regulation where, again, they're now NADA is representing them and lobbyists have made it. So it's really hard for them to lose their license. This is one of the reasons why you look at Lindsay Auto just got sued for how much money? When you think about the amount of money they just got sued for, the idea that they weren't able to lose their franchise, there's a reason why.
Yeah, I believe that the manufacturer can do more. I think that the manufacturer should do more. I'm blessed to work at a dealership that we don't have any ads. There's no extras. We make it easy. I'll send out detailed bill of sales to people on the first internet option that they have. We make it very, very easy to buy a car. It's a very easy place to sell and work with us. It was easy to do the deals with your guys. I think what you do for the business is great. I don't think you're going to have, I mean, just as you said, all these laws and all the things that they paid for laws to protect them so that they can openly lie to customers. I can't imagine at the same time while they're spending and lobbying that they're going to say, okay, and we'll have the manufacturer in here next to us selling cars on the lot. I don't think those two things can exist together at the same time. I think what you do is great. I think the people that you expose are great. I don't think there's enough that gets shown that it's not all bad everywhere. You said earlier, 13 million cars sold a year. There's bound to be some bad ones, but there's a lot of great ones.
Yeah, and like I said, my general rule of thumb is you can make an argument that I agree that dealerships do not want it at all, but I don't think that me and you should be making the decision that manufacturers do or do not want it. Again, it would be the equivalency I put it to. It is like men making the decision that women don't want the right to vote, which is why they shouldn't have the right to vote. Like it is that level of like, of course, as the men, we have all the power. As the franchisees, they have all the power. Of course, they're going to say, why would the manufacturer want to do that? But again, why not give them the option and see what happens and let them try to solve the problem that they're going to try to solve? And if they solve it, that's great. And if they don't, dealerships become stronger out of it. But I appreciate it. I would definitely, like I said, I would definitely look at some of the history of franchise laws. There's a good book. Car Guys is a good book. There's good books out there that you can read on the car dealership franchise system. But in the 50s, I will let you know that manufacturers actually try to do exactly what you're mentioning when dealerships are giving them a bad name. They ended up trying to take cars away, taking inventory away, and they got sued so far. And that's why the franchise laws exist the way they do today, is because manufacturers were trying to control franchises too much rather than it being the other way around. So the idea behind it is franchises can relatively do what they want as long as it's basics. And they found so many loopholes and lobbied around so much money that they exist and are able to operate the way they are. And anytime there's any resistance, you look at the Cars Act, for example, that got shut out immediately. Look at the Dodd-Frank rule in 2013, where all we are saying is like, hey, we should control rate, right? The NADA came in and said, no, that shouldn't happen with cars. And they lobbied their way out of that as well. The NADA is a very powerful force. They spend so much money in Congress. And it's really hard for any manufacturer by themselves to be able to beat that unless manufacturers make their own organization, which they'll never do.
Oh, it was nice talking to you, Tommy. I'm not disagreeing with anything you said, other than I don't think the manufacturers are going to sit in the dealership with us.
Yeah, and maybe they don't, but at the very least, I think they should have the option.
It was nice talking to you, Tommy. Have a good day.
Thank you. Talk to you later. Bye. Okay, it looks like KMA Auto just DM'd us, so I'm going to wait for his, we're waiting on his number here. What I'm going to do, I think it's going to be a long call. I'm going to go to the restroom. I'm sorry, I'm drinking a lot of water. You guys sit back, relax. We have a good one here coming. KMA Auto has come in here. I can definitively say earlier today, KMA was talking some shit, so I'm interested to hear what he's going to say. Be polite, but general rule of thumb is I think he disagrees with some of the things. I think he disagrees with a lot of the things. So I want him to, I want to hear what he says. But I'll be right back. I think we're going to make that phone call. Water today. Okay, we got a phone number here, so we're going to ask for, I don't actually know this guy's name. I'm pretty sure his name. I know it's just KMA. All right, let's have a conversation here.
Hello, it's Kevin.
Hey, Kevin, it's Tommy from Delivered. How's it going?
What's up, Tommy?
Hey, man. Well, I think you understand the point of this live here. You're allowed to speak your mind. If you're allowed to disagree with me, I know you disagree with a lot of things I do. I heard you earlier today on your live with Dimitri. So open the floor. I don't cut people off. You don't have a 2-minute timer like you do in Dimitri's. We had an hour conversation earlier. I'm all for having as long as of a conversation as you want.
Well, I'm going to put myself on the timer because we're closed and I was getting ready to go home. So I thought, well, no, I'm going to call Tommy and see what's up.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Well, the thing is, Tommy, you really exploit the bad car dealerships, but you never exploit the good car dealerships. Now, I'm not in the new car dealership industry anymore. I own a used car dealership, but I was in it for over 20 years. And there, just like that gentleman that was just up there are still some really good dealerships out there that do the things the right way. There's some new dealerships around me where I'm at that still do it the wrong way and really take advantage of the consumers. Okay, that's my first point. My second point is the deals that you can get consumers on new cars. The consumer, and I know you said this, they can do the same thing as you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And just like I did the other day, because I bought my wife a new Highlander. I called 3 different dealerships in 15 minutes and got $4,300 off sticker.
That's interesting. That number changed from earlier today. You said 20. You said 2,200 the last time when you were on Dimitri's. Now you said 4,300. I'll believe you either way, but you did say 2,200. I think I have a recording of that because I was recording that live.
No, it was $4,200 off sticker off of the. Huh?
You just changed it again.
42.
You said 43.
42, 43, whatever it was.
Okay.
Off of MSRP. And the other day you said the going discount on a Corolla, I think it was $1,000.
RAV4.
A RAV4, I can get $1,800 off in just a matter of minutes. So I don't understand where these people are thinking that they're getting a really good deal by the discounts that you're telling them they're getting, plus paying you $1,000.
Yeah, so I can address both points here. So we'll go through and have that conversation. So first off, let's address the good versus bad dealerships. You would have any good point, Kevin, if I didn't do this all entirely on live, right? The beautiful thing about my business is not one video I ever put out on social media was not done on live first. So if 80% of the calls that I made were good and 20% were bad, we wouldn't have the live audience as we would. We wouldn't have the support, and there would be so many people that'd be fact checking me. The problem is it's the other way around. And how we actually do our channel is we actually keep track of the amount of good calls and the amount of bad calls, and we actually put that percentage of calls on the channel. So if I have 3 good calls and 10 bad, 30% of the videos are going to be good and 70% are going to be bad, because my channel is meant to represent what it's like for the everyday buyer to buy a car. So that is the good versus bad. There are good dealers that do get shown off on our on our channel. We don't use names either way, but we do everything live. So if it was all good good and rainbows, we wouldn't have this issue. When it comes down to what a good deal versus a bad deal is on a Toyota RAV4, if you're able to get $1,800 off a RAV4 in 15 minutes of phone calls, by all means, preach, brother. That's a great, phenomenal deal.
Easy.
I will tell you, so definitively, I can call 300 dealers, and getting a deal like that, again, you can look at my stream the other day where I'm calling around dealers doing the same thing, and every dealership's above MSRP or it's pre-sold. Super glad you did it, but I will tell you, if the average consumer can make 2 phone calls, they're smart. They wouldn't be hiring us. Most people try to make a few phone calls, they call it a day, but I will tell you that the general market, the general consumer is not being able to get $1,800 off, and the general dealership is not just giving $1,800 off. I would be very curious to see that deal. I'm not saying it's not real. We got $2,000 off by the end of the day on that dealer, but I think we were talking about a RAV4 LE. I remember the deal because I remember you were in there just saying, I got $1,800 off. Again, I would love to see the deal. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but $1,800 off on 3 phone calls, that's phenomenal. That's a great dealer. I'm glad they did it. But the majority of people, and even if you look at my comments when I talk about the Toyota market, salespeople are like, you're insane. I'm selling these above MSRP. If you were watching the stream last night, we had a Toyota salesperson in there saying, we don't sell below MSRP because it's a phenomenal deal at MSRP. But I would argue, when we're talking about the market and the deals that we're advertising, if they were all quote unquote bad, like you're saying, we would get destroyed and roasted. And the amount of people, again, people talk about me all the time, KMA. You saw that when all of a sudden, Kevin, Dimitri's not making lives about me, his views have tripled. If you could just see like, oh, Tommy's only getting $1,000 off, I'm going to start making phone calls as a car salesman and show how easy you can get $2,000 off. You could debunk my entire business model in 10 minutes. You could just follow along. Hey, Tommy yesterday negotiated a Mazda CX-5. I'm going to now negotiate a Mazda CX-5 to show you how easy it is, right? But again, I do this all live. So people see the good, the bad, the ugly. And if it was this easy every time, then like it would be this easy every time. I can't fake it being hard.
Well, I called, the 3 dealerships I called, the first one did say, we're selling them for MSRP, no discounts. Okay. The second one gave me, I think it was like $1,000 or $1,200 off. The third one is the one that gave me the $1,800 off. I was shooting for $2,000. Sure. They didn't know who I was. They didn't know I've been in the business for 30 years. And I just think you need to give more kudos to the people such as myself and all these other managers and general managers and owners, more of a pat on the back for being in it this long, and we are being as transparent as we can from the good old days from when I was selling new Toyotas 20 some years ago. It was a cutthroat business, and we tried to make as much money as we can on every single customer. But in today's world, and it took me forever to transfer over to how I do it now, because my son works for me. He's my business manager. And because I hate social media, I hated it. I never got on it. And the only reason I got on it is just to keep up with family that, wasn't living close to me or, whatever. Mm-hmm. And my son kept telling me, said, Dad, you've got to get on social media. We've got to do other things differently, because the billboards, the TV ads or commercials, the radios, all that stuff's not working anymore. And I was really reluctant to do that, wasn't I, Marty? My business partner, Marnie, she's sitting right here with me. So I was really reluctant to transfer over to the new generation. But since I've done that 100%, we are so transparent, and we was talking about this during lunch today. People complained about they spend 3, 4, 5 hours in a dealership. Well, the majority of those people that spend that much time in a dealership are the ones that do not do their research. They don't know what car they want. So they'll come in and drive 4 or 5 different cars. And then they usually have bad credit. And then they don't have their stipulations with them. They have to run home, get their stips. They have to, get their insurance on the through email, or they don't have insurance. And then the stips that they give us, not all of them work, so they have to go back and do it again. But if somebody in here that pays cash, or somebody that's got good credit, they can be in and out of here within an hour.
Yeah. I mean,
So-
I'm going to address a few different points, but I'm actually curious before we go too far in, because I want to touch on this thing. I'm going to give you an opportunity here. You said you called 3 different dealerships. Obviously, you got great pricing from them. Sorry, my volume went down. You want to shout out the dealership names? I'd love to be able to not only give them the shout out, but also I would love to be able to fact check this.
No, I will not, but I can send you the bill of sale.
But why not? Why, if they're giving great deals, and you just told me earlier you want to give praise to the dealers that are doing good, why not do that? And I can fact check the deal.
Well, you could, but I'm not, just like you don't give out names of dealerships.
Well, what, but again, you're telling me that, again, you want a pat on the back, Kevin. You told me that I deserve to give you a pat on the back. I'm trying to give a pat on the back to 3 dealers, and you can just do the 2, right? Don't do the first one. Give the 2 dealers that gave a discount. Give them a pat on the back. Let them know who they are. We'll call them, and we'll see what kind of deal they're giving.
I'm not going to give out names. No, I won't do that.
Okay. So secondly, how dare you think that you deserve the right to get a shout out for me? Like, what have you done to earn that other than make a video asking and questioning clients on why they should hire me, then talk behind my back saying that you believe that I'm a negative to the community, then third, make multiple videos saying like, well, hiring somebody's stupid to do this. You don't understand the consumer enough to understand the pain that they're going through. We talked about a Grand Highlander deal I did live. Again, I did it live because I'm not afraid to call the dealerships live to show you. 9 dealerships were $5,000 above MSRP. The last one ended up knowing who I was and gave me $1,500 off MSRP. That's the market that we're in right now. That's where we're at. So I struggle to say that you understand where the consumers are coming from, and this is a genuine thing that you're trying to help. Because if you really understood that car buying sucked for some people, you would say, okay, yeah, Tommy has a place in the market and it makes sense, and more power to you, because people should have an easier process to buying a car. But you're making it seem like it's so easy to buy a car that anybody can do it, that you're an idiot to hire Tommy. Yet you won't even name the dealerships that gave you the deal.
Well, here's the thing. Like I said, I've been in it for 30 years. And yeah, I know it's a pain in the butt back in the day and up until recently to go into a dealership and purchase a vehicle, because it was a all day thing, because you was fighting for every penny, every dime you could get, because, you was on commission, and, and all the salesmen, they have to put food on the table just like, you do. So they had to sell the cars for the most that they could get, and in order to put that food on the table. So yes, it was a doggy world back then. But now, and I just recently went to a one price store, and so far, knock on wood, it's working. My average gross on a car is $1,500, and that's a used car. Now, back in the day, and I'd say up to about 5 years ago, people would make $6,000, $7,000, $8,000, if not more, on a used car.
That's not even back in the day. You can say that as of 3 years ago, people were making $6,000-8,000 on a car during COVID. They're making $10,000. I knew we did a deal where they made $20,000 off a used Jeep Gladiator, right? Like this wasn't 40 years ago, 20 years ago. As of recent as COVID, people were 10-pounding deals.
Yes, and that's crazy. And shame on the people that went and bought those cars.
Whoa, don't put shame on the consumer. Why are you putting shame on the consumer? They had no control. They had no options.
For paying $20,000 over MSRP? Yeah.
When
shame on them.
when you're told you have no options, the market is tough, and if you don't pay this price, somebody right next to you is going to buy, and they look at lots and you say, hey, look, nobody's here. By all means, this is the problem that I have with you, Kevin, and I've had this problem since day one, is that you won't look at the mirror and say, hey, dealerships, yeah, it's messed up that they took advantage of consumers. Instead, you put that onus on consumers. Consumers have limited information. They don't know. They have to trust what the dealership is telling them. And when the dealership says that 20 grand is a fair deal, by all means, and they look at the lot and they can't find another one, they don't have another option. Their car was just totaled. They need to get to work to feed their family.
Yeah, they have other options because they can pick a different vehicle.
Not during
that don't have
COVID,
20
man,
grand
and you
worth.
know that. During
Yeah.
COVID, it was a world where dealerships might have 10 cars on the lot, and if that's the car you're looking for, and the dealership set that price, they were able to control it. And you didn't have the option to wait 2 weeks because, again, you had a totaled car and there was no rental vehicles because they were all out. You literally paid that price because you couldn't wait 2 weeks.
I disagree with that 100% because instead of looking at a $50,000 car, they could look at a $30,000 car.
There was no $30,000 cars. How are you reinventing what happened during COVID?
Yeah, I had all kinds of $30,000 cars on my lot.
Yeah, and your $30,000 cars were 80,000 mile Toyota Corollas that were barely running, and it was like, okay, yeah, it's a 30,000. Like, dude, let's not act like inventory.
I haven't never sold a $30,000 Corolla.
Yeah, but I'm promising you, the $30,000 cars you sold had crazy miles, and they were not worth $30,000. They were all inflated in price.
Wrong.
They were inflated in price because you had to pay more. Kevin, you're not even being honest. You had to pay more for the inventory. You can make
that we did not do during COVID. We did not jack our. Did we not, Marty? We did not jack our prices up on any.
You had to jack your prices up because the cost of vehicles were more expensive.
Yeah,
No, we raised the prices because our cost was more. We didn't raise the prices to make more money.
So again, when it came down to it, consumers didn't want to spend, again, for a short amount of time, they had to overspend on vehicles. Again, so we're looking at a Jeep Gladiator. They might have had to overspend, even though the vehicle wasn't worth 20 grand because there was no other options.
Okay, so what kind of situation is that customer in now? Are they $20,000, $30,000 upside down? Yeah, exactly. And shame on that dealership for pricing those cars like they did. Those are the bad dealerships. Those are the ones you want to stay away from.
And that was 95% of dealerships.
Shame on the
COVID.
consumer. Shame on the consumer for not doing a little bit of research and finding another dealer that would work with them.
So if 95% of dealerships did that, Kevin, 95% of dealerships ended up increasing prices, and you can disagree with me, but you can look at the stats. COVID was one of the most profitable times in the car dealership history. There has never been a more profitable time. Car salesmen made more money. Salesmen, we're talking about some general managers at big dealerships making well over $1 million a year during COVID. We're talking about salespeople that were bad at their job making $200,000 a year. This was the most profitable time in the history of dealerships. The idea that dealerships just scrape by, everybody took advantage when they had the opportunity. And I'm glad maybe you're the one dealership that didn't, but 95% of people increased their prices and took advantage of consumers because the market demanded it.
Yes, I agree with that. And shame on those dealers.
So you're talking about 95% of dealers. You're talking about, again, we're talking about the people in that group that you're looking at, the people that you're around. Kenny Sells, that you were talking about, Danny, you're talking about all those people. All 95% of people did it. But now that the market has changed and now the market is better for the consumer, now it's, we got to do what's fair. We got to do what's right. When 95% of dealers took advantage when they had the opportunity and now the market shift, it's like, oh, shoot. We've got to be better, otherwise we won't have business. That shows me your true colors when you have the opportunity to be honest and you're not honest, and you have the opportunity to take advantage of people and you take advantage of people. That's the concern.
Well, here's the thing: the salesman didn't have no control of pricing.
But shame on the dealerships. But 95% of dealerships took advantage, and 95% of dealerships went up in profits.
The dealerships took advantage of, not the salespeople.
I'm not saying anything about salespeople. I'm talking about
yes, you did. You just now said like Danny on Wheels and whoever it was, you
Yeah,
said,
Danion, and every salesperson that was selling cars during COVID made out like a bandit. People wish COVID was back. People say, I wish we have another COVID so I can make that kind of money on cars again. Car salespeople absolutely benefited from the system. You understand that one of the reasons why the industry is
I
so
agree,
bad right now
100%.
is because of COVID salespeople that literally, if you don't want to buy my car, have a nice day, because somebody else would buy it behind them. They were so lazy because it was like, if you don't buy my car, somebody will pay 10K above MSRP. Go look at Russ Flipswips, where he made his video buying a car in 2020 versus 2026, where literally you have all the stacks of cash and they're like, if you don't want to buy the car, have a nice life. Somebody else will pay 10K above it. That's what it was during COVID. And every salesperson benefited.
And be honest with you, I wish I was selling cars during COVID because I would have made a killing.
You owned a dealership.
Yeah, I owned a dealership, but I wasn't selling.
How was your profits 2020 to 2024?
Well, Lord, I don't know. That's 6 years ago, 5 years ago.
That's, I mean, what you should know. I mean, I can tell you how my profit's been over the last 4 years. But again, you don't know if COVID was a more profitable time or a less profitable time?
Hold on, she's pulling it up now.
Yeah, let's go look at,
She's the brains of the operation. She's the controller. But what you're doing is good. I mean, I have no beef against what you're doing with the general public. The general public just needs to get off their butts and do a little bit of research and take 15 to 30 minutes and call the dealerships and do their own work, their own legwork.
And it's disingenuous to say buying a car takes 30 minutes. If it took 30 minutes, let's be super frank. I have 23 full-time employees. Just think about this for Kevin. I have 23 full-time employees. I have 200 people in line waiting for their deals. If I could get every deal done in 30 minutes, why would I have 23 full-time employees? You're a business owner. We can talk to the controller, but like, it doesn't make sense for me to pay that payroll for funsies, right? As a business owner, I want as much profit as I can, and I wouldn't pay 23 employees to do the work and have 200 people waiting if I could get the deal done in 30 minutes. I could get 40 deals done a day if that's the case, but that's not the reality of the car market.
Okay. What was our average gross? And what year? 2020?
You can just give me overall gross for the year to date. 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. Were you up or down?
She's figuring it up. She got the spreadsheets pulled up. Because my used cars, I don't mark my used cars up $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000. I price them before they go through my service department and my detail department. And if I have to put brakes, pads, road, whatever they need, I put on there. I don't jack the price up from that. I keep the price of what I first priced it at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and in the end, like I said, 95% of dealerships, if you look at their books from 2020 to 2026, 2021 to 2023, they had the most profitable books over the last 20 years. The general dealerships ended up making a lot more, and it wasn't a small amount of money, it was a lot more money.
Yeah. Well, I can honestly say we didn't.
You did or didn't?
We didn't, because we wanted our customers to come back. In 2020, is that 2020 right there?
No, there's 21, 22, and 23.
That's the average?
No, that's our gross profit for the year.
In 2021, 1.2 million.
Okay.
2022, 820,000, and in 2023, 780,000.
What was last year?
Last year.
And again, if you're one of the 5%, I applaud you for that, Kevin. But you not understanding that the 95% took advantage, but also not understanding that it doesn't take 15 minutes to buy a car. Like, how dare you think that consumers are so like that you, by saying that, you're saying consumers are so stupid that they can't figure it out, and they're that lazy that somehow Tommy was able to trick the entire world to believe that car buying sucks. Like, it's just disingenuous to go through and say this is the reality. I think you really need to step outside the shell a little bit and realize that this isn't how every dealership is.
It took me 15 minutes to get a price, and then I had to go drive and get the vehicle.
And again, that price, again, I put question even on the price where you won't even you won't shout a dealership out that did a positive thing for you. But I'm not gonna keep pushing on that. But again, if it took, again, just genuinely, Kevin, I want you to answer this. If it took 15 minutes to buy a car, and that's the situation, right? Why do I have 23 full-time employees, and why am I not doing 1,000 deals a month? Why do I have 200 people in queue waiting for their deals to be done that have already paid me $1,000? Like, just explain that.
Because you found a niche that was needed by people that are busy, people that don't like to go into the dealerships.
But why isn't the business done? Like, why am I not done with, again, if it took 15 minutes, I have 23 employees, that means I could clear 1,000 to 2,000 deals on a weekly basis. I have the demand, right? I don't advertise. I don't have a sales team. I just post on social media. Why am I not doing way more business? And why do I have a 200%? If I could say I could get your deal done in 3 days, do you not think I would increase in business versus telling people there's a 3-week wait? Like, why as a business owner?
Yeah, absolutely. You would increase, but last year was $1,023,000.
You made $1,023,000, so you made as much as 2021.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you didn't increase prices. I appreciate that. That makes you one of the 5%.
Yeah.
But again, I want you to.
Here's the thing, Tommy. We are an independent dealer. I worked my butt off for over 20 years to get to where I am at now. Marnie, my business partner, she's been in it 30, how many years? 38 years. And she's worked her butt off for over 30 years to get where she's at now. And we have to depend on repeat customers. We have to depend on how we treat our customers in order for them to come back. We don't have, 20, 30 people driving on our lot every day looking for a car, like a new car franchise. So we have to treat our customers with the utmost respect and give them the best deal we can to where we're still profitable, knowing that they're going to come back and see us in 2 or 3 years, and then they're able to trade in and not be $10,000, $15,000 upside down. That's why we price our cars the way we price them.
But what I'm asking you, like, again, I appreciate that, right? Okay, that's good. I'm glad that you've done good business and you're here and you're in a business and you have profitable business. That's a win. What I'm asking you is just a simple question. As a business owner, you own the dealership. I have 200 people in line. We both admit I would make more money if I didn't have a 3-week wait. So why is there a 3-week wait when I have 23 full-time employees?
Oh, that's a question you need to ask yourself, not me.
So are you saying,
it's your business.
You clearly heard me talk. So you're either saying I'm a horrible business owner that can't figure this one out, or maybe you don't understand the market as well as you do. Because if it was 15 minutes of work, why wouldn't somebody have built a business to undercut me and do this for $200? If it was only 15 minutes of work, why would somebody not create that business?
Oh, they could.
But why wouldn't they? The free market would allow that to happen instantly, right? Somebody could undercut me. Billy the Car Kid, as you guys were mentioning on that channel, could do this for $200. It takes him 15 minutes, but it doesn't take anybody 15 minutes. And again, I do this all live, Kevin. So again, if every call was, oh yeah, I'll give you the deal off the car, the lives wouldn't make sense.
Right. I agree.
So like something isn't adding up, right? Where again, I appreciate you saying you did it in 15 minutes, and I'm not even disagreeing. There are sometimes we make a phone call and it works on the first phone call, but there's plenty of consumers. There's a reason why dealerships, 70% of people do not like the car buying process. And it's not because consumers are lazy or shame on them for overspending or they didn't do the research. They don't have all the information. They don't have it all, and you're a used car dealer. That's not the same as a new car dealer. And act like you understand.
Here's the thing, Tommy. All the information is out there.
It's not.
How much time do people spend on their phones, on social media, looking things up?
How do you know what a good deal is? Tell me what a good deal is on a Grand Highlander hybrid right now. I'll give you. You can go through and do anything. Tell me where can a consumer find the average sale for a Grand Highlander hybrid? Where do they find that information? Educate my public.
Google it. ChatGPT it.
The ChatGPT runs off limited information, and there's no public sale data of any car.
Because right now, I guarantee you, because Marnie is almost in the market for another Highlander. Because what year's yours? 2024. And it's a grand. It's a hybrid. And what kind of deal did I get you on that one? You remember how much discount?
No,
It was over $3,000.
I don't know.
Okay, well, it was over $3,000, I'm sure. And I done the same thing. I called, I think, 2 or 3 dealerships in. You know.
No, you said all the information's online, so that means I shouldn't have to call anybody, right? So where can I, again, ChatGPT is telling me MSRP is a good deal on the Grand Highlander Hybrid. That's not true.
No, that's not true.
ChatGPT, but again, and if I ask a car salesman on TikTok and say what they do, if one person tells me MSRP, one person tells me $2,000 off, and somebody tells me $5,000 above MSRP, who's telling the truth? This idea that the internet just has all answers and the consumer should just know what's telling the truth and what's not. But again, when we're talking about new car sales, because we're talking new cars, not used cars, with new car sales, there is no public database where I can go through and look at the sale data to see, okay, there's been 48 Grand Highlanders sold over the last 2 weeks. This is the price that they actually sold at. I can see what they were listed at. I can see what the dealership ended up removing them off the website. But we both know as dealerships that negotiate, that doesn't mean that was the sale data. We don't know what the actual sale data was. And we don't even know if that dealership charged markup or add-ons. There's no reliable information.
Yeah, that's another thing about the hidden markups and the fees and extra, BS at these dealers try to slide in there on the consumers. I'm 110% against that. I see it almost on a daily basis.
But if you see this on a daily basis, how can you go and insinuate that you can buy a car in 15 minutes? You just said it was so easy to buy a car, you could do it in 15 minutes, but yet you're against that and you see it every day and you're not buying cars every day.
Yeah, because I tell them up front, I don't want no add-ons. I don't want nothing added on, no backside, no nothing. Just give me your best price and I'll figure everything else out.
And you're saying some dealerships will say, no, we'll charge them with a markup. Have a nice day.
Yep. Absolutely.
Some dealers are going to do that.
Yep.
And some dealerships may tell you, okay, here's a deal, right? But that doesn't mean that's every dealer. And that doesn't mean that's again, this is the part of buying a car is you don't know who you're calling. And the idea that if I go, again, what I encourage you to go do is go call LA and try the same thing you just did. Go call on a RAV4, go call on a Grand Highlander Hybrid and do this same experiment. Do it live. I would love to see it. And say, you know what, I'm going to prove Tommy wrong and I'm going to do it live.
That's the thing, though. It depends on where you're at, and what dealerships you're calling. If you're in a big area like California and where you at, North Carolina, South Carolina?
Sure. North Carolina.
There's bigger dealerships down there. So they got more control than these little dealerships in these smaller towns, like where I'm at. So, they're striving on probably more units than anything. So, yeah, I would say it's easier in a smaller area to get a better deal than it is the bigger areas like you're in.
So you're saying that buying a car can be a difficult process depending on where you're at. And do you assume that everybody that buys cars in America live in a small town, or do some of them live in a big town? And is there a world where some dealers don't give discounts in small towns because they don't have inventory? Here's the problem that I have with you, Kevin, and this is one of the reasons why I'm very straight with people on live, off live, and I don't sugarcoat it, is you have built a narrative that car buying is easy and it's silly to hire Tommy. Yet, if you live in a big city, it's going to be more difficult. And if you're buying certain cars, it might be difficult. And there's a world where some dealerships charge markup. And if I want to give you a shout out for a dealership that isn't, you're not going to name them because you don't want to name the good dealers because that's bad. Even though you shamed me earlier on another live because I wasn't naming good dealers, but you won't do it either. But again, you're making this dual narrative. It can suck to buy a car, man. Again, I do this all live. There's thousands of hours of footage. So for you to be disingenuous to say consumers they need to get off their butt and make a few phone calls, it shows that you don't truly understand the consumer and you don't understand why it should open your eyes to say consumers, wow, there is so many consumers paying. Consumers are smart people. They understand that how to buy a car. They're not stupid and they're not lazy. So this idea that they haven't figured it out, $1,000 is not a small amount of money. We both know that. So people aren't just willing to throw $1,000 down the drain if it's 15 minutes of work. And for you to assume that and say that while giving all these caveats and buying a car shows that you do not understand your consumer at all.
Yeah, I've been doing this for 30 years and I don't understand the consumer, and I'm running a successful business.
I appreciate that, but in 30 years, you're at 1.23 million in profit last year.
Yeah, and we're in a small town.
Sure, correct. That doesn't, I mean, again, you could have found ways to start expanding your business or buying multiple dealerships. EV Auto, how many dealerships does he own? He started in a small town.
Well, see, I'm at the age where I'm not going to expand. This is it. This is the end of the line.
Well, 30 years
for me.
ago, you weren't.
No, 30 years ago, I was just a dumb 20-some-year-old.
And I'm a dumb 32-year-old.
But what I'm saying is, if a consumer, if a customer would get online and call 3 dealerships or 4 dealerships or 5 dealerships, they could get the same price as you do and save them $1,000.
Anybody can negotiate a great deal. I've never once not said that, but I'm disingenuous that calling 3 dealerships and saying, give me the best price is going to beat any pricing that we're getting here delivered. But again, I'll test it, right? Let's just go through here and I'll pull my real data here. Anybody can challenge me here. $2,000 off a RAV4 Limited, $2,000 off a RAV4 Limited, $1,727 off a Kia Telluride Prestige Hybrid, looking at $3,900 off a base Mazda CX-5, 11% off. We are talking about $2,500 plus free shipping off a Honda CR-V EXL in the Pacific Northwest, $3,500 off a Cadillac Escalade Sport. If you know, in that same market, they were charging 10 grand above MSRP for that car. $2,000, $1,500 off a Grand Highlander Hybrid, $3,626 off another market on a Grand Highlander Hybrid Limited. There's, again,
how much off on the Grand Highlander?
The Grand Highlander, we have 2 deals, one in 2 different markets, because I'm going to blow your mind. Markets matter. We did one on the West Coast, $1,500 off. We did one on the East Coast, $3,626 off.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, that's more like it.
But again, if Kevin, you can go watch my live when I called on the Grand Highlander, and every dealership was 5 grand above MSRP, and I made 20 phone calls. Like, I did exactly what you told me to, right? Hey, give me the best price. I don't want to pay the add-on. Sorry, we're 5 grand above MSRP. Have a nice day.
So let me ask you this: does any of your customers pay the 5 grand plus pay you the 1,000? Okay, well, good for them, and good for you for letting them know that they shouldn't take that deal.
Well, that's what I do. That's why people pay me.
Yeah.
People pay me because they don't trust you.
People trust me.
No, that's genuinely why people pay. They don't pay me to save money. They understand this isn't a money saving service. I never advertised that. They pay me because they don't want to deal with a car salesman.
Yeah, I agree, because a lot of car salesmen and a lot of dealerships are bad. To be honest with you, I couldn't tell you how many deals that we've gotten done, finance, and you can vouch for this, because I don't know if you've ever done this or not. But we told the customer, go to your bank, go to your credit union, because you can get a better rate than what I can get you. Now, have you ever done that in the finance office?
Sure, yeah. In theory, yeah, we've told people if they can get a better rate in their own bank, go for it.
Not the ones that we couldn't get done, but the ones that we could get done.
Sure.
Go to your bank, because your rate is cheaper than mine, and it's going to lower your payment.
That's great. I'm glad.
Now, how many dealers would do that? How many dealers would do that?
Not that many, but what I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to be frank with you, you can believe me or not, as a dumb 32-year-old that is building a successful business, people don't care that you're doing that. People care that you don't actually acknowledge and understand the problem, that buying a car at a lot of dealerships suck, and the idea that you are insulting their not only their willingness to work, but their intelligence to make it seem like it's this easy to buy a car is why the reason they don't trust you. Right? For if you can't understand why people pay me $1,000 transparently, you don't understand today's buyer. Like, that's the world you're in, which is okay. Maybe your dealership does it differently, but if everybody else sucks, then like again, I'm not saying every dealer sucks, but if we even talk 80% of dealers, 60% of dealers end up sucking, we end up having this world where if you can't understand why people are hiring us, we are a growing force. Again, you've built a business for 30 years. You know it's not easy to build a business. We are going to do $6 million in sales this year. And that is us not taking all the profit that we can. That is us being, again, that is in 3 years of building a business with $0 of ad spend. Like this is, we are a movement, not because anything other than we understand our customers and we understand our client and we're willing to fight for them.
I have no problem with that, with you making money.
But I want you to understand that consumers do this because you don't understand the car market and you're oversimplifying it.
I don't understand the car market, and I buy cars on a daily basis, and I sell cars on a daily basis.
You don't shop for consumers on a daily basis. You don't.
What do you mean?
I do 400. I negotiate 400 deals a month with clients, which means we're talking to thousands of dealerships a month. You are buying cars for your used car lot. You're not buying new cars every single day. You're not negotiating deals with dealerships across the nation. You're not. You don't have. You're good at selling cars. You're not good at. You don't understand what it is to buy cars for a retail customer.
I don't understand. Wait a minute. You're totally off there because I buy cars every day for retail customers.
You're saying that you go out and negotiate with dealerships on a regular basis, or are you buying them again for wholesale at auction?
Nope, I will not buy a vehicle from auction.
Okay, but you're buying inventory off of people to sell them. You're not going to a random dealership and saying, "Hey, I would like to buy your vehicle."
No, because I don't deal new cars.
But that's what I'm saying is you don't understand. I'm telling you, I negotiate 400 deals a month. I do this live. Buying a car is not as simple as what you're saying. And just because you did it for one day, and again, the results we can't even share. I'd love to be able to do that. But again, because of that, you are saying that it's so easy. Even if you bought a car in one day and you were able to make 3 phone calls, that doesn't mean your one anecdotal evidence is how the market is for everybody, everywhere, every day. You might have hit somebody on the right day at the right time.
Exactly. I agree with everything you just now said. Different day, different market, different dealerships.
So again, maybe you have to understand that consumers are paying us for a reason.
Do you feel like you're taking advantage of the consumer by charging them $1,000?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not
so
1%
do you think
of my soul. Not 1%.
Okay, so do you think dealerships should feel bad if they make $1,000 to $1,500 profit on a car?
I think what you're doing right now is you're thinking of a horrible way of thinking about business. First off, I don't make $1,000 in profit. I make $500.
I know you make 55%.
Yeah. But first off, one thing that I will tell you that I never have once thought about in business is how much profit is fair for me to make. Consumers make that decision. They decide what value I have and what they're willing to pay. And I will say that if you went to side by side and I was allowed to not deal with a car salesman and save an extra $500 to not talk to the car salesman, the amount of consumers that would have skipped the car salesman completely, it would be insane. People would save money. People aren't willing to spend extra money to have a car dealership and have a car salesman. And again, if you don't believe me, start pricing your prices $1,000 cheaper and say, hey, if you pay me $1,000 up front, you can talk to us at our lot and you can do business with us. I promise you, your dealership will go under tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Because again, my service, why I feel confident doing this is I teach everything I do online. I advertise and negotiate online so people can see what it's really like. I tell people nobody needs to hire me. I teach every skill set I have. I don't sell a course. I don't sell a book. I don't sell anything. I sell the peace of mind and convenience of not having to do it yourself. And I teach everybody how to do it without me. And I give the dealerships every answer on how to put me out of business. So I sleep super good at night knowing that I'm taking care of consumers and I'm solving an industry that some people in the industry are too stubborn to solve themselves.
Well, so here's the thing. And Marnie gets mad at me whenever I do this. We'll have customers come in here and offer something ridiculous below our cost on a car, knowing good and well that there's no way they're going to get that price. I'll bring them up here and I'll show them my actual cost of that vehicle. And I'll say, listen, you make me a reasonable offer above my cost, and I'll say, and I will sell you this vehicle.
So Kevin, first off, there's no consumer in the world that cares about your cost. What you own a product for as a business owner does not matter to the consumer. That doesn't mean just because you own something for X amount, the price above that is fair. Because again, if I look at a TV at Best Buy and I'm looking at the price of Best Buy, I'm sorry, you've never gone to Best Buy and gone to a TV and said, how much do you own the TV for? I want to make sure I'm getting a fair deal. Nobody does that. And when you go to the grocery store and you look at bananas, nobody goes there and says, what's the cost of that banana? I want to make sure you're making the profit, right? People don't do this in everyday world. And there are worlds where Best Buy loses money selling TVs. Furniture stores lose money selling furniture, and grocery stores lose money selling groceries. The idea the price is set because you own it for something, woohoo, that sucks. Life sucks. Sometimes you buy product and you lose money on it, call it a day, but that doesn't mean the market is fair based on what you own it for.
Well, Marty said that she agreed with you on that.
That's good.
Yeah. Yeah, Marty said, yep, he's right. He agreed.
Yeah. I'm glad we can run somebody.
But anyway, Tommy, I'm going to go home an hour late. My wife's probably wondering where I'm at. But anyway, I do pat you on the back, give you kudos for what you do. Try to open up the bad dealerships that are doing the bad things to consumers and taking advantage of them. And with all the products that they hide, try to throw it on the backside and, sell them a warranty or an extended service contract and wrap and all that stuff without telling them up front. Yeah, that's bad. And really, I think that is great what you're doing by exposing that. And I hope more consumers see that is happening to the dealerships. I think the consumers need to get a little bit more, and don't take us the wrong way, smarter than what they are, and do a little bit of research before they go into a dealership. And just like any used car on my lot, they can go to KBB or whatever and pull up the value. They can see what they're selling for, the average selling price and stuff like that. They need to get a little bit more educated on that before they go into these big dealerships and get ripped off like they do.
Okay.
And until that happens, you're going to do 400 or 500 deals a month.
If only there was somebody out there that was educating consumers every single day that you should be promoting and saying how awesome and phenomenal it is, and he should keep doing it. Not saying that he's fear mongering the entire public. It'd be crazy if somebody like that existed, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. I guess we'll just have to keep hoping somebody can go out there and start teaching people how to negotiate, show it live, and teach everybody the skills for free.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you go home to your wife.
All right, buddy. I appreciate you. Thanks, Tommy.
All right, bye. If you guys don't know who I am, hi. My name's Tommy. My name's Tommy. I own a company called Delivered. I charge a flat fee of $1,000. I handle everything for you. The price of the car, the trade, the add-ons, the accessories. Now, I don't advertise that. I've lost my voice. How crazy this is. We save you time, energy, anxiety. You notice I don't say this is a money-saving service because guess what? You can do this on your own. You don't got to hire us. I teach everything I do. I do everything online because I believe anybody can buy a car if they're willing to spend the time, energy, and anxiety. No, it doesn't take 15 or 30 minutes. And if it does, by all means, rock and roll. But realistically, if you want to hire us, right now we have about a 2-week wait time, and we're all here to take care of you. That is what we're here. Now, I will say, I'm going to go through. I really challenge that guy got $2,000, $1,500 off that RAV4. And I think I'm glad that I called him out on it. Because I love, dude, I can't believe you've got to start calling out. I can't believe it. You got to start calling out the good actors. Okay, call out the good actors to give you a good deal. I'm not going to name the dealerships that gave me. I'm sorry, he didn't get a deal. Do we have more people? Do we have more people? Oh my God. I don't even know, dude. Do we have more people? I got a Resi reservation. I can get you 4K off a RAV4. DM us. We'll do it. DM me on Instagram if you want to jump on. I gained some respect for you. That, you know what? I'll take it. H&R gave me some respect. Call it a day. I'm not calling any dealerships today. Yeah, I'd be curious if maybe you got $1,800 off and they had 3 grand of ads. So if somebody wants to debate me that works in the car industry that disagrees and can make a better point than the people that have made today, please, somebody make a point. Like, somebody that doesn't like me, that disagrees with me, like, make a good point. Maybe I'm unbeatable. Maybe nobody can beat me. What do I believe? I believe dealerships should not be paying their team a commission. I believe that direct to consumer would solve most of all, if not all, problems. I believe dealerships are a negative net value to consumers in today's market, and that needs to fix. I believe Delivered is changing the industry in a positive way. I believe marking up rates should be illegal. What else we got? I believe nobody is entitled to a profit. I believe dealerships are not entitled to a profit. That's a good one. Boom. I believe car salesmen are highly underpaid, and not only are they underpaid, but they're undertrained. That's a good one. We got anybody else? Otherwise, I'm gonna. I don't think we're having anybody, guys. Please call Vic. I'm not calling Vic. Let me see if we have anybody on Instagram. We're not doing Delivered Certified, then. How do you call in? You have to DM me on Instagram. You're obsessed with me doing Delivered Certified. It's not happening. I'm not putting my reputation on the line so you can get more props. There's no what if. There's no what if. We're gonna be hiring some editors here soon. Oh, jeez. Do we have somebody? Somebody DM me? We're only bringing on people who disagree with me. As much as I love having people who agree with me, that love me. I think we have one person that's trying to come up that's getting verified right now. Number of voiceover? No, we just have one number he used the debate lines on. It's pretty well. He does pretty good. I want Delivered on the Blue app. What's the Blue app? The Blue app. Are you hiring? Not right now. We're hiring some editors here pretty soon. Do a cartwheel? Bet. I've been live for 5. Dude, I will say one thing that, like, I give myself some props. I've been live for some serious. I've been live for some serious hours. I was live for over 10 hours yesterday. I'm live for 5 hours today. I'm pretty happy with myself here. This has been good. They're all afraid of your honesty. I don't think people can compete with honesty. I think we're verifying this person's dealership. I want to end on a better point than that. I wish there was some people. I wish Chevy Dude would come, right? Chevy Dude can come and just and tell me why if you stutter, then you all of a sudden get a better deal. Like, I would love to be able to hear that. You know, I had Danny talking some crap yesterday. Would love to have that person on. Would love to have anybody. The car mom lady, the one that's a broker that thinks she's. I actually already had her. We already had her. She kind of embarrassed herself. Yeah, buying a car is super. Guys, I can't. Honestly, I'm actually kind of disappointed. You guys are so lazy. You guys would rather watch me than just negotiate your own car deal. Like, yeah, I think Kevin and Chevy Dude might own the same dealership, you know? Maybe that's it. Maybe they work in the same dealership. How does BTC solve the problem? They would charge whatever margin they wanted. That's not how markets work. That's not how markets work. James agrees with you, though? Dude, I don't want somebody that agrees with me. What do you mean you agree with me? Wait, he agrees with me or he doesn't agree with me? I don't want to do this with somebody who agrees with me. I appreciate it, but that's not the point. I want to get opposing opinions. I want somebody. I misunderstood. Okay, never mind. Okay. I misunderstood. She misunderstood. We're going to call him up. I don't know if I dialed the number right. One second. Tired. You can go home. You're good. Go home. I got it. Last call. Let's go.
Hello.
Hey, is this James?
This is me. Yes, sir.
James, it's Tommy from Delivered. How's it going?
I'm doing all right. Just saw the live and just thought I'd give you a call.
Hey, man, I like it. So kind of the idea behind it is you can disagree with anything I say. Idea is to have a conversation. I allow you to talk, speak your mind, anything you want. Let's rock and roll.
All right. I mean, I may not be the best candidate because I don't know if I disagree with you on everything. I guess maybe the only two things are probably direct to consumer. I don't think it would solve everything. That's just my take on that. They would have to really figure out the service, how that works, servicing vehicles. And I don't know as far as price for people that are more concerned about price. Those folks, I don't know how that would. I know what you're saying with the market, right? As far as the market might eventually, dictate that. Maybe it's more incentives, but for educated buyers, the discounts and negotiating, people get better deals, I think, than they would direct to consumer.
So I mean, I'll challenge you two different points. So first off, I'm a proponent of keeping dealerships alive while having direct to consumer work side by side. So like the idea of service, dealerships would still own service centers. They wouldn't want to sell them. They're very profitable businesses. And if they did, then plenty of people would buy a profitable business. So I don't believe we'd lose service. I don't think we had to figure any of that out. When it comes down to cost, you have to remember what a manufacturer sells a car for at invoice is they're already making a pretty decent amount of money right now. A lot of people have complained that manufacturers are actually making too much money, right? So the idea that they couldn't sell it below invoice and just undercut every dealership pretty easily, they don't have to sell it MSRP. Why not sell it for $1,000 below invoice, make it one price, buy it in 10 clicks, and they're still making a fair share, and they don't have to subsidize the dealership at all.
So you're saying that you're under the I guess notion that they could end up giving better deals, but why would they? I'm just saying if the dealership model still exists, would the manufacturer want to do that if they're making more money technically off the dealership model?
So, like, for example, it makes sense for some manufacturers to do it, and then others would have to follow. So, like, the example I always use is Mazda would love to take down Toyota and Honda today. They can't because they can't compete on price. They were able to cut out the dealership network. The Ford CEO has gone on record to say that the dealership model cost them about $3,000 per car in cost compared to Tesla. So if Mazda was able to go in and sell their car for, let's just say, $2,000 below invoice, which ends up being $5 or $6 grand lower than what a RAV4 is, and you're able to do that and buy it in 10 clicks, now consumers are looking at Mazda and saying, why would I pay an extra $6 grand for a Toyota when I can buy a Mazda that has good reliability ratings and I can buy it in 10 clicks and not even deal with the dealership? Now, all of a sudden, you have a competitive edge, and Toyota has to make a decision. Either, yes, their product is worth $6 grand more, or they have to lower their cost, and that's how supply and demand works.
No, I hear what you're saying. I'm just thinking because you also said that you can see a world where direct to consumer works alongside the traditional dealership model, like sort of like I guess cellular with like U.S. Cellular versus actual corporate stores. Is that what I'm getting from you?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. But again, Mazda cares more about stealing market share than they do about their dealerships, right? So if they can find a way to get a competitive edge and dealerships are still buying cars at invoice, by all means, it still makes sense to sell some of their cars at invoice and then sell a whole bunch of them to the consumers and steal that market share. They don't want to be last place. They don't want to not sell cars. They want to sell as many cars as humanly possible. Dealerships haven't been able to figure it out. Let them do it.
I see what you're saying. One thing about your the way you do your obviously social media, I had just a question, and I guess it could be sort of a disagreement. I know some people say you're wasting people's time. As far as you're wasting car salesmen and car dealerships' time, I see some of the salesmen get a little bit butthurt when they when they're chiming in. So out of all the deals you've done, I'm pretty sure you know which dealerships to go to. But you still call dealerships that I assume you know that are not going to give you the good deal. They may have the right vehicle for your customer, like the exact trim level, color, all that stuff. But are you doing that just for the clicks, or just, I mean, you got to have some kind of social media content, knowing that they probably won't give you that deal?
So first off, I work nationwide, right? So when I work nationwide, it ends up changing the dynamic of what a good deal is and what is not a good deal and what dealerships make sense. I might have a great connection in Texas, but that doesn't mean I have a great connection in Washington. Secondly, my job is not to have great connections with dealers and get deals that way. My job is to represent my client. And if I only trust what one dealer tells me and I don't ever shop them, test them, or do anything, I don't actually know if they're giving me a good market deal. Today, a good deal might be $2,000 off a Grand Highlander. Imagine if I'm doing that and I'm only trusting one dealer. We sit that for 6 months, and then later on, a dealership down the road has been doing $3,000 the whole time, and I didn't test the market because it was easier for me to buy a car that way. My job is to represent my clients and be able to get them the best deal, which means giving them options, right? But no, generally, I don't have a dealership in every single city and every single town that I know is the best deal. We do have dealerships that do give us deals, but those dealerships, I will tell you, I can't think of one dealership ever in the existence of Delivered that has consistently given me good deals since the day I met them. It always comes in waves.
Really? I just figured, I mean, you seem like the analytical spreadsheet kind of guy. So I just figured that you would know more or less which dealerships to stay away from with so many deals you've done, and which dealerships to not. So I just figured like he has to be calling these dealerships just to get the YouTube and get a good video from these bad quote unquote bad dealers that are maybe don't have the best processes as far as transparency and stuff like that.
Yeah, but you have to also remember that not every dealership is going to give deals every single month. So one dealership might be chasing a quota 1 month, and then by the 16th, they're so far behind they can't lose money to get that stair-step program, so they just start going for gross, right? Like the idea is that dealerships change every single month, and sometimes I'm able to get phenomenal deals at dealerships and the relationship's great, and then other times they're like, oh, I'm sorry, the market got we don't have any more of these cars, so we're not giving crazy discounts anymore. So the market changes and it fluctuates all the time. Even for somebody who does this, do I have a list of 10 dealers in the country that I don't call ever because they're bad? Yeah, sure. But like generally my goal is to work for my client and get them the best deal. And sometimes that means calling dealerships that may or may not give a good deal. And sometimes dealers have shocked me where I don't think they're going to give a good deal. But imagine if I went to a client that I'm representing and I said, and they're like, well, I have my local dealership and you didn't call them. And I said, well, I know they're not going to give me a good deal. And then imagine that same client calls that dealership. They show them the deal and say, hey, I'm working with Delivered. They gave me this deal and they said you guys couldn't beat it. How fast would that dealership say, F that, we're going to beat it because I want to put Delivered in his place. And now I look bad. That dealership looks great. And then I'm probably refunding $1,000 because I didn't do my job. I'd rather show them all the evidence, do the work for the client that they paid me for. And in the end, let them make a decision.
Okay. I see where you're getting with that. I mean, I just, like I said, I just figured that you might have, a set of dealerships that you were sort of favoring.
We have 2,500 dealerships that have signed up to be on our list that are on our app that can bid on cars at any time. Yes, there are dealerships that exist, but those change all the time. But it's all about doing your due diligence.
have you ever had to stop doing business with? I know you said there's certain you don't do business with. I think actually you did. One of my fellow salesmen did a deal with one of your deal coordinators. So I had another question, just philosophically, because you said you're okay with putting yourself out of business. I guess is part of that plan going to a one price model? You think dealerships, whether it's direct to consumer or traditional, do you think that they should be going to a one price model?
I believe that dealerships inherently can't control themselves. I don't believe there's going to be a perfect world where everybody goes to one price and that just solves it. I just don't think it makes sense. I don't think the dealerships can all get behind it. I think this is why we're in the problem that is. Everybody's going to keep undercutting each other and finding ways to make a profit. So I do think the answer is giving consumers options. As of right now, delivered is that option. So rather than buying a car from a dealership, skip the process, hire delivered. But I do think the easier option would be going to direct to consumer because there's less burden on the system, there's less cost on the system, and it allows the source to shine rather than a middleman fixing a middleman's problems.
Gotcha. Now I know you're all about value because I know people always say, "Oh, $1,000," and you always come back with the argument about value. Now, as far as dealerships with add-ons, I mean, are you totally against that? If one of your clients wants a certain add-on, obviously, if that dealership is willing to negotiate the price of said add-on, are you just dead against add-ons in general, or are you okay with add-ons if your client wanted something and the price was okay for that client?
I will tell you the amount of clients that say they want add-ons are probably less than 0.5%. The ones that may happen would be like tint in the Southeast, and normally the tint, they would rather have it done by a professional rather than what it is at the dealership. But if we're going through that, if a client wants it, we're going to negotiate a deal for them. But I mean, normally we're pretty against mandatory add-ons or even voluntary add-ons. They just don't normally add value. Now, warranties can make sense if they are at the right cost and the consumer values the peace of mind or gap insurance. Those are two things that clients can make a decision on, and we'll negotiate down to cost for them. But that's up to the client. But generally, they're not trying to get add-ons.
Okay. Oh, I wasn't aware. You guys are also involved in the back end as far as negotiations with the finance?
Yeah, we negotiate the price of the car, trade, add-ons, accessories, finance, everything in the back end.
Okay. I just thought it was just the front end that you guys did, and then the back end, I guess you maybe advise them, but I didn't know you were involved in that as well.
Yeah, we advise them through it. If they want to buy that stuff, we negotiate it for them. We tell them if it's a good rate or bad rate.
Okay, gotcha. I don't watch all the lives, so I don't see that part of it. And as far as you negotiating the back end for the customer.
Of course, yeah, and most people don't see that on the live, and the reason being is now the client's involved. So there's a lot of private information. I can't control a dealership. Last thing I want to do is all of a sudden I miss a mute and they're reading off and confirming a social, right?
Makes sense. That definitely makes sense for liability purposes. So I think that's pretty much it I wanted to discuss. I know, like you said, I guess you said you were willing to put yourself out of business. I don't know what you'd do if you ever got to that point where maybe the FTC cracks down enough where, people feel like they won't need to use your service. I don't know when that would even happen, but.
Yeah, I don't think dealerships are able to ever or the government's able to regulate it enough. I don't think it'll ever make sense that way. I think competition is the only way to really solve the problem. But I'm going to put myself out of business because direct to consumer exists, or because car buying has become that easy. But I think the only way that happens, I don't think that's government regulation. Governments, I mean, it would have to take some crazy things for that to happen. And I don't think they would be a benefit for the consumer. I'm going to keep fighting for consumer rights. And once I'm solved and figured out, I'll solve another industry.
Gotcha. Because, I mean, I guess you're saying the market eventually might end up doing that, making car buying convenient at some time. I don't know when that would be, or what's your
let's just say hypothetically Delivered's now doing 5,000 deals a month or 10,000 deals a month. And now it becomes that we're actually impacting the market, and dealerships, there's going to be some dealerships that can't afford for us to exist because the things that they're doing just don't make sense because they're losing so much money on our deals to be competitive that they're forced to just change because we're such a big force. I think that's probably the forcing power. Or dealerships never learn, consumers keep going that way, and we end up being where clients are thinking about buying a car before they ever think about going to the dealership model. But as we grow, we make more and more impact on the industry. Even at 400 deals a month, people are saying we're making an impact on pricing and our communication and the way we're blowing that out. So I think as we grow, we have more impact on the industry. And as we have more impact on the industry, we can control and really set what dealerships are going to be able to do.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, well, I think that's about it.
Okay, man. I appreciate you
Good
jumping
talking
on.
with you, man.
Thank you, man. Appreciate
Yes,
it.
sir.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Okay, so like somebody like Mark Foster. Mark Foster's been here before. I'm inviting anybody who wants to come on this in the car industry. You DM me on Instagram, you can come up. Like Mark Foster's talking a lot of crap. If he thinks I'm $1,000 add-on, I'm not worth it. You're more than willing to come up and speak in action rather than just being able to type. You can tell everybody that's watching why I'm not worth $1,000 and why I'm an add-on. You get that option, right? I'm allowing people to talk. We're having open conversations. But I imagine in Mark Foster, you're going to be like, oh, shoot, I'm going to hide behind everybody. But I'll wait for your DM. We'll see if you actually DM us. We're going to see if he DM. I imagine he's not. He's probably going to be like, I'm not jumping on, you're live. And KMA, I think KMA, this is one of the reasons why consumers trust me and they find me relatable. Like, so if you guys don't know, a warranty is officially called a service contract. Now, the problem is if I say, hey, do you want a service contract? Most consumers may not understand that term, but every consumer understands what an extended warranty is. One thing that I've learned very early on is you have to speak in layman terms, stop using industry terminology, and just speak in language that everybody understands. You understood what an extended warranty was, KMA. Clients understand what an extended warranty is. If I say service contract, not every consumer understands that. And my language isn't working so I can speak to you. My language is speaking to customers. And most customers understand the idea of an extended warranty, and they don't always understand the idea of an extended service contract. But again, it's just about talking consumers' language. Thank you so much for the Galaxy. I appreciate it. People just want to be talking. They want to be talked like they're like humans, right? Like, okay, cool. They don't want to be like, okay, let me explain what, okay, is this guy coming on? Let's see if Mark Foster. Is he coming? Is Mark Foster coming, or did he hide? Did he hide far away? Vehicle service contracts and extended warranties are extended warranty. In theory, it's not an extended warranty. So what happens is a warranty comes with your car. Extended service contract, because it's a service contract, is extending that warranty, but it truly can't extend the warranty, so they have to call it a service contract because it's something additional rather than coming from the manufacturer. It's not something that comes with the car. You're adding a service contract that also doesn't cover everything that the warranty does. It's not the same thing. So it's a service contract because they're going to do the service on the work. Again, it's a technicality. Is my shirt inside out? I don't know. No. Inside out. I just have a string somewhere that people are yelling me on. I don't have scissors. I'm gonna give him another minute to jump on. Otherwise, I'm gonna jump off because I've been live for so many hours, so many days, and I want to go spend some time with Juliana. I just want to see if Mark comes on. I don't think he's going to. Jay wants on, but he doesn't have Instagram. I don't know who Jay is. You do have great stamina because I'm passionate about fixing consumers' problems. Chevy Dude, debate Tommy, and my life is your... Dude, if Chevy Dude wants to come on and debate, you certainly can. Again, I allow anybody to be on here. There's nobody I've declined. Check TikTok DM. I'll look at TikTok DM, see if anybody DM me on TikTok. Request. Hello, sir. Curious of your service. I'd love to have this conversation with you. I have 2 sold orders for your team. I don't think you're going to debate. I want people to debate with me. I'm not trying to, as I just said, I'm disagreeing with you. But where's the person that just said they wanted to be on here? I mean, I can certainly jump on if that person wants to go on, but I don't want people that agree with me. I want people that disagree with me. I don't have anybody. I just have people that agree with me. If you DM me on Instagram or at TikTok right now, this is your opportunity. I got a few questions for you. That doesn't answer. I want people that disagree with me. I got a question about a RAV4, but used. What's a good price on them? Good question. I'm not doing used cars right now. Who was our favorite today? Who was our favorite? Who was our favorite? Did anybody win today? I'm going to give it another minute. They said they wanted to check my Instagram or my TikTok DMs. I checked my TikTok DMs. I got nobody. But I'm going to go spend some time with Jules as much as because I love her, and I didn't get to spend any time with her yesterday because I was busy. This is what I'm going to go. I'm going to wait one more request. Talk about finance. Do you want to talk about finance or you just want me to talk about finance in general? I can't tell if these people are followers or not. Okay, this is too much work. I'm going to jump off. I'm going to go spend time with Juliana. I've been live for over 5 hours. I'm going to jump off. We're going to go live next week. Tuesday, I'm in the air if I'm going to be here because I might be at that thing in DC. We'll see. I'm trying to figure all that out. I'll let you guys all know. But it was good talking to all you guys. I love each and every one of you guys. Want to hire us? $1,000 flat fee. We handle everything for you. Bada boom, bada bing. I'm going to go spend some